Yes, hello everybody. Welcome to one of my favourite places in the world. It is the assembly area, and of course we've got the first race of this season for 2025. Could it be any better? Could it? The pre-66ers. Look at this. Absolutely magnificent. Now, somebody I really want to talk to is this man, James. James, over you come. Over you come. Right. Of course, a former champion as well. James Ibbotson is here. We're a little bit disappointed there's no rain though, aren't we?
Yeah, I was hoping for some wet weather, but we'll try and make it work in the dry. We've actually got 8 imps here today, so you know, the class battle this year is going to be good. Need to try and get it off the line and stay ahead of the other imps.
We're going to find it difficult to get a bit sideways action today, unfortunately. If you've ever seen James, certainly around Druids at Brands Hatch, sideways normally, isn't it for you?
yeah. Well, it's all good fun, isn't it? And these cars, you know, on the tyres they're on, they're built to go sideways. So yeah.
Do you do any work on a car over the winter? Or is it just put it away, bring it out the garage, and get going again?
No, it's had a lot of work. CA Restoration did a load of welding on it. BG Motorsport helped massively. Strictly Engineering and Cold Sport. Loads of help with the car. And it's a much better car this year than last, so hopefully a good result.
Where does Donington Park rank for you on all the circuits we go to?
I always used to think I didn't really like it, but I do enjoy it. I don't like the GP loop. I do enjoy the national circuit with the chicane. Brands or Cadwell is my favourite, I think. We'll hopefully enjoy Brands later in the year. That'll be good.
I hope so. Let's pray for a bit of rain tomorrow. Good luck as well, James. Really appreciate it. We are going to chat to Grant Williams in a minute because he is responsible for bringing this. Look at this. By the way, a little old school Land Rover. It's made by a company as well that sort of makes smaller modifications of classic cars. Look at that. Elliot, my producer, has just said it's my size as well. I'm 5'7", I'll have you know. That is slightly below average height for a male, actually, but look at that. It is absolutely awesome, isn't it? I don't know how fast it goes. Let's go find out. Let's find out how quick it goes, actually, shall we? We're going to grab Grant in a minute, very quickly. Your little Land Rover, how fast does it go?
Way too fast. 4 miles an hour.
4 miles an hour. Rapid. Going to take quite a while to get around here. Look, thank you for bringing it. I love it, by the way. I really do. Let's grab a quick word with Grant as well. Look at this Jag Mark II. Oh, this is a thing of beauty. Grant, thank you for bringing this out to play. One of my favourite cars. Tell us about it. Tell us a story about it. How did you come to get it?
Basically, this is the Graham Hill Stirling Moss factory Mark II. It was built for the factory to race in the Touring Car Championship at the time. It was basically gifted to the family in '76, I think it was. Just when I was 1 year old. So it wanted a lot of work, restoration and stuff done to it, but the deal was it was never to be sold. It was to stay in the family and keep as a family car, and that's what we've been doing with the car. It's fun to drive, really fun to drive. It's quite.
It looks heavy though.
It is heavy compared to all these. You know, it's 1,300 kilos, 300 brake horse. Where the Mustangs are 1,200 kilos with 450 brake horse. Like, so, it's a lot of work trying to pedal around the track, like especially against these small cars, the Minis and the Angers.
Does your stomach go like down around the crane of curves around?
Yeah, you get it's a bit of pull in the car, like I mean. Yeah. So no, don't be wrong. I enjoy driving the car. I enjoy racing against these lads. They're all a good bunch of people, and you know it's close, clean racing, which is what we like to see. Like, you know, yeah, it's a great series, fantastic racing. Thank you.
Tom, man, thank you so much for bringing it out to play. Really appreciate it. Good luck out there, Grant. Really appreciate that. Let's get going a little bit further up, shall we? Michael Cullen, the man on pole position in his Austin Mini. Remember, there are multiple classes in this as well. Cullen on pole, Class F. Justin Law, also Class F in his Lotus Cortina. Let's just move over a little bit further, shall we? We've got Jake Swan over here. Let's just before we get run over, let's. In fact, there is our pole man. There is actually, yes, he's just come past us. That's definitely not a Mini, so there is a little mistake there on the entry list. Let's grab a word with Jake. Jake, how are we doing? All right?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well. Look, cars come out to play now for the 2025 season. What sort of work do you do on this over the winter?
Well, we had to do some paint work after last year this winter, so yeah, just that, and then the general engine rebuilds, gearbox rebuilds, and check the car over.
Now, obviously, first round of the season. It's a big grid as well. Do you guys get a few butterflies in the stomach coming to the first round?
Yeah, definitely when I'm this high up the grid as well. I'm not used to being up here.
But what can you do from here, Jake? Is hold position the target, or can you go forward?
I don't know. We'll find out soon.
Man, that's what I like to see. A man keeping his cards very close to his chest indeed, shall we? Let's go have a look at that pole sitter, shall we? He's definitely not in an Austin Mini. Michael Cullen, here he is up here. And let's just look at this as well. Oh, here's Piers. Let's just very quickly grab a word of Piers Grange, shall we? It's good to see him again as well. Of course, a winner last season too. Piers, great to see you. Another season out with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Why do you keep coming back?
Well, you've got to love it, haven't you? It's a range of cars on the grid. I mean, look at this grid, it's amazing, isn't it?
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, to get 35 cars or so on a pre-66 grid is best in the country, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. It is quite special. I mean, you've been doing this a while, but do you get any butterflies in your stomach first round?
Yeah, you always do, and you look where you are on the grid and you think, Christ, you've got some big names round you, so... yeah, it's
none bigger than Piers Grange.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Enjoy the race, won't you? Right, we're going to go get ourselves up here into position so we can watch these cars head out onto the track. There is Cullen's car, by the way, if we just pop the camera on that one, on pole position, just here alongside is Justin Law as well. In fact, I think we can still keep going. I'm still seeing the case for graduates are just finishing off their qualifying session at the minute. So let's stay with us, actually. I thought they were about to head out on track, but I guess not. Let's grab Michael Cullen for a quick word, shall we? Michael, how does it feel having all of these cars behind you?
Yeah, well, a bit of a surprise, really. I didn't expect to be on pole. I haven't actually raced this car in a year and a half, so it was a very pleasant surprise. But that was in the damp. Now it'll be dry and we'll have Mustangs behind and all of that, you know. I think it's going to be a busy 15 minutes.
I think it's going to be an exciting 15 minutes. Have you been praying for a bit of rain then? It's not quite come off.
Do you know what? I like dry and I like rain. It gets real tricky here, especially when it's a bit of both.
Yeah.
You know, you turn into the old hairpin and suddenly it's wet compared to the last lap, you know. So we look good fun anyway. I just hope I don't go off in front of everybody else. That's
No, get it out of your mind. You'll be absolutely fine. Don't worry. Look, best of luck. Enjoy it. Thank you for talking to us. Let's just move down a little bit. It's got one of my favourite marshals here. Here he is, ready for a new season.
Yes, I'm always looking forward to coming back to Donington Park.
This man always looks after me, don't you, every time I come up here. So thank you very much. Keep doing the great job. Thank you to the Orange Army. Let's turn the camera around actually and have a look at the cars so we can just hear them starting to fire up. We are not too far away from getting underway. What else have we got coming up today? Well, it's the dawn of a new era for TCR and the Milltek Civic Cup as well. They have joined the BARC roster for 2025. After this race, we do go into lunch break, but do stay with us because we're going to catch up with Jack from TCR and Civic Cup, and he's going to tell us what's new for 2025 and what you as the viewer can expect to see. We're going to catch up with the drivers as well. As ever as well, please hit that like button and subscribe. All the coverage we bring you is completely free to bring as well, so hit that like button. Please do hit that subscribe button as well. It's completely free to do, and it just means you don't miss any of our incredible action here at BARC TV. A massive season of live motorsport is coming up for you in 2025. We're going to watch the cars head out very shortly. Whilst we do, I'm going to hand back to your commentator. I'm delighted to say the legend, the one and only Mr. Dave Goddard.
Thank you very much indeed to Ian Waterhouse, our man down on the ground. Yes, good afternoon and welcome to a brand new season here on BARC TV. It is great to be back for 2025. Great to be back in the commentary box here at the home of motorsport in the Midlands. I know I wasn't around for many events in 2024 for a variety of reasons, but I am back on BARC TV for the duration of this brand new season, and a huge programme here at Donington over the next 2 days. We have got no fewer than 270 drivers entered across all our classes here this weekend, about to get underway with a huge grid, as we've already seen, for the Everard's pre-66 touring cars, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club here in enormous numbers across all 8 of their series here this weekend. So one race before the lunch break, and then we bring you for the first time on BARC TV the TCR UK Touring Car Championship. The voice of that championship, Andy McEwen, will be joining us for that one. Then it's a combined grid of 4 championships for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've got the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, the Pre-93 touring cars. This year they are sponsored by Track Hub UK, the Bertie Haulage Pre-2003 touring cars, and the Super Tourers as well. Some very special cars out in that race for the Super Touring category. We have 2 races for the P4 Emergency Lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club. They've got a near capacity grid for both the Sigma 135 and Sigma 150 categories. We have the classic and historic Thunder Saloons as well, the PRG Taylor's Classic Thunder and the new split, the Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Saloons for some of the older cars as well, running on a combined grid. The young guns in their Saxos are out, the Junior Saloon cars, they kick off their season today, and we also have the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. They've been rewarded with a standalone grid for this weekend as a reward for some rising entries. Tomorrow we'll be joined by the Milltek Civic Cup and also the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship as well. They have got a massive grid here this weekend, one of the biggest grids we've ever seen coming up tomorrow for the MG Owners Club, everything from classic MG midgets and MGBs up to modern ZRs. But we kick off, as we've seen, with the Everard's pre-66 touring cars, the oldest cars that we will see here this weekend. Harking back to the earliest days of the British Saloon Car Championship as it was then, first held in 1958 and won by Jack Sears in his Austin Westminster, battling with the big Mark II Jaguars. We've seen a couple of them out on the grid today from the Williams family from over at Risca in Wales. Grant Williams, of course, you may have seen him at Goodwood among other places in his famous Mark II Jaguars, normally very sideways. We normally see him in the famous car with the registration BUY1, B-U-Y-1, but he's in a different car today. But it is the Irishman Michael Cullen, very successful saloon car racer over the years, who's on pole in this sort of mint green coloured Ford Lotus Cortina. It was a Lotus Cortina that won the championship last year in the hands of Ian Thompson. They have their own dedicated class, that's Class F if you're watching the timing screen. The live timing is available at tsl-timing.com as ever. tsl-timing.com is the place to find all the live timing and the grids and results from today's events. And Michael Cullen set a time of 1:24.869 in the qualifying session earlier this morning. That was nearly a second quicker than everybody else. In fact, we said it was Justin Law in the number 70 Lotus Cortina. In fact, it is, looking at the revised grid, it is Justin's son Oliver who's going to be driving the number 70 car in this race. Now, Oliver, we've seen him in the junior saloon cars in the past, but this is a big step up, and it looks like Oliver's going out in this race. And I assume Justin's going to drive in the second race, so I saw that car out in another session in qualifying earlier on. So it looks like Justin and Oliver Law are sharing the number 70 Lotus Cortina. And we'll just get confirmation of that when we can, that it's going to be Oliver Law in the car for this race. I know they were testing that car here in the week at Donington. And Justin was out in some rather more special machinery earlier this week on a supercar day at Donington on Tuesday. He was in a Jaguar XJR15. Of course, Justin Law, one of the great historic Group C racers in Jaguars over the years. You may have seen him on the hill climb at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and Ollie following in his wheel tracks as well. It was Justin's father, Don Law, who founded the Eponymous racing team that prepares mainly historic Jaguars for racing. We'll bring you the full grid very shortly for our first race of the season. There are scheduled to be 31 cars, I think, on this grid. The cars about to be released out onto the grid. They'll complete a green flag lap, and then it will be a 15-minute race. So there are the two Cortinas. We'll lead them out. The second row, 65 Piers Grange, head of PRG Trailers in his Ford Mustang. Little and large on that road. He's got the Scotsman Barry Syme, the reigning Class C champion, in his Mini alongside. Then a pair of Lotus Cortinas, 223 Gary Townsend. Now he's raced just about everything over the years. He's doubling up this weekend as well, racing in the Milltek Civic Cup as well, alongside number 1, which is Ian Thompson, the reigning champion, not in the red and gold Cortina that we saw last year. He's in a different car. Last year raced the Alan Mann Racing replica. This year he's in a new car prepared by Andrew Jordan, the former British touring car champion. He and his father Mike now run a historic race preparation company based near Lichfield in Staffordshire, and they've prepared a new car. That's the grey car you can see there just behind Barry Syme's Mini on the right of the picture. The fourth row is 538 Jake Swan, the young gun in his black Ford Anglia. Alongside him 64 Simon Gustafson, he's also in a Lotus Cortina. Completing the top 10, Peter Smith 712, Peter Mutlow Smith in his 70s now, but still going strong, alongside the championship sponsor James Everard in his Alfa Romeo Sprint GT, the bright orange car. So that's your top 10 on the grid. Confirmation it is young Oliver Law on the front row of the grid in his father Justin's Cortina. Row 6, Mike Davies, number 21 with his Mini, alongside 102 Ed Gibbs in a Ford Anglia. Then on row 7, it's Edward Crossley's Mini, and Grant Williams, the man we heard from a short time ago in the Mark II Jaguar. Row 8, Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina, and the first of the Hillman Imps, James Ibbotson, the former overall champion in his Hillman Imp number 87. Row 9, 230 Martin Armstrong in a Mini, and Kevin Swan, father of Jake, in a Ford Anglia. In the 10th row, 94 Stephen Platts in his Singer Chamois. Effectively a badge engineered Hillman Imp, that one, alongside Ant Astley, comes from Cornwall, in his Ford Mustang, completing the top 20. The 11th row will see Michael Loveland and Adrian Oliver in a pair of Hillman Imps. Then we've got Charles Norris in much the smallest car on the grid, the Austin A35. Alongside him it should be Brendan Rooney. I think he had some problems in qualifying, so I'll have to check that Brendan is definitely on the grid in his Imp. Row 13, former Morris Minor racer Keith Wright in his Lotus Cortina, alongside the Imp of Ed Carter. Row 14, 105 Lee Williams with his Jaguar Mark I, alongside Jeremy Dias in another Singer Chamois. The 15th row, the only Class B car on the grid, that's Stuart Radford in his Triumph Vitesse, alongside Simon Knight's Hillman Imp. At the back of the field will be the man who has raced his Mini since it was new in 1966, alongside, and it should have been Billy Keneally alongside him, but Billy is not there. It's Billy Keneally's Ford Anglia, unfortunately expired in qualifying in a cloud of smoke, so the former champion is not there. Yes, mentioning Tim Dodwell at the back of the grid there, he's in his 80s now, and every event he's competed in with that Mini, since new in 1966, and he's driven it on the road to every event. He is one of the unsung heroes of British motorsport, is Tim Dodwell. There he is, the grey Mini at the back of this grid. What a star Tim Dodwell is. Great to have him here. It is Michael Cullen, who's raced everything over the years. I remember him racing Ferraris back in the 1990s. He's got another car here this weekend as well, something rather special, a BMW E30 M3 that we'll see him out in a little bit later on. It's a huge grid of, should see 31 cars out there for this race. Good to see Jake Swanwell up there in that immaculate black Ford Anglia, 7th on the grid. 712 Peter Smith. Memory serves you rightly, he's the father of Guy Smith, the former Le Mans 24 Hours winner for Bentley back in 2003. Cars head up through Coppice using the national circuit at Donington today, just under 2 miles in length. Overcast, but at the moment dry conditions. There is a threat of showers a little bit later on, which will shake things up a bit. James Ibbotson said earlier he was praying for rain in his Hillman Imp, and we all know what he can do in the wet. He's won races overall in the wet in that little Hillman. Do leave us a comment on our YouTube stream and let us know if you're watching. They'll do our best to read some of those out later on. There's 55 Simon Knight at the back of the field in his Imp. As we say, we are missing Billy Keneally. His Ford Anglia sadly went up in smoke in qualifying. So it's the mint green liveried Lotus Cortina on pole of Michael Cullen. Young Oliver Law alongside him in the number 70. Piers Grange in the red Mustang on row 2. It's going to be an interesting battle here between the more powerful V8 engined Mustang and the Jaguars, the bigger cars, and the more nimble Cortinas, Minis and Anglias, and the Hillman Imps as well. Very competitive Lotus Cortina class this year, so Ian Thompson's going to have his work cut out trying to hang on to his title. Just awaiting the last couple of cars to get into position at the back of this lineup of over 30 cars. Very, very impressive indeed. The Everard's pre-66 classic and historic touring cars. Just awaiting the all clear at the back. Looks like we've got one car out of position towards the back there. Is that Tim Dodwell? Is the Mini giving trouble? Yes, looks like it, unfortunately. And he's going to get a push into the pit lane from the Orange family, our marshalling team. Big thanks to our volunteer marshals here at Donington Park this weekend and all over the UK. We couldn't go racing without them. Sadly, it appears Tim Dodwell's Mini has expired on its way to the grid. And that might present a problem, as he's got to drive home in that car today. I hope he doesn't have to go home on the back of a breakdown truck. Okay, once that car is clear, we'll be underway. The marshal displays the green flag at the back of the grid. The red lights are on. It's time to go racing with BARC TV in 2025. The season gets underway, and a weaving start by Michael Cullen. One of the Cortinas coming through on the inside there. I think that's Gary Townsend making a good start, but it is the power of the Mustang that carries Piers Grange into the lead, into Redgate Corner for the first time. Are they all going to make it round? Okay, one or two cars just running a little bit wide in there, but they've all made it round so far, and now they'll plunge down the Craner curves. What a magnificent sight these classic machines make. It's Piers Grange in the Ford Mustang who leads the way. Michael Cullen, I think, has held second place. There's a solid scrub of Lotus Cortinas behind. He's going to come out in third. I think it's Gary Townsend, number 223, in third position. Not the best of starts by the Alfa Romeo of James Everard. He's dropped back a little and along the bottom of the circuit, then up through Schwantz curve and towards the right-hander at McLean's. A bit of a hole in the field developing already. It's Piers Grange, the Cheshire-based driver, the head of PRG Trailers, who leads the way ahead of Cullen in second place. Oliver Law, the young gun, in third place. Then Gary Townsend fourth. Peter Smith is in fifth position, and Simon Gustafson, the ex-Volkswagen Golf racer, is up there in sixth. Magnificent phalanx of Lotus Cortinas there, out of Coppice down towards the Robert chicane to complete the opening lap of the season here on BARC TV. They swing their way through it. Mini in there behind them, the blue Mini, that's Barry Syme, the man from near Glasgow, and one Cortina very sideways in there. I think that was Peter Smith that got the tail kicked out. Grange leads over the line ahead of Cullen, then Law, Townsend, Peter Smith, Gustafson. Syme in seventh leads Class C ahead of Jake Swan in the Black Anglia. Completing the top 10, Pat Keneally, and the Mini of number 20, Edward Crossley, rounding up the top 10. There's Ian Thompson, the grey car. He's not had the best of first laps in his new Cortina. He's dropped all the way back down to 13th place from the third row of the grid. There's some of the smaller cars. There's the little A35. Nice to see one of those out there. Number 35, Charles Norris. Speedwell tuned machines back in the 50s were very quick, and the Speedwell Tuning Company, of course, owned by one Graham Hill. There's our only Class B car, Stuart Radford in the Triumph Vitesse, making his way down towards the Craners, ahead of Lee Williams, who's struggling a bit in his Jaguar Mark 1. Starting to sort themselves out then around the first couple of laps of their first day back at school. There's a challenge on the back of Pat Keneally, and somebody off, that's Keith Wright in his Lotus Cortina, the ex-Morris Minor racer. Plumber and heating engineer from Bedfordshire gets going again. He's had a bit of a lose down the Craner curves. They make their way down towards the chicane then. Piers Grange has done, of course, the fastest lap of the race. He goes through with a 1:29.71. Mustang ahead of Michael Cullen from Dublin. Third place is Oliver Law in the number 70. Then the battle for fourth with Peter Smith challenging Gary Townsend in 223. He's raced Formula 1 stock cars, Mazda MX-5s, all kinds of cars over the years as Gary. In behind them is Gustafson. Then a gap back now to Barry Syme, a couple of seconds back in the Mini. And look who he's got on his tail. That, I think, is James Ibbotson in the Hillman Imp. Starting to sort themselves out. There is Thompson further back in the order. James Everard recovering from a slow start in the Alfa Romeo, trying to go around the outside of Pat Keneally. Another ex-short oval racer, puff of smoke as they go through the old hairpin from the back of the Lotus Cortina. Side as they go along. That's what was the overbridge over the circuit. It was just before it started the bridge. Then up Schwantz curve and into McLean's. Romeo of Everard holding off Pat Keneally, flicking the tail out a little there out of McLean's, then climb up to the double apex right-hander at Coppice. You can't see the apex as you turn in there. A very tricky corner indeed. Very easy to end up in the gravel trap on the outside. Pulling away though the Alfa Romeo. Here are the leaders coming out of the chicane. Piers Grange under pressure now from Michael Cullen, who in turn is under pressure from the number 70 car of Oliver Law. And they get back to Townsend, Mutlow, Smith and Gustafson. Peter Mutlow Smith sliding the Cortina down the inside. There's Barry Syme, he leads Class C, and it's the Anglia that he's got behind him of Jake Swan. Father Kevin a bit further back in the field in the white Ford Anglia. As the leaders head their way down the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. Look at the way Michael Cullen is weaving about there. The Cortina not handling the best as it chases that big rumbling Ford Mustang. This is all playing into the hands of number 70 Oliver Law. It must have been a late decision by the Law family for the two drivers to share that car, because Oliver's name did not appear on the entry list. Swinging to the inside, he's challenging Michael Cullen. Cullen tries to cut him off on the run up towards Coppice and does so. Clear the line astern, they swing their way through Coppice corner. Nine and a half minutes of this race to go. Down towards the Roberts chicane, onto the brakes. Is Michael Cullen going to try and slingshot up the inside? No, he's not. At the right, then the left, and then onto the start-finish straights. These three have pulled away now from the battling Lotus Cortinas for 4th, 5th and 6th position. Piers Grange, despite the power of the Mustang down the straights, cannot shake off the more nimble Cortinas in the turns. Townsend, Smith and Gustafson battling it out. 4th position. It's Class F, the Lotus Cortina class is being led by Cullen. Grange is in Class A. Stuart Radford leads Class B. Barry Syme Class C. Class D for some of the smaller engine cars further back is led by Norris in the A35. Class E for the Hillman Imps, that's led by 94 Steve Platts in his Singer Chamois. There is Barry Syme, a single-seater racer in years gone by, now races this Mini along with his father Jimmy. Being chased by Jake Swan. This is the battle for the lead of Class C. There go the leaders up towards Coppice once again. Just over 8 minutes of the race to go. Still leading away the number 65, Piers Grange. The Cortinas getting into the slipstream here. Michael Cullen going for the inside down towards the chicane. Can he get the Mustang on the brakes? Big American machines like that have a habit of eating their brakes very quickly because there's so much of the car to get stopped. But Grange holds the lead through the chicane. And the Cortinas goes grass tracking there in the background, drops back into 6th position. That was Gustafson in the number 64. A pair of groups of 3 at the front of the field. There is Gustafson, nice to see him competitive again. It was a learning year for him last year, moving into historic saloon racing. Previously competed in the production GTI Championship for Volkswagen Golfs. As Cullen has a look again down the inside of the old air, but he's not going to get through there. That Mustang's such a large car to get past as well. This is great stuff. And now look at Law having a run at Cullen, side by side for 2nd place. Looks like Peter Smith, yes, with the blue stripe on his Cortina, has got through into 4th position. Oh, it's all over the back of Michael Cullen for 2nd place. Just drops a little way back there. They've got back markers ahead now as well. And Piers Grange are a bit wide there coming through Coppice corner. This could be Michael Cullen's opportunity. Meantime, this is the battle for the lead of Class E for the Hillman Imp. Steve Platts in the red number 94 Singer Chamois. He's got the number 91 trying to get around the outside there. That's Brendan Rooney with his imp and the Shrigley Engineering colours, and he takes the place there coming through towards Schwann's Curve. Just over 6 minutes to go. The leaders are heading down towards Rigger, and has Michael Cullen got through there coming out of the chicane? He has. So Michael Cullen has taken the lead coming out of the chicane in back marker traffic there. Law still there lurking in 3rd place, so Cullen took the lead through the chicane that time through as they lapped Stuart Radford. Somebody stopped there on the top of the craters. It's Charles Norris, the Austin A35 that was leading Class D, has stopped on the grass there, so there's yellow flags coming out of red gates. So leading Class D now will be entry. No, there were no other entries in Class D. The original entry had Luke Wilson, the former champion in his Austin A40, but he's not here, so no runners in Class D now in this race. Lee Williams has been lapped in his Jaguar. Here's a scrap further back. There's Ant Astley in the black and gold Ford Mustang. Ed Gibbs in his Anglia. A couple more imps. There's James Ibbotson. Let's see how sideways he's going to get this time. He loves to showboat as the former champion in his Hillman imp. Yep, there he goes. A little bit sideways. He's challenging Adrian Oliver there. I think that is number 13. Son of the famous sidecar racer Eric Oliver. A former world sidecar champion. Ibbotson back ahead as they go down the Craner curves. These little rear engine machines, so agile around the flowing layout of Donington Park. Cullen, surprisingly, with the fastest lap of the race. As he looks for the first outright win of the season. Piers Grange still leading his class in second place. He'll get the 4 points for the class there. These two tiny little Hillman imps, they give away so much engine capacity, that big Mustang ahead of them and Ant Astley. But they're keeping up with him. Everton's going to have a go at the Mustang coming out of Coppice there. Meantime, the leaders are coming down, the second place battle rather is coming down the Craner curves. Cullen has pulled away at the front of the field. And now Oliver Law moving up to have a go at Piers Grange. Inside, can he get a run coming up towards Coppice? No, the power of the Mustang tells again. It's a run a bit wide on the exit though. See, getting crossed up there. Now is the Mustang starting to overheat its tyres and brakes in these relatively warm conditions, even though it's overcast? Goodness me, either side of one of the imps there. That was a bit scary for that Hillman imp driver, I think. Two cars monstering either side of him, and the Mustang stays ahead. One imp goes off the course there, out of the way. The little cars trying to get out of the way of the quicker machines. That's the number 6 of Ed Carter, I think that was. And who's that just ahead of him? It's the number 41 of Jeremy Dias. The car they went either side of. Now here come the Cortinas, battling for 4th, 5th and 6th places. The battle for the lead in Class C. Meanwhile, headlights ablaze. Barry Syme continues to lead the class in the Mini ahead of Jake Swan in the Anglia. Yellow flags have been withdrawn there because Charles Norris's car is now safely behind the barriers. Down the crane as they come. Barry Syme's got his headlights on to warn the back markers that he's coming. This is the battle for 7th overall. James Everard and Ian Thompson rounding out the top 10. Thompson only 6th in class, but still pretty much running in his new Cortina. He debuted it at another event at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago and was sharing with Luke Stevens on that occasion, the former Caterham champion in the Andrew Jordan prepared car. But he's down in 10th at the moment as Barry Syme four-wheel drifts the Mini through McLean's, staying ahead of Jake Swan. Up towards Coppice they come. Back markers there ahead of them, the two imps of Jeremy Dias and Ed Carter. Oh, that's Pat Keneally out, the 201 car. He's pulling off. Fancy meeting you here, he says to Charles Norris, who's already parked there at that marshal's post. That's at the top of the Craner curve, so there'll be yellow flags there again, I would think. So just under 2 minutes of the race still to go, so a couple more laps. Has Jake Swan taken the lead of Class C? He has, coming out of the chicane. He's up to 7th and he's taken the lead of the class. In the closing stages now of this Everard's Pre-66 touring car season opener. 3 seconds clear now is Michael Cullen, the Irishman, in his Lotus Cortina. Piers Grange in the Mustang battling with Oliver Law for 2nd place. What a debut by Oliver Law. He's got through to 2nd place. They both had their tails hanging out there coming through McLean's. The Cortina is through. That's how you drive a Lotus Cortina. Look at that. Just how Jim Clark would have driven one. Here's the battle of the imps. James Ibbotson and Steve Platt now are battling for 2nd place. Yeah, for 2nd place in Class E, because Brendan Rooney has pulled away into the class lead in his number 91. There he is, challenging one of the mids. That's 2:30 Martin Armstrong alongside him. They've got Lee Williams in the big Jaguar ahead of them, and off goes Piers Grange at the chicane there. He spun it. Now that must be either tyres or brakes. Mustang starting to wear out at this stage, and Lee Williams has spun the Jag as well. You can just see on the left of your screen there, coming through Schwantz curve as well. He's doing donuts on the grass. So the big cars faltering here at Donington in the season opener for the 366 touring cars. Grange has got going again. He's down to 6th position, just ahead of Swan, and yeah, he's all over the place. Look, the tyres are shot on the Mustang, I think. Through goes Syme and Swan. And Barry Syme's retaken the lead of Class C, that means, in the Mini. It's going to be a win for Michael Cullen because the clock has counted down to 0. He's over 6.5 seconds clear now of Law in 2nd place, Peter Smith in 3rd. It's going to be a clean sweep for the Cortinas. Here's Grange just trying to nurse the Mustang home now. He should still win Class A because his rival's further back. Grant Williams is down at 12th overall in 2nd place. We haven't seen much of Grant in this one, unfortunately, because there's been so much going on elsewhere. The checkered flag this time for Michael Cullen. Here he comes. First win of the season here on BARC TV for 2025 goes to Michael Cullen in the Lotus Cortina. Going to be a clean sweep for the Cortinas. What a result for Oliver Law up there in 2nd place. Peter Smith will hang on to take 3rd, just ahead of Simon Gustafson. Gary Townsend in 5th. Lotus Cortinas lock out the top 5. Now is Piers Grange going to make it home for 6th position? He's trying to monster his way back up onto the tail of Barry Syme. Is he going to beat the Mini to the lines? Mini against Mustang. The power of the Ford tells over the line. Did he get there though? Yes, he did by 0.18 of a second. Syme wins Class C. Great fight with Jake Swan. Ian Thompson, the reigning champion, is 9th, and rounding up the top 10, James Everard ahead of number 20, Ed Crossley's Mini. Grant Williams should be next home. There he is in the Jag, just ahead of Mike Davies in the Mini. His brother John will take over that car for race 2 tomorrow. Waiting for the other class winners to come home. Class E should be either James Ibbotson or Steve Platt, so waiting for them to come home. There's Kevin Swan in the white Ford Anglia, Ed Gibbs. And here come the Imps battling it out, and it is going to be James Ibbotson who will take Class E. There's Steve Platt. He's dropped back a bit on that last lap, so Ibbotson takes the Hillman Imp class. 8 of them here today. Because I think we lost Brendan Rooney, unfortunately, on the penultimate lap, so the class goes to Ibbotson. I did say he was out in front with a couple of laps to go in that class, Brendan Rooney. Yeah, we've lost him somewhere, unfortunately. And the other class winner to come home will be Stuart Radford in the Triumph Vitesse. He'll take Class B. Confirm the result shortly of the Everard's Pre-66 Classic and Historic touring cars. It's first blood to Ireland in the 2025 season. Michael Cullen battling away with Oliver Law and Piers Grange. Grange's Mustang eventually going off. We'll get a word with our top 3 shortly, I'm sure, with Ian. It's a win for Michael Cullen by nearly 6 seconds ahead of Oliver Law. What a result for the young gun in 2nd place. Peter Smith taking 3rd, then Gustafson and Townsend, the Lotus Cortina clean sweep. Michael Cullen taking the fastest lap of 124.36 as well. Piers Grange wins Class A despite that spin in 6th overall. Barry Syme tops the battle in Class C ahead of Jake Swan, with James Everard in 10th behind Ian Thompson, the reigning champion. Then Ed Crossley, Grant Williams, Mike Davies and Kevin Swan. The other class winners further back were James Ibbotson after Brendan Rooney retired in Class E, and Class B going to Stuart Radford in the Triumph Vitesse. Class D had no finishers after the only starter, Charles Norris, dropped out at the Craner Curves early on. So shortly we will head down to Ian Waterhouse down in Park Ferme, and we can hear from our race winner shortly.
Yes, exactly. Just having a challenge with the back markers. What about other class wins? Barry Syme, sorry. Yeah. And also the number 1 at 87 car, James Ibbotson. He managed to win the Class E. Class B was won by Radford. That's the Golf liveried car. It's Class E.
Oh, don't you just love these? They never ever disappoint. And I just saw Michael Cullen coming in. He's got the biggest smile on his face ever as he gets out. What a battle it was as well at times with Piers there. Michael, congratulations. Of course, we spoke a little bit earlier, didn't we? But how does that feel?
Just great. Yeah, just great. Delighted. I made a mess at the start. I went from first to fourth gear and dropped down to fourth, but got a couple of them on the run down to the Kramers, and then it was the guy in the red Mustang was blindingly fast on the straight, and then I could see he was struggling. And as we caught up on some of the back markers, I was just hoping that he'd lose a little bit of momentum, which is what happened. Yeah. So and once I got by, I think he got tied up with Oliver Law, Justin's son, and I was delighted to see them annoying each other and letting me go off.
You did say when we were on the grid a little bit earlier waiting to go out, you weren't sure how it was going to perform in the drive, but you must be delighted.
Delighted. You know, Mike and Andrew Jordan, Jordan Racing Team, just prepare the most beautiful cars. I think it's the best car on the grid, and I think therefore it makes my job.
Andrew Jordan knows his way around a race car as well, doesn't he?
He sure does. He sure does. And I hadn't driven it in 18 months, so the guys had it sorted out, and it was just beautiful. It was beautiful.
Congratulations. Go enjoy the rest of the day now. You're not back out till tomorrow. Congratulations. Stuart, we'll move around a little bit. Of course, big shout out Justin Law. He's disappeared, so we'll go see who else we can find to have a quick chat with as well. Let's keep moving. I did want to find Piers as well. Here he is, because there was clearly some sort of issue with the car, wasn't there? It was kind of moving around all over the place. Oh, Piers, here you are. Sorry, I was trying to come and find you. You ran away. Yeah. What happened out there?
It was just a struggle to try and keep the tyres in with these quick lads in the Cortinas, and we had a bit of a problem with the clutch, I think, as well. So I don't know where the clutch is going, whether it's the prop shaft or something.
Coming over the line, actually, to take the checkered flag, you went quite wide there as well on the straight.
Yeah. It's. I mean, we'll be out in the next one, I'm sure.
Well, you still picked up a class win. So.
No, that'll do. And I didn't know whether I did, because when I went through the gravel there, I thought, oh, that's it, that's done now. But that'll do. If we got a class win, that's happy days. Yeah, I'm trying to look after the tyres a bit better next time.
Well, good luck for tomorrow. I hope you manage to get everything sorted. Let's stay with us a little bit, shall we, as well. I want to find Barry Syme if we can as well. What a great drive that was. There's Grant Williams. I spoke to him a little bit earlier as well. How was it out there? How was it?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah,
hectic.
Yeah, it was hectic. We had 5 imps racing at one point, and then I got a box full of neutrals down at the old hairpin.
Oh, no.
They got away from me, and then I had a lonely race after that. But no, it was really good. The first 2 or 3 laps, there was 5 of us all together. Yeah, it was good.
This is what racing's about, right?
Yeah, it was really good.
Happy to be back then.
Yeah. It's been a long winter.
You've got a big smile on your face. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
The cars come home in one piece, so you go. So where is it? Over there. So you know, what can you say? It's been great. Yeah.
Well done.
James won again, but what can you say?
What can you say? Where is James? Here he is. We'll grab a quick word of him. We did speak to him a little bit earlier, but of course James was involved in a big battle as well. James, you did enough.
Yeah, I think that got handed to me there. I don't know what happened with Brendan, but I see him and the Red Jag come together, and then Brendan sort of got spat off to the side. But I did just enough to keep with Steve and the other Red Imp, and it was just that Mustang, the black Mustang. You just could not do anything about it. You get it in the corners, and the thing just powers off in a straight line.
That's the beauty of this, isn't it? It's a test, it's a challenge, and you've got to work your way around it.
It's quite frustrating when you're in the car, but you know, it's massively enjoyable. I mean, these things are awesome to drive. So no, that was good. But hope Brendan's all right. So you know, he's helped me out massively over the winter sorting this car out. So you know, hope he's all right.
First race done. Good to be back.
I love it. Yeah, I hate the winter. It's always far too long.
Tom, mate. James, congratulations. Well done, mate. Picking up the win there as well. Let's move around a little bit. We've got time. We're actually going into the lunch break now, so don't disappear. Stick around with us as well if you can. Let's find somebody else to go to. So we've got Grant. He's right in front of us. Let's just very quickly grab Grant for another chat again. How was it, Grant?
Really, really good, yeah. I really enjoyed it. The tyres went really well. I sort of got into a groove, and that's sort of where I'm sort of at in spacing on the track. I had a good fight with the Mini. I can see him calling me in every now and again, because the tyres just go off on this thing.
When you look in the corners, you can see it.
You can just see him counting me down, and all I can do then is just try and defend. That's all you can do then, because the tyres they go to a point and they hit the wall and they just go off, and that's it. And then it's just ass goes greasy as hell. But no, it was really good fun. It was clean racing. I managed to stay out of trouble. A lot of cars went off, so and there was a bit of oil on the back section. It was quite dicey because we all hit it and we all sort of went, oh God, so it was a
polite way of putting it.
Yeah, it was a polite. There was some other words said, in fact, actually. But no, really enjoyed it. Thorough race, fantastic, good bunch of boys to race with.
Top man, well done, congratulations. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep going, shall we? As well. In fact, over here, I think we've got Peter Mutlow Smith came third as well, shall we? Let's grab a quick chat. Peter, before you disappear, can we just have a quick chat? Quite an eventful race, wasn't it?
It was exciting, wasn't it? Yeah, very exciting. Got a good start.
Yes. Tell us about your race then. Good start. What happened then?
Good start, and then into Redgate, I just kept it in on the inside and won a drag race again. Got into a couple more places, and then I got stuck behind car 223 for a few laps, and then I did him coming into the chicane last minute, all locked up. Lovely. I'd love to see it on my in-car camera. and then after that, I was just keeping it going, really.
Fantastic.
It's not bad for an OFR, is it?
No, not bad. No, come on, not at all. What have you learnt today that we're going to bring into tomorrow? Because I imagine the first race for everybody is a bit, we're not sure where we are, and then now you've done it, you've got a better picture.
I'm just glad to get to the finish. I just enjoy my racing these days. It's not... Yeah. For me, it's just getting... Thankfully, I can get out and do a race, Yeah. So
we're going home with a nice little pot as well.
Yeah, okay.
Well done.
Thanks.
Top man,
Cheers,
thank you. Just over here as well, let's go have a quick chat, shall we, with Justin Law. Oh yeah, go on.
No.
Oh no, hang on, we're still live. I'll come back, Peter, I'll come back. He obviously wants to tell me something in secret. Maybe I'll share it with you all. Maybe not. Justin, congratulations, how was it out there?
Yeah, it was good. It's good race, tough race, but fun.
Is it good to be back?
Yeah, loving the historic stuff. Sat in the car for the first time this Tuesday. Had a few laps here on Tuesday, and just got thrown into the deep end, really. Dad might race tomorrow. I might race tomorrow. It's up to him. I think he liked watching, but it was good fun.
Right, we'll see. Maybe we'll hopefully see you tomorrow, Oliver. Top man, it's Oliver there. Of course, Justin might be out tomorrow. Let's go have a quick chat over here as well. We've still got time. We've got James over here. James, it's good to see you again. Long winter, or glad to be back?
Yeah, glad to be back. Got Dad's old Alpha out and a bit of fun. Yeah, glad to be back.
Tell us about your race. How was it out there?
Got a terrible start. For some reason, I'm incapable of getting a good start in seemingly any car. So lit them up and lost a load of spaces, and then was in the right place for the spin, thankfully. But I was on the grass, but I didn't have to slow down much. But by that point, the front pack had just broken away. But yeah.
So tonight you're going to do a bit of reaction testing ahead of tomorrow's race. That we're going to do for the start.
Clutch control practice, I think. Clutch control. Yeah.
We've got a bit of time now. Enjoy it. Thanks for talking to us, James. Really do appreciate it. Right, we are. Look, a little plane coming over. Of course, we've got East Midlands Airport literally just off to our right over here. So plenty of air traffic. Unlike Heathrow Airport, of course, over the last 24 hours. Right, so coming up today, we're going to go get ourselves in position very shortly. We're going to catch up with Jack from TCR and Civic Cup. He's going to tell us what we can expect from the 2025 season, of course. TCR and Civic Cup have joined the BARC roster for 2025. It's going to be very exciting. In fact, the first race of the season for TCR is coming up after the lunch break. So we're going to go head over and catch up with Jack very shortly. I know we're going to hand back to Dave shortly. So do get your comments coming in, by the way. We do see them. Dave does see them. I think he's going to read some of them out. So if you want to shout out, please, in the YouTube channel at BARC, in that live comment section, put your comments in. If you keep them clean, we might be able to shout them out. They're also live at the TCR YouTube channel as well. Do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. All the coverage we bring you is completely free for you to tune in and watch, and it makes a big difference to us to be able to attract more sponsors. Lovely sponsors. Right, I'm going to head off. I'm going to hand back to Dave. I'll be back very shortly in the pit lane with TCR. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. He's off for a spot of lunch. And as we say, I'm just looking at your comments. Huge thanks to everybody who's got in touch via the stream. Hi to Dan Bartlett, one of our regular viewers. Theo Gamer 2317 says, my brother is on the pit crew for Alpha 7 today. That's in the Caterham Graduates. James Taylor says, come on, Graham Smith, 197. Yeah, he's out this afternoon in his Ford Escort Mark 1 in the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Hi to Kalia. Matthew Payne. Tom OF Cars says, proper motorsport is back. Scott Bugner, hello to you. See him out racing later this season in the MG Owners Club Championship. He's not out this weekend, but we'll see him later this season. Aid Whiter says, good luck, Oliver. Wonder if that meant Oliver Law, who was second in that race. Brilliant drive by young Ollie. Ian Buckley, hello from BARC Northwest Rescue here at the circuit. Nice to see some of our officials keeping in touch. Tew Motorsports here at Donington today. Fernando Cardenas. Andrew Foster says, watching from Castle Donington Village, just down the road. Linda Radford says, come on, Stuart, not too much braking. Cheering on Stuart Radford in that previous race in the Triumph. Hi to the Sim Racers Arms. Mark Waller, one of our regular viewers. One comment is, are Caterhams out today? Well, yes, they certainly are. There's the schedule for today. The Sigma 135 and Sigma 150 with 2 separate races. Hello to Mike Burgess, to Ethan Dance. Paul Rusin says, Oliver Law was certainly throwing that Lotus Cortina about. He certainly was. He's learned well from his dad. RGS Design Stenson says, good luck to Lewis Kent in the Civic Cup. They're racing tomorrow. They had their qualifying session earlier today. I can tell you Alistair Camp was quickest in that. Big thanks to everybody else. Grant D. Newell says, hi from sunny South Africa. Yes, I know the South Africans are motorsport mad. We hear another aircraft go over in the background into East Midlands. B Rent Gaming says, watching from America. Hello to you. Yeah, let us know where you're watching from, and if you want to shout out, drop us a line on our stream on the British Automobile Racing Club channel here on YouTube. We'll be going live again in, I think it's just under half an hour for our lunch break. And then we'll be live with the TCR UK Championship for the first time on BARC TV. We'll also hear from Ian down there, as we say, over the course of our short lunch break. We're back underway. I'll be back with you in a short while.
let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Yes, welcome back everybody. It's a lunch break here at Donington Park. So you're not actually missing any on-track action. Now I'm outside the TCR and Civic Cup hospitality area. Tried to find Jack, couldn't find him. But don't worry about that. We've got somebody very special indeed in here as well. We've got the Grid Girls over here as well. Alistair Camp's here too. Let's grab a quick chat with him, shall we? Alistair, we may as well stay out here, shall we? Right, you're a busy man this week, and not only are you out in TCR, you're out in Civic Cup as well. Are you mad?
Yeah, some say mad, some say crazy, but yeah, nobody said I'm alright.
Let's talk about TCR first of all, shall we? Because last season you did a full campaign out in the Civics. New for TCR this year, why did you decide to take the plunge?
We've done the odd round in between with the TCR and always got on reasonably well with it, so we just, we had an attempt to sell it last year, and then plans changed for a lad who was going to have it, which obviously does happen. So it was it's sat there again. We can't leave it sat there for another year doing nothing and just making an odd appearance and getting where we want to be. So we just we'll try and do the full year, and hopefully we'll make the full year. And obviously it depends on budget, but we're going to do our best to try and do what we can.
Well, you're quick, aren't you? You qualified in third. Are you thinking, I can win a championship? Is that what we're going for?
Yeah, ideally, because we qualified third and we found a little we're down a little bit on power at the minute, which is obviously with the turbo. So yeah, we've had a little tinker with that to make that where it needs to be with the flats and that to meet. Obviously we have to meet a target, so we're where we want to be. So hopefully we'll go again and see what happens just now, but we're not sure what the weather's going to do, so that's going to play a big part in this next race, I'm sure.
Well, you just said, are we going to avoid it? Let's take a walk outside actually, Alice, if we can, because we're going to look at your Civic Cup car in a minute, but actually, Alice, if we just have a look at the clouds up here, do you like the wet?
I don't mind, it's what it is. Everyone's got the same playing field, so it's just not nice when the wet comes down and you're on slicks. So it'd be nice if it wants to rain. Can you please hurry up and do it now, or don't bother at all?
Either do it now or don't do it.
Yeah.
We don't want it in between. Let's go down here, actually, Alice, if you don't mind sticking with us just for a little bit longer, because you're on pole in the Civic Cup. Tell us about your lap.
Yeah, it wasn't one of the quickest laps we've done, so I was quite shocked when the lad said it was P1, because we did 17.5, 117.5, but I was expecting high 16s for pole, so when they said I was pole, I was like, wow, because I was expecting myself to be like probably 6th or 7th for that time.
How long have you been racing the Civic Cup now? Because I think when I first got involved in motorsport, you were one of the first people I actually spoke to. That must have been 6-7 years ago now.
Yeah, but it was about 6-7 years. We did a bit of Fiesta work before that, hot hatch and that, and then we moved on to this with Area Motorsport. So yeah, I think I did 3 years of Area, went to Pro Alloys for a year, then I've come back to Area for I think it's my 5th year now. So we love it. That's why we keep doing it. Like, as much as everyone says, "Oh, you're mad doing both," but it's what makes us tick. So if we can do it and we make it possible, then we will. So again, it might go the other way if we're doing no good in the Civic Cup and we need the budget to push on with the TCR. We'll switch and we'll come out the Civic Cup, unfortunately, but hopefully not. Hopefully we keep going for both of them to the dying death, eh?
Alistair, thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck, and I might be chatting to you on a podium a little bit later as well. We're going to take a little walk, shall we? And let's just follow somebody completely random, shall we? How about these? I don't know, these two girls over here. Just keep going on through. Shall we? We've got to make our way through to the garages anyway. Let's keep on going, shall we? Look, we've got the boards. Let the professional boards up here as well. So on we go. Let's just have a quick chat, girls. Just very quickly, whose boards are we holding today? Do we know? Do you know what boards you get?
We just got round 1 Donington Park. That's what we're doing today. We're not assigned to a specific driver.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Are you excited to be here?
Yes, I am. Yeah, first time. We've been doing a few little TikTok interviews with the drivers.
Oh yeah.
Head
over to the TCR TikTok. Guys, best of luck. Enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time, and maybe see you later. You never know. I'm going to get in big trouble. Right, let's go through the garages, shall we? Here, in fact, we've just seen Alistair Camp's Civic. Here is his TCR car. Look at this! Wow, quite something special, isn't it? It's a Hyundai i30 TCR car. Look at that. He's just coming up behind us. We've already spoken. We'll leave him alone, but what a thing of beauty that is. What if we can have another look at that? Ready to take to the action. Good man, Alistair. That's what we like to hear. Let's keep going around, shall we, as well? These people are watching us on the telly in here. Brad Hutchinson, of course, he's going to line up in 5th place. Got a little bit of music. Let's grab him for a quick chat as well, shall we? Let's see if Brad can dance as well as I can.
Absolutely.
You're a little bit taller than me as well, Brad. Look, it's great to have you back as well. How are you feeling ahead of this season?
Good. No excuses, so I don't know how that's going to pan out. I don't really have an excuse for qualifying, and I don't really have an excuse not to win either. So, yeah, I'm sure I'll find something, but no, we'll try and win.
We're going in for the title.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, we have every year, to be honest. We've never been one to settle to make up the grid numbers, you know. So, yeah, that's the end goal. In the meantime, I'd just like to win quite a lot of races until then, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see.
What are we thinking weather-wise? Just chatting to Alistair Camp, and he's like, I either want it to rain now or just not bother at all.
I'm easy. If we have the same tyres, it is a lot of fun, isn't it, when it rains and we're all on slicks.
It throws a spanner in the works.
Yeah, no doubt someone will go bowling at some point and get a strike, or not, hopefully. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it is what it is. We control the controllables, don't you? I think, yeah, we'll see what the others do. It looks great. I think depending on whichever weather app you use, gives you a different story. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm easy. I think for the fans, for the guests and everyone here, it's nicer it's dry. But yeah, I do like a wet race. So.
Are you excited to be here with the BARC now as well?
Of course, yes. I mean, we've been with the BARC in various championships before as well. So it almost feels like home.
Oh, well, you could come back. That's all right, thank you. Let's keep going. Good company answer there, I like it. Let's keep moving on, shall we, as well. We've got Cedric here. I spoke to him a little bit earlier in the year, of course, Cedric. In fact, I spoke to him last year in TCR. I just wonder if I can very quickly just chuck the mic in. Cedric, of course, the Frenchman here. Cedric, how are we feeling ahead of this season? It was good to see you last season as well. What's your expectation in 2025?
Yeah, it was good last year. I got my first win, so I'm just going to try and replicate that possibly today. I'm not too far off the P1 in class, so
Do you do you like rain?
I do like the rain. I was hoping for rain.
Top man. Well, you might get it.
It equalises the field a little bit.
It certainly does. Yeah. It does. It's good to see you again, mate. Look, enjoy it. Best of luck out there. So thank you. Thanks for that, mate. Appreciate it. There you go. I'll let you take that. Of course, Civic block. Yeah, I think it was Silverstone last year. Where are you? There you are. Couldn't find you there. Look at these fine. Oh, absolutely love these TCR cars. They are something quite special. Drivers are in at the minute. They are going to be heading out on track very, very soon. We will get onto the grid as well and chat to some more of the drivers. Let's just keep on going down. I want to find Stuart Lyons very soon if we can. Of course, he had an issue, didn't he, in qualifying, so we'll catch up with him very shortly. But we're also just going to let the drivers go on at the minute. They're obviously getting in the car. They're going to make their way onto the grid. We will get on there as well very, very shortly. Let's just have a quick look at all of the cars, shall we, before we then head over to chat to some of our... We're going to hear from some of our sponsors very shortly. And when we come back, of course, we'll be on the grid for the start of the TCR race, the first TCR race of the 2025 season. Let's keep going as well. And here we go. So have a little poke around some of the garages. This is what we'll have a little look behind the scenes as well. So right, I am going to chuck back very, very quickly to Dave. I'm delighted to say we're going to be joined by Andy McEwen as well in the commentary box. I'm going to make my way on to the track and then we can get things going. And so I'm going to hand over to, I think we're going to hear from a couple of our sponsors and partners first. So over to you, and then it'll be Dave and Andy.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Okay, good to hear from a few of our sponsors there. Yes, the new season of TCR UK is very much upon us. The cars will be heading out onto the grid very shortly. I'm delighted to welcome to the commentary box the voice of TCR UK. Good afternoon, Andy McEwen.
Good afternoon, Dave. Thank you very much. Great to be here. Another season of TCR UK. I think maybe the 8th, and been there for every single one of them. It's been great to see this championship grow over the years, and 2025 really shaping up, I think, to be an absolute cracker. The last couple of years we've seen really competitive racing. The grid numbers dwindled a bit towards the end of 24, but that was the case, I suppose, across a lot of championships in the UK. This year, though, a lot of work has been done by the Maximum crew, Stuart Lyons and his whole team, Jack Finland, the new championship manager, have all been working hard over the winter to give us a good grid of cars. Should have had 16 of them in qualifying. Stuart Lyons himself, though, the championship promoter, who was due to be out on the grid in a Lincoln Co, wasn't able to qualify due to an engine issue. We'll have to wait and see whether or not he gets out for the race. But even so, we've got more cars coming on the way later in the season. And I think, Mr. Goddard, a very competitive race coming forward in a few minutes' time.
Yes, I am really looking forward to this. It's been great to see so many brilliantly turned out cars out there, and it is going to be competitive. Reigning champion Carl Boardley not out for this opening round.
Yes, not sure what his plans are for this year. Obviously won this championship the last couple of years. and he, I guess now maybe is looking to move on to something else, but that's kind of opened up an opportunity certainly for other drivers to come through and take an early advantage. And if he does then turn up at later rounds, he's going to have to rely on the dropped score system, which we'll get into later in the season, I'm sure, when it becomes really relevant. But Adam Shepherd, Callum Newsham, front row of the grid, they'll be two drivers very grateful, I think, that Carl Bordley isn't on the grid this weekend, because I won't say they were in his shadow last year. Adam Shepherd was arguably quicker for most of the second half of the season, just couldn't ever quite get the reliability of the car underneath him. He'll be very, very happy now that they've got to the bottom of the fuel issue that they had last year, and that car seems to be working well. Callum Newsham, championship contender, arguably championship favourite until a crash at Thruxton at the penultimate round of the championship unfortunately took him out of contention realistically. So those two, along with plenty of others, happy, I'm sure, that Carl Bordley has elected not to come here to Donington Park. But if we do see Carl later in the season, we'll add his name to what is a fairly lengthy list, I think, Dave, really, of potential race winners, and the qualifying times, I think, support that theory. It was remarkably tight across the top half dozen or so.
It certainly was, yes. Just looking at the times now, there was less than 2 seconds between the top 6 or so on the grid. It was very close indeed between Shepherd, Newsham, Alistair Camp as well, who's doubling up this weekend, of course, with the Milltek Civic Cup. We'll see him out in there tomorrow. The Laidlaws, Steve and Sam, the father and son pairing. Brad Hutchinson in there as well. Another name we've not seen out this year is Darren Lewis, 285, the winner of the Diamond Trophy from last year.
Indeed so, yes. We've got a couple of different classes actually to think about in this race. You've got obviously the fight for the overall victories, but you've also got the Goodyear Diamond Award, which is for drivers, I believe, over the age of 40. Steve Laidlaw, fastest of the Goodyear Diamond drivers in qualifying, 6th overall. Spoke to Steve earlier on. That was a nice little accolade for him to have, but he's much more interested, I think, in going after the overall race wins and fighting for an outright championship. His son, of course, Sam, not eligible for the Goodyear Diamond Award, I must stress, is also out there. Actually out-qualified his dad, 4th quickest for Sam earlier on today. And you've also then got the Gen 1 Cup as well for the older generation cars. George Jackson, Cedric Block and Jeff Olden, 3 real characters in some of those older spec TCR cars who are battling away for Gen 1 honours. George Jackson said this morning he's very confident he'll be picking up the win in that class today. We'll see if that confidence is misplaced or not.
Mentioning Cedric Block there as well, the London-based Frenchman, a man who has certainly overcome a lot more than most to race in TCR.
Indeed so. So, paraplegic driver, races with hand controls. He was a bike racer, I believe, back in a previous life, and an accident on 2 wheels unfortunately left him with life-changing injuries. But as we see these days with so many athletes, they are unable through injury for one reason or other to continue on with their initial sort of passion. And then they realise actually life can continue, and life within motorsport can continue beyond that. And with the advances in hand control technology these days, it does mean that they are able to get behind the wheel. And there is Cedric Block actually in that wonderfully turned out blue and sort of goldy orange Audi, racing with hand controls and well in contention for the Gen 1 Cup.
Well, you say that beautifully turned out car. All these cars are stunningly turned out, aren't they? I'm loving seeing some of these brilliantly liveried machines. What do you think is the best livery out there?
Oh, now you're putting me on the spot. I do have a soft spot, as I think most people do, for the Cooper Leon VZs, the Gen 3 Cupras of the Laidlaws. They're very flashy looking, aren't they, with their sort of highlighter pen marks down the side, fluorescent yellow, fluorescent pink to tell the two of them apart. Always been a fan of Callum Newsham's livery as well, but honestly, like you said, there isn't an ugly car on the grid. It's one of the great attractions, actually, of TCR cars in general. They are proper bits of kit. They're quick cars. They are not that much slower than a British touring car around a circuit like this in the dry. They look the business. They certainly go pretty rapidly. And yes, they are a very, very good value for money category of racing to get involved with. This, though, is how they line up on the grid for our first race. It's Adam Shepherd on pole position, as I said. Callum Newsham lining up alongside, both of whom were championship contenders last year. In fact, has been for the last 2 or 3 seasons on the bounce. Alistair Camp, who went so well here on a guest appearance last year in the Hyundai, he starts 3rd ahead of Laidlaw Jr., Sam Laidlaw, in the first of those Generation 3 Cooper Leon VZs. Brad Hutchinson, spoke to him. He was a bit disappointed to only be on the 3rd row of the grid, but he'll go well, I'm sure. Former winner on the road here at Donington a couple of years ago, and to have the win taken away post-race. Steve Laidlaw on the sitter starts 6th. Finn Leslie, junior driver, moving up from the Fiesta Junior category, where he was a runner-up last year. He starts from 7th in the Hyundai i30, and he's got Will Beach alongside. Will Beach moving up. He was running right at the front, in fact, in the Gen 1 Cup last year, but now he's upgraded into a Gen 2 Cupra and will start from 8th on the grid. Harry Blur, another debutant, starts from row 5 alongside Rod McGovern, another new name to TCR UK. They will complete the top 10 of what I suspect will probably be a 15-car grid. Then we have Mark Smith and George Jackson. George Jackson, the first of those Gen 1 entrants in his VW Golf, another change of car for George. Last time he raced with us it was a Cupra, now moving over to the Golf. Cedric Block and Jeff Olden, his 2 Gen 1 rivals, start behind him, with Greg Saunders at the back of the grid. Now Greg went off at the Craner Curves in qualifying, only completed a handful of laps, and he was saying to me that he was feeling he had more speed in the car than he demonstrated this morning, so could be one to watch from the back of the grid. Cars are heading to the grid then, and I believe we can catch up with Ian momentarily, who is in amongst what is always a hive of activity pre-race on the TCR UK grid.
Yes, welcome everybody. The first race for the TCR 2025 is about to get underway very shortly, and I'm joined by Jack, Championship Manager for TCR. Jack, a few butterflies in your stomach now?
Yeah, a little bit. To be honest, I said to Nikki that I'll be a bit nervous when they get to the grid, and I am now, so let's hope they all get through red gate and then we'll have a great race.
Well, look, welcome to BARC, of course, your first race under the BARC. What's new for 2025, Jack?
Well, we've announced a whole load of cost-cutting measures to make the championship as good as it can be, and as well from that, BARC have given us a fantastic package to launch ourselves on with themselves, so we're really excited to get the season underway and yeah, ready for lights out now.
If somebody's never watched TCR, I'm sure most people have, of course, but if somebody hasn't, what can we expect from today's racing?
Hold on tight.
Are you expecting rain? Do you think we're going to get away with this one?
I think we're going to get away with it. The old cricketer's nose is just telling me it's just going to evade us for now, but we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Fantastic. Look, we're going to take a little walk if that's all right. Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate that. On pole position, of course, Adam Shepherd. We're looking at his car right now. I wonder if we can just have a quick chat with him as well. Is it all right? Just changing tyres. I wonder if I can just open this. Adam, sorry mate, I know you probably last thing you want to do right now, you're about to go racing. On pole position, you must be pretty happy.
Yeah, it's good. Car's feeling great, handling well, double pole, we've just got to try and convert it into a win now.
You're not a little bit concerned about this weather, are we?
It's the same for everyone. As long as it's the same floor, I don't really mind. It looks like it's going to be dry. If it rains when we're out there, we just manage it, it's not a problem. But it's fingers crossed it stays dry.
2025 going for the championship, right?
Definitely got to try it, yeah.
Top man, thank you so much. There you go. I'm going to shut his door for him. It looks like he's definitely got to go. Callum Newsham here, somebody we definitely want to talk to as well, in the top 3 in the championship last season. Let's see what his expectation is. Can he get away strongly here? Sorry, can I just jump in? Sorry about that, Callum. You went close last year in the championship. Is this your year?
I hope so, yeah. I'm going to give it a go.
Of course, you've got Adam to deal with up there. Have you got a particular tactic for this race? What's the plan going into Redgate?
Well, I'll see what happens at the start of the line. If we get off the line, I'll just see what start he makes and see if we can go for a move. If not, I'll just slide behind.
Top man, thank you, Callum. Good luck. I've got to be honest, I couldn't hear anything he's saying at all, but let's keep going. There's Alistair Camp, of course. We spoke to him a little bit earlier. We've been told to get off the grid, so it's time to go racing for the first time in 2025. TCR is about to take to the track in anger. I'm going to hand over to your commentators Dave Goddard and Andy McEwen. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ian. Well, noisy things, aren't they, TCR cars, as it turns out. We were trying to record a piece of camera in the pit lane earlier on when they were warming the engines up. It was impossible. They are very, very loud. But again, that's another great thing about these cars. It's what fans want to see and hear. They look good, they sound good, and the racing generally is pretty spectacular, especially here at Donington Park. It's a great track for racing, the Donington National Circuit, and we've had some brilliant TCR races down the years. Interesting to hear from our front row starters then. Adam Shepherd, bit of a Donington specialist. In fact, holds the lap record here at Donington, does Adam Shepherd from a couple of years back. Callum Newsham alongside. Both of them I spoke to earlier on today were saying that they were very conscious that this was a championship point scoring opportunity. They are already thinking about the championship even at round 1, and therefore they both said they weren't willing to take too many risks. But I don't know, I've got a funny feeling, Dave, that when those red lights go out and we're barrelling off towards Redgate Corner, that might change.
Oh, it'll go straight out the window. We all know it will. These are touring car races. There's no holding them back.
Definitely the case. Car's about to be released onto the green flag lap then, so slightly different start procedure format. Those of you tuning in perhaps for the first time might not be familiar with what we were just seeing. So the cars are released from the pit lane. They're given, I think, 5 minutes to line up on the grid to cross the tyres over. So basically they take the front tyres, they put them on the back, they take the backs on the front, and they also swap left to right diagonally, and that's because front wheel drive touring cars warm up those front tyres a lot quicker than the rears, and so what you don't want is ice cold rear tyres when you go barrelling down the Craner curves for the first time, so they give them that opportunity to swap the tyres over. It's actually exactly the same procedure as you'd see in something like the British Touring Car Championship, where they leave the pit lane, sit on the grid for 20 minutes or so whilst Louise Goodman goes and interviews everybody, and then they cross the tyres whilst that's going on. So it's exactly the same kind of idea, and it means that by the end of this second green flag lap day, they should have enough rear tyre temperature to keep them on the track on lap 1.
Yes, indeed, and tyre temperature quite important on a day like today. It doesn't look it, but it is slightly humid out there, isn't it, for a March day? And thankfully, I'm going to cross my fingers as I say this, the showers at the forecast have not yet arrived.
Good, that is music to my ears. A few drivers were doing a bit of a rain dance actually. They said that their cars they felt would come alive in the wet, and also takes a little bit of that concern of tyre management out of the window if it is completely wet. Anyway, that left front tyre takes a bit of a pounding around here in a front wheel drive touring car, so in the dry they'll have to be a little bit mindful of that. It's a 20-minute race. They shortened the races a couple of years ago from 25 to 20 minutes, and that took a little bit of that tyre conservation drama out of the equation as well. But we will see a few comers and goers as the race goes on because of who's looking after the tyres best, and that's always something as well, Dave, that the new drivers, the young drivers, the Finn Leslies and Harry Bloors of the grid will really have to get their head around. Testing is one thing, but going around there 20 minutes in race conditions, you've got to look after the tyres.
Yes, indeed, as we say, temperature's important today, looking after and conserving tyres in those early laps in particular, very important. So we may see some of the cars. You mentioned holding back. Maybe once that frantic rush of blood to the head as they go into the first corner is over and things settle down a bit, we may see one or two drivers holding back until later in the race.
Quite possibly. That certainly would be there's been the winning strategy in the past here at Donington Park, although we've often come and raced at Donington in the summer. This is a little bit of an earlier slot on the calendar, so temperature, as you've said, a little bit on the lower side. Cars then make their way up through McLean's and Coppice. We are of course on the shorter national layout this weekend, so at the end of the exhibition straight they will take a right through the chicane rather than a left onto the Grand Prix loop, and it's a high speed roller coaster ride around Donington Park. There at the back of the field is Greg Saunders. I did notice Cedric Block was quite slow away off the dummy grid then as well. Hopefully he doesn't have the same sort of issues when the race starts for real, because he's got a couple of cars behind him that may have to dodge around him if that's the case. Lots of vigorous tyre weaving going on. That's the exhibition straight. There of Finn Leslie is weaving around. That's the ex-Bruce Winfield car, former race-winning car that. So that is a car with some pedigree. And Finn, I think, is going to be a bit of a dark horse in 2025. Very excited to see how he gets on. Cars then start to line up on the grid. Adam Shepherd on the left. On the right, Callum Newsham, then Alistair Camp and Sam Laidlaw. The Laidlaws, by the way, Sam's car is the car with the yellow highlights. The pink highlights is Father Steve. Those two are very good off the line. I went and covered a TCR Spain event in Valencia a couple of months ago. They were guesting there, and they both gained about 3 or 4 positions into the first corner. So keep an eye on the pair of Laidlaws as they look to try and make some forward progress. Greg Saunders into position at the back of the grid. 20 minutes on the clock. Let's do this all over again, shall we? The 2025 TCR UK Championship about to burst into life here with the first of 3 races around the Donington Park National Circuit. Who will get the whole shot? Who will lead them into Redgate Corner? The red lights go out now, away they go. Not a good start made by Alistair Camp there from the second row of the grid. Hutchison passed him already. It is Shepherd with a fairly uncontested lead as they head for Redgate Corner. Callum Newsham second. That is Sam Laidlaw third. Hutchison to the inside of Steve Laidlaw. There is contact. Around goes Steve Laidlaw, and he's into the gravel trap. Jeff Alden is sideways and into the boonies as well, and immediately it has kicked off at the very first corner, and Steve Laidlaw will not be very happy with that. Brad Hutchison, not content with biffing into the side of one Laidlaw, then gets past the other one down the crane of curves and moves into third position, but a dramatic start to the race there, Dave. Steve Laidlaw's car, I fear, is going no further.
Yes, that may well be a safety car to retrieve Steve Laidlaw from the gravel trap. He's trying to get it going again. But Brad Hutchison, well, no safety car required because Steve Laidlaw does get it going again. Gravel all over the exit of Redgate, though, so drivers will have to be careful as they come round again. But no, the safety car board I saw is being displayed, so it is going to be scrambled. He just got out of the gravel a little bit too late there, but that was a very aggressive start by Brad Hutchison in the blue number 17 car.
Yes, saw a gap up the inside. It was hard to tell initially whether the door was closed on him or whether he went into a gap that wasn't really there. That, thankfully, is not our job to decide. The clerk of the course, I'm sure, will take a look at it, but either way, Hutchison is into third position. He was the big winner out of all of that. The loser, really, Alistair Camp, third on the grid down to 5th at the conclusion of lap number 1. He just couldn't get that car off the line initially, and so lost a fair bit of trap position. Steve Laidlaw will, well, actually, this has worked out quite well for Steve, I think, because he almost drew the safety car out there, didn't he? I'm sure he didn't do it intentionally, but because he's able to rejoin, the safety car, of course, now slows everybody down, and Steve Laidlaw, fired up Steve Laidlaw, will join on to the back of the grid. In fact, there he is at the top of shots. So Steve Laidlaw already back with the Crocodile. There should only be 1 lap required behind the safety car, and we'll be able to go racing once again. Shepherd then the leader, Newsham second, Hutchison third, Sam Laidlaw fourth, Ali Camp is fifth, Finn Leslie gained a spot into sixth, ahead of Will Beach and Rod McGovern, with Mark Smith and Harry Blur completing the top 10. So Blur also didn't have a great start there, falling down from 9th to 10th. In the Gen 1 Cup, George Jackson managed to keep Cedric Block behind, and of course we saw Jeff Alden all out of shape at Redgate Corner. Not quite sure how he got out of shape, but he luckily was able to dig the Audi out of the gravel trap as well. And we actually still have all 15 cars running at the end of lap 1.
That is great to see, following that little contretemps through Redgate for the first time. It looks like it's Rod McGovern leading the Diamond Award cars for the older drivers. And he's won an absolute hatful of team top titles in Ireland over the years. I think that's the ex-Darren Lewis car he's driving, I believe.
Yes, I think so.
Yes, Darren Lewis, of course, the man from Birmingham, former short oval racer who I don't think is appearing in the championship this year. Rod McGovern, it was, what were the cars called when he won his first titles in? The Dunlop Supercars, the old... They were, I think the body shells were based on the T cars,
yes,
the junior cars that Sonny Howard built many years ago. Remember those?
I vaguely, yes, just about old enough to remember those. One Tom Chilton came out of T cars, I believe, didn't he?
Quite a few. Tom Boardman, Tom Onslow Cole.
Helped if you're called Tom, clearly.
Yes, there were a lot of Toms in the series. Anna Valevska was another. Never mind the nostalgia trip, because I think we're about to get back underway in a moment.
Yes, a short appearance from the safety car, brief appearance. We are now ready to go racing again, and Adam Shepherd then has control of the field, and it's up to him now when he decides to accelerate away. Let's see when he chooses to do that, as he accelerates now towards the final chicane, gets a little jump over Callum Newsham in fairness, and aims for those fairly substantial yellow concrete blocks that are positioned on the inside of either apex of that final chicane. There's a lot of lap time to be found by hammering over those, but the suspension and the tyres don't really thank you for it. Shepherd then leads across the line, just under 7/10 of a second his advantage, with Newsham second, Hutchison third, and Sam Laidlaw fourth. Sam Laidlaw on the attack, so too is his father Steve, who's already up alongside Jeff Alden, and then sweeps to the inside of the other Gen 1 Audi of Cedric Block to gain 2 places in 1. The question really, Dave, then is what progress can Steve Laidlaw make from the back, with still actually just over 3/4 of the race to go?
Well, he's had a chance to get the muck and gravel off his tyres from going off there. He'll be fired up as well and ready for an aggressive drive, I think, through the field here. Could we see a burn from the stern, as they say in America?
That is the plan, definitely, for Steve Laidlaw. We'll see whether he's able to do it now. Is that smoke from the back of Callum Newsham's car? I think it is.
Yes.
He's actually closed in quite dramatically on Adam Shepherd, but is there an issue developing on the Hyundai in second place? He looks quicker than the leader, but is that car going to keep going for the rest of the race? 15 minutes to go. He's continuing to close, I'd say, on the Cupra driver into the chicane. It is nose to tail for the race lead, but there is definitely a trail of white smoke from the back of that car, Dave.
I hope it's not blue smoke, because that would mean it was dropping oil and he could be in trouble. If the smoke worsens, we may see him get the black and orange flag. We hope that doesn't happen. Running wide there in fourth place was Sam Laidlaw coming out of the chicane. Very easy to do there. Alistair Camp and young Finn Leslie behind them, the former Fiesta Junior man. Very impressive so far.
Very impressive. 6th position on debut, the highest placed of the newcomers in the championship. Seems to get worse at high speed, doesn't it, this smoke from the Newsham car? Is it just bodywork rubbing, or is that engine related? I fear it's engine.
That looks mechanical to me, yes.
I think you're right, unfortunately, and he's now dropping back, isn't he, from Shepherd, possibly realising that there is an issue with the car and just trying to keep it running. He's off the pace, he's pulling out of the way, and he is relinquishing second position to Brad Hutchison. So heartbreak for Callum Newsham, who was well up for the fight when I spoke to him this morning, but already I'm afraid that car looks as though it's playing up, and in fact, is that now fire from underneath the car? Certainly looked like there was an orange glow, the smoke intensifying. Let's hope he can get the car to a place of safety.
Yeah, if he pulls up by the pit lane entrance, the fire tender is down there, so hopefully that car is not going to catch light and he can make it safely into the pit lane where there are fire marshals just in case, as the pack heads over the line, and Adam Shepherd leads the way by just over 2.5 seconds.
Yes, fastest lap of the race, perhaps unsurprisingly for the race leader, a 109.4. That was 1.2 seconds quicker than anything Brad Hutchison could do, although of course Brad had a face full of smoke for the first half of that lap. He has definitely got the attentions of Sam Laidlaw though, as the Gen 2 Cupra battles with the Gen 3 example for the bottom steps on the podium. Then Ali Camp in fourth, Finn Leslie now into the top 5, and Will Beach in 6th position. Will Beach in his debut race in a Gen 2 car, running really well. Here he comes looking the Gen 2 Cupra, and he has got Ron McGovern behind, and then side by side behind them, that's the recovering Steve Laidlaw, blasting around the outside, I believe, of Mark Smith.
Yes, Mark Smith, the ex-Alfa Romeo Championship racer, briefly appeared in BTCC around 20 years ago as well. Very much an Alfa man at the time, the man from Cannock in Staffordshire, and he is second at the moment in the Goodyear Diamond Award, of the Goodyear Diamond Award drivers.
Indeed he is, so going well, Mark Smith at the moment. Will Beach comes towards us, Rod McGovern behind, making his debut in the championship in another one of those evergreen Hyundai i30Ns, but Steve Laidlaw is flying. It'll be very interesting to see what his lap time is this time. Steve Laidlaw comes across the line, now up into 8th position, 1 minute 10.5. That's only a second slower than the leader, but bear in mind he's been in traffic ever since the restart, so Steve Laidlaw has some good pace in that car. If he can get into some clean air, could well go even faster. He will likely make a move on Rod McGovern before too much longer. Here he comes, the pink highlighted Cupra. The Hyundai in front of McGovern looks very leery through the Craner curves, and Rod ends up sort of inadvertently on a defensive line into the old hair, but he's slow on the exit. Steve Laidlaw has the run, and should, by the time they reach McLean's, Dave, have 6th position.
This is for the lead of the Diamond Award as well for Steve Laidlaw. He's come through very well indeed from the tail end of the field. He's up towards McLean's. This is the pair battling just behind them. Mark Smith just about holding off Greg Saunders, who started from the back of the grid, and behind them is young Harry Bloor in the number 11. Now he's not long out of karting, so great to see him making a big leap up into TCR.
Yes, that is a big leap. We often see drivers do karting, then a bit of junior racing, then into TCR. He's made the jump straight up into a touring car, and going rather well as well, keeping touch with the cars just ahead. Here comes Steve Laidlaw, though he can't be stopped, can he? Gets to the inside now of Will Beach. This is for 6th position overall, and he's later on the brakes. There's a bit of damage actually on the front of Will Beach's Capture Motorsport Cupra, and he in the end doesn't make life too difficult for Steve Laidlaw. Now then, Steve is in clean air. Now I'll be interested to see what sort of lap times he's got as he tries to chase after Finn Leslie in 5th position. The gap at the start of the lap was somewhere in excess of 6 seconds. On the previous lap he was only 0.2 quicker than Finn, but again hasn't had clean air until this point. Battle here though, Dave, for 2nd position, and Sam Laidlaw, taking after his father here in more ways than one, is very much on the attack.
Yes, his last lap time, Sam Laidlaw, was half a second quicker than that of Brad Hutchinson. Could he be lining up for a move here into the Robert Chicane. I don't think he's quite going to be close enough this time. He bobs back in behind the Cupra ahead of him, the number 17 of Bondit with MPH Racing, just about holding off the area motorsport car of Sam Laidlaw. This is for second place. They're nearly 4.5 seconds behind leader Adam Shepherd now with just under half of the race to go. Sam Laidlaw moves to the inside, a little bit of contact there, they bounce off each other. Oh, Brad Hutchinson goes rally crossing. Is he going to hold it together as they come towards the Craner curves? He's avoided the spin that I thought he was going to go into. He rejoins behind Alistair Camp.
Yeah, I was a bit worried he was going to understeer into the wall there. Once you're on that grass, which is still a bit damp after this morning's rain, there's very little grip, but that was a real shame. Tiniest of touches, just on the apex, a secondary touch on the exit, and off went Brad Hutchison. He rejoins just in front of Finn Leslie, so he's still in fourth, but that will be of little consolation, I'm afraid. His car, though, didn't look all that compliant in the build-up to that, did it? Look like it was generating quite a bit of understeer, and that's sort of what opened the door, I think, for Sam Laidlaw to get to the inside into Redgate Corner. Right, this battle still rages on. We've got Hyundai, Cupra, Hyundai here battling away. It is Rob McGovern 7th, Will Beach was 8th, although I think that might be Mark Smith now possibly ahead of him, and then you've got Harry Blur at the back of it. Sorry, Beach, excuse me, then Smith Saunders, isn't it, and Blur together as they drop down towards the Robert Chicane, and 4 of them getting absolutely together. That's Rob McGovern, isn't it?
That is Smith and Saunders now behind McGovern, so has Will Beach got through ahead of him? We'll see as they cross the line. We've got Alistair Camp coming into the pits as well, I can tell you.
Oh.
So he's gone from 5th, and I think we've lost Will Beach as well.
Will Beach has dropped behind this group. There he is at the top of shot. That's what was confusing me. It doesn't take much. So he comes through quite a bit further back than he was. And yeah, Alistair Camp into the pit lane. Well, you say 5th. He was actually 3rd, I believe, after that little contretemps at the first corner between Hutchison and Laidlaw. It all means that Brad Hutchison is actually back into 3rd position now. So
no, he isn't.
No, he isn't, because he's off at the side of the road. Brad Hutchison's car. And now that looks like an overheating engine. He picked up a load of grass in the grill with that off at Redgate. And I think the engine already has overheated, which is testament, Dave, to what you said pre-race. It is quite warm out there. It only took a lap, less than a lap, for that engine to fully overheat.
Yes, indeed. So quite a bit of attrition on that last lap. Will Beach lost about 5 seconds somewhere and has dropped 3 places as a result. We've got Alistair Camp into the pits for a potential podium position in his Hyundai, and Brad Hutchinson out of the race as well. So Brad Hutchison, I should say. So Adam Shepherd now clearing the lead by nearly 6 seconds. New fastest lap that time as well. Sam Laidlaw 2nd. Finn Leslie on his debut up to 3rd.
Who would have predicted that? That's remarkable, although I will point out that he's only 1.7 seconds ahead of Steve Laidlaw. Remember him? Pointing the wrong way at the first corner was Steve Laidlaw, buried in the gravel, and he is up into 4th position now and going quicker. He was 1.5 seconds quicker than Finn Leslie on the previous lap, so he should be able to close in on the youngster. How much of a fight will Finn put up, though, for a podium finish in his maiden race in TCR UK? That could be a battle well worth watching.
This is the battle for 5th we're watching at the moment through the old hairpin. 4 cars line astern. McGovern, Smith, Saunders and Harry Blore. There is Steve Laidlaw. He has charged up through the order. He's catching the Hyundai N liveried, the light blue and red i30N of Finn Leslie, but he goes wide, coming out of Coppice. Well, maybe tyres are heating up a little too much in these slightly humid conditions.
It is not cold, is it? We've made this point a few times and it is relevant. It's not cold out there, and I wonder if that left front tyre is starting to go away. Certainly looked to me like Brad Hutchison's left front tyre was going away earlier on. That sort of triggered that battle, that moment that he had with Sam Laidlaw, who, remember, is in 2nd position. Steve, though, wants to make it a double Laidlaw podium. I don't think Finn Leslie's going to roll over without a fight here, though. He generated a bit of a reputation in Fiesta Juniors for being a feisty racer, not dirty, but a feisty racer. He does not make it easy for his opponents, and if you were given the possibility of a podium in your first ever race in TCR UK, I'm fairly certain you would fight for it. So Finn Leslie's not going to be an easy overtake here for Steve Laidlaw, no matter how much quicker Steve might be at this point.
Just under 6 minutes of this TCR UK season opener to go then. The lead has gone out to just over 6 seconds for Adam Shepherd ahead of Sam Laidlaw now. We've got another car that's pulled into the pits, I'm being told. Looking at the timing screen, it's George Jackson, the number 28, has pulled up in the Golf, so we could be down to 11 runners. There we see Alistair Camp's car. There's Jackson, the white and blue Golf in the background. So Finn Leslie still third. We'll see what the lap times are as they go over the line. So the gap is down to 0.7 of a second, with Steve Laidlaw's time nearly a second quicker.
So he's continuing to close, isn't he then? That was a 109.7, let's call it, so 0.8 faster. There's his son Sam. Now Sam was actually 0.2 faster than the race leader last time around. The trouble is he's nearly 6 seconds back and there's only 5 minutes to go, so I think Adam Shepherd should be able to coast this one home from here. The real question mark is who will occupy that third step of the podium. Here they come, while Steve Laidlaw has caught Finn Leslie. He's going to try and make a move up through Schwann's Curve. He's got the outside line from McLean's. He had the momentum, but yes, Finn Leslie's going to put a fight up. He's late on the brakes, sails through McLean's corner, drifts wide on the exit, tries to close the door, but Steve Laidlaw is there, and Steve Laidlaw will go through on the inside at Coppice corner, but then runs wide himself. Finn Leslie sees the chance, gets the switchback. Excellent racecraft from both of them, and they're door handle to door handle down the exhibition straight. Now somebody will have to back out of this. Leslie's got the inside, Laidlaw on the outside, locks the rear brakes. Leslie goes back through. 10 out of 10, and Finn Leslie, as predicted Dave, is not moving out of the way.
Well, he's driving well beyond his tender years, is Finn Leslie. A brilliant drive in the Hyundai i30N. Here comes Steve Laidlaw now down the out. He's never going to go around the outside at Redgate. Surely he's going to try to. He'll try and get the cut back on the exit into the top of Hollywood, and the rain occurs right on the bumper there as they come out of the corner with just under 4 minutes of this race to go. Shepherd still leads from Sam Laidlaw, and Steve still all over the back of Leslie. And there's quite a gap back to McGovern heading the battle for 5th place. It's all about this fight for third moment, and Leslie actually pulls away a little bit at the bottom of the crane and into the old hairpin there.
Yeah, the Hyundai really rotated well through the old hairpin. It means he's not under quite the same level of pressure at the top of the hill as he was a lap ago. That was really classy defensive driving, I thought, there from Finn, getting the switch back and then parking it on the apex at Redgate as well to prevent Steve Laidlaw doing the same thing to him. This time they're both wide at Coppice corner. There isn't an abundance of grip out there, I've been told today, and I think we're seeing that now up at the top end of the circuit. Leslie, though, survives that scare, moves to the inside of the road. Steve Laidlaw jinking around in his mirrors, trying to put him off. Now tries to outbrake him around the outside into the chicane. That won't work, and on the exit they remain single file. Finn Leslie has 3 minutes of this to try and survive. I would say the Cupra is a bit stronger in a straight line at the moment, but Finn Leslie will not give Steve Laidlaw the inside line.
He's weaving about there as they come down the straight into Redgate. He's all over the back of the Hyundai. He's right on the bumper there as they come, exactly as he was a lap ago as they come towards Hollywood. Incidentally, we've lost Harry Bloor into the pits. He's pulled in, so down the Craner curves comes the third place battle, and still Finn Leslie driving a brilliant defensive race here for that third place. Again gets a car length or so's gap as they come out of the old hairpin and then up towards Schwann's Curve, but Laidlaw up on the outside towards McLean's.
Yeah, this is where the Cupra seems strong, accelerating uphill into the right-handers at McLean's and Coppice. Leslie was defending the inside line. We'll see on it in a moment or two who comes out of McLean's still with that third position. Behind there are still some battles going on. Rob McGovern now into the top 5 ahead of Mark Smith and Greg Saunders. Here they come, and Steve Laidlaw's got him. Steve Laidlaw gets him at Coppice corner, and Finn Leslie, I think, finally just left the door open, and through goes the Cupra driver. But what a brilliant defence that was from Finn Leslie, and he'll try now to settle in behind Steve Laidlaw, learn a thing or two maybe, and try and keep the pressure on until the flag. There is a bit of damage, look, on the right hand side of Finn's car. Whether that's a legacy of the overtake that we didn't see or not, I'm not sure, but anyway, Steve Laidlaw goes through and just needs to try and get his head down now over the final 2 laps to build a margin over the impressive youngster.
Well, I don't think he's going to catch his son Sam. There's a gap of nearly 15 seconds between those two at the line that time through, but maybe there was a bit of shoulder rubbing went on through Coppice corner there. You can see the wing is loose on Finn Leslie's car there, still there in 4th. Rod McGovern further back rounding up the top 5. He's similarly nearly 15 seconds behind these two. The lead gap is almost 6 seconds, with Adam Shepherd seemingly heading for victory. The Gen 1 Cup is being led by Jeff Alden in 9th place, and Steve Laidlaw on top of the Diamond Trophy.
Indeed so. Adam Shepherd then comes through to begin the final lap of this season opening race at Donington Park. It's been a sublime drive this from Shepherd, it's got to be said. Yes, some of his rivals fell by the wayside, but Adam has driven a brilliant race. The car, touch wood, has stuck together so far in this one and just needs to make it round the final lap of the Donington Park National Circuit. Just under 2 miles then to go for Adam Shepherd. Sam Laidlaw, Steve Laidlaw second and third respectively. Then Finn Leslie fourth, Rod McGovern fifth, and the rest filing in behind. But Adam Shepherd, this is exactly the tonic that he needed after what was an incredibly disappointing season last year. And the car always quick, Adam always quick. It was just that niggling issue with the fuel system that kept taking them out of races. Race after race he retired from. He told me this morning it cost him 6 wins in a row. I actually agree with him. I think he would have won those 6 races and would have won the championship had it not been for these mechanical issues. But it would seem that the team have got to the bottom of it, and with a new team actually now he is running with for 2025. Adam Shepherd will begin the new season as a race winner. Adam Shepherd wins the season opener here at Donington Park, in the end by a fairly comfortable margin over Sam Laidlaw, who had a strong run to second position. The next car across the line is Harry Blur, who is of course laps down but did at least get the car running again before the checkered flag. And then we wait to see if there's been another change in third. No, Steve Laidlaw appears out of the final chicane after probably the drive of the day, that you'd have to say, from the gravel trap at turn 1 to the podium at the end of the race. And all of that after a thrilling mid-race battle with youngster Finn Leslie, who is already, I think, catching everybody's attention for all the right reasons. Well, Dave, that was a very entertaining opening race of the season altogether.
It certainly was, yes, very enjoyable indeed. Steve Laidlaw, as you say, the star man, through from the back of the field up into a podium position. You have to feel for a couple of drivers, Brad Hutchison suffering those mechanical problems, and Callum Newsham, what might have been as well. He was on for a podium in the early stages. Here come the Audis home. Jeff Alden is going to top their battle ahead of Cedric Block in the hand-controlled car. That will be the battle for the Gen 1 Cup honours over the line. And have they got ahead? Yes, getting ahead of Will Beach there towards the end as well, so he's slowed on the final lap. Yeah, well, he had that moment mid-race, didn't he, where he dropped 3 or 4 positions, and then all of a sudden the car seemed to lose pace down the back straight. So yeah, Jeff Alden, the Gen 1 winner, gets ahead of him, and Cedric Block ends up coming home second in the Gen 1 Cup. Of course, George Jackson, who was so confident going into the race, unfortunately that visit to the pit lane put him out of contention. So lots of talking points after that first race of the weekend. Remember, we do this twice over again tomorrow. The second race of the weekend is the partially reversed grid. We take the top 10 finishers from that race, invert them, and that gives you the grid for race 2. So it would provisionally be Will Beach and Cedric Block on the front row, and Adam Shepherd would have a lot of overtaking to do from 10th. He certainly would, yes, but that certainly would liven things up, as we're going to see tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's reverse grid race, but results confirmed. Adam Shepherd, the winner, 6.5 seconds his margin over Sam Laidlaw in the end. Steve Laidlaw from the gravel trap at turn 1 ends up third by the checkered flag, with the impressive Finn Leslie in fourth. Rod McGovern flew under the radar for much of that race, but came home a solid fifth, ahead of Mark Smith and Greg Saunders. Then the Gen 1 Cup winner, Jeff Alden, 8th position overall, ahead of Cedric Block, also in that category, and they were only a second and a half or so apart at the checkered flag. Will Beach was the last car that ran relatively untroubled, although of course did have that mystery sort of slowdown on the final lap. What the reason for that was, I'm not sure. We'll try and find out. But he comes home in 10th position overall, ahead of Harry Blur and George Jackson, both of them having taken a trip to the pit lane. Brad Hutchison, well, that was one of the real drivers. In fact, the 3 drivers who didn't finish that race were all drivers who could have won it. Brad Hutchison, Alistair Camp, Callum Newsham, all of them starting their season with a 0-pointer in race number 1, and all of them went into it with such high hopes. Hopefully, Dave, they'll be able to get those cars fixed for tomorrow, because again, they'll be coming from the back of the grid along with the top 3 finishers from that race. Race 2 could be pretty lively. It certainly will be, yes, but I think we can now head down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Fermate to hear from our race winner.
Right, here we go. We have the happiest man right now. Just going to pose for a couple of... No, pose for your photo, Adam. Go on, you deserve it, mate. He's just going to pose for a couple of photos. Spoke to him, of course, then before the race. Adam Shepherd controlled the race really from the front. Adam, you controlled that from the front. Perfect way to start the season, eh?
Yeah, brilliant. The car was phenomenal. We was... once we had a gap, it was just about manage it and hope something doesn't go wrong. So, yeah, at the end, we're just literally cruising round. The car was phenomenal. So, huge thanks to all the team, the sponsors, 5G Communications, Capture Motorsport, AMR Motorsport, so many, PBS Brakes. This, yeah, car's phenomenal.
How important is it to you and the team to win the opening race of the season, do you think, for the rest of the campaign?
Yeah, I think it just shows our intent, really. Last year was a bit bitter for us all. We felt like we was well in control of the championship, and then mechanical gremlins killed us. So to turn back up, double pole, lights the flag victory is it's good.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Enjoy this one, won't you? You've got a bit of time as well. It doesn't have to do too much. Let's just grab Sam here as well. We've got Steve there. Sam, very quick word. Father-son podium. How nice does that feel?
Yeah, it's mint. I was shocked to see that it was on podium, to be fair, because me and Adam kind of got away from the pack a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm so happy.
We'll grab a chat with old man in a little bit. But how important is it for you to be on a podium?
Oh, mint. It's definitely what we needed the first race of the season. We've done a lot of work at Winter to get to where we are now. So yeah, chuffed.
Congratulations, well done there. Apologies there if you did hear some bad language. I'm sure you can appreciate emotions are running very high. Let's grab Steve. Steve, can we have a quick chat with you over here as well? Well, I bet you didn't expect that after opening lap.
No, not at all. I just got picked up and turned around quite hard, and I couldn't get the engine started for a little while, and then it started and I was just like, well, I won't swear on whatever TV this is, but I was like, well, come on, let's go. And then the freedom of not having pressure to hold a front position, man, that was such a fun race.
I suppose it happening so early in the race actually gave you a chance to come back as well, didn't it?
Yeah, the one lap safety car definitely played it in my hands. It gave me the half a lap of slack that I needed, but yeah, sick. Absolutely mega season this is going to be.
Sick. I love that. It's going to be a party in the Laidlaw house tonight. Might pop out later. Well done. Congratulations. Here we go. What a fantastic race that was. Here is Steve's car, by the way. I just wonder if must be a bit of gravel on there somewhere right out the back. What a fantastic race from Steve Laidlaw. And of course, Sam on the podium too. Adam Shepherd, though, getting the win. The perfect start to the season for Adam Shepherd. He's your race winner. Fantastic stuff from TCR. Good news. We're back tomorrow with 2 races as well. There's still plenty more action coming up today, though. Classic Touring Car Racing Club, they are next. Let's hand over to commentator Dave to take you through the race. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian, and thanks very much to Andy McEwen as well. We'll hear from him tomorrow with our 2 TCR UK races and the Milltek Civic Cup back on track as well for their season opener. That's all coming up tomorrow. Their first race due off at 10:35. Next up, we have no fewer than 4 championships on one grid from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Next we have Deep Breath, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Cars, the TrackHub.UK Pre-93 Touring Cars, the Bertie Haulage Pre-2003 Touring Cars, and the Super Touring Series, all on the same grid. This will be a rolling start to this race. The Super Tourers, there should have been 6 of them, but I think we're only going to see 5, unfortunately, go off from the fronts. And then the other 3 championships, all mixed together, will go behind them. Let's have a look at the grid then. Well, the Super Tourers are off from the front, and it's AJ Owen, former Pre-03 Touring Car champion in his Ford Mondeo, who will be in pole position alongside Roger Stanford, the Touring Car veteran, who is in a Vauxhall Astra Sport Hatch. That's not a Super Tour, it's a BTC Touring Car from a few years later. As is the car on row 2, Rick Kerry, number 22, the first time we've seen one of the Peugeot 406 coupes from the early 2000s in this series. And he starts alongside one of the very first Super Tourers to be built, the Vauxhall Cavalier of Jim Pocklington. Completing the Super Tourers is another BTC touring car, Jason Hughes, who's we normally see out in his ex-Jason Plato Vauxhall Vectra. He's in an MG ZS this weekend. That he raced in period, that same car, in the BTCC. We should have seen Matty Evans out as well in his Vauxhall Cavalier, the ex-Ian Heward car, among others. That's had some clutch problems, unfortunately, so I don't think we're going to see that car, sadly. There's a gap next, and we have the remaining classes, starting with some of the pre-93 cars. 441 Ian Bauer and 17 Will Davison in their BMWs, and behind them is another BMW, number 40 Jazz Sapra, and alongside him, a name who's already won a race today, 69 Michael Cullen, at the wheel of his beautiful BMW E30 M3. Behind them, 95 Kevin Willis and 36 Sean Morris in E36 BMWs. Then we've got 114 Daniel Gandesha, who's in an M3 as well, and alongside him is 121 Joe Dorrington, first of the Pre-03 Touring Car Championship machines. Row 9 is the first of the Pre-83s, which is Jonathan Corker in his Datsun 510, alongside Harry Hickton, the reigning Mini Challenge Trophy champion in Father David's Opel Kadett. And on the 10th row, a pair of Ford Escort Mark 1s, number 3 Tom Harvey and 197 Graham Smith. The 11th row, another Mark 1 Escort, that's of Mark Fowler, car number 2, and 14 Carl Shreve is in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Then on row number 12, something I don't think we've ever seen before, a car with a 4-digit number 1441. Stuart Kay, the chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, in his Ford Capri, starts alongside Jake Margulies, who's out in an Alfa Romeo GTV6, the Andy Rouse lookalike. Row 13 is number 16 Malcolm Jeffs with a brand new paint job on his Golf GTI for this season, starting alongside 566 Jared Knight. He's in a Mark II Escort. Row 14 is a new car for number 74 Neil Philpotts. We used to see him in a Mitsubishi Starion Turbo. He's now in a beautiful black liveried Colt Lancer, something quite special and very rare indeed there, starting alongside Peter Bulbick in his Ford Capri. The 15th row, Colin Claxton in a Dolly Sprint alongside a new car for the former Blue Oval Saloon Series champion, 122 James Dunkley in another Ford Fiesta. Not in the Mark II XR2 this time, he's in a Mark I XR2. And the last couple of rows, Phil Waller, number 61, is in a Hillman Avenger alongside 24 Mike Seaborn. Good to see him back out in his Jaguar XJS. And the final row, couple of cars that had issues in qualifying. 153 Simon Mann in his BMW 328 and Nick Williamson in his big Rover SD1 Vitesse. Well, the car's on their green flag lap, and we can very quickly find out who Ian caught up with earlier on.
Right, everybody, here we go. Almost time for the next race. A bit of a mouthful, this one. It is the Classic Touring cars, the pre-83s, the pre-93s, the 03s, and the Super Tourers are back as well. They are going to be making their way up to the front once they arrive. They're not quite here yet, but let's go chat to Jonathan Corker over here, shall we? Expected to go well, I believe, once again this year. Jonathan, how you doing? It's good to see you again. Busy winter for you?
Well, yeah, not really on the car though, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just quickly threw it together and did a quick refresh before this started this. Yeah, did the bodywork damage from that was 2 days ago. So
it's a little bit of a step into the unknown today, then, is it?
Yeah, well, it's got a bit of smoke coming out of the breather, so I'm just a bit concerned about that.
Okay.
So we'll have to see how that pans out.
Looks like you might avoid the rain as well, so that's good. That's something good, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, we'll keep an eye on you. I hope it all goes well as well, sure. Yeah, thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Let's keep moving on, shall we? Tom, how are we doing, my man? It's good to see you again. The man with the best moustache in motorsport.
Oh, that's good. Not as good as Nigel Mansell, was it?
Oh, it's up there. But how are we feeling ahead of this season?
Yeah, pretty positive. And a little bit of pre-season testing, and that went all right. Car's starting to come together now. We're starting to really get us one, you know. Not as quick as we hoped in qualifying, but it was just tricky qualifying. It was busy, wasn't it? Just got to try and go onto the back of John Corker and try and get past somewhere.
I was just about to touch on the grid. It's absolutely huge, isn't it? Because you're going to have the Super Tours up there as well.
Yeah, hopefully they make a good start and disappear out the road for a bit. But I think it's going to be a good race. They've got a good grid, a lovely big grid. It's a shame when we turn up to the first year and you end up with depleted grids, but it's a real good grid this year.
I think I heard something across the whole weekend. We've got about 255 entrants or something.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's great, isn't it? It's good to see. BARC are always doing a great job.
Well said. Tom, best of luck for the race. Really do appreciate it. Here we go. Time to go racing this massive grid. We're halfway down already. Look how far back it goes as well. And the cars aren't all here yet. The whistle's about to blow, though, so as soon as they do turn up, it will be time to go racing for the pre-83s, 93s, 03s, and Super Tours here at Donington Park. Dave, over to you.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the cars are just forming up on the grid, I can tell you, ready for the rolling start. This will be a 15-minute race for our 4 combined championships and series on the grid for this one. Super Tours will start from the front and then a gap back to the rest of the pack. I can tell you, unfortunately, Jason Hughes isn't there in the MG ZS, so we've got just a quartet of the Super Touring and BTC cars. Green flag waving at the back of the grid, so the pace car about to lead the field. On pole position in the Valvoline Mondeo, the Paul Radicic lookalike from 1995. And alongside him, Roger Stanford in the Astra Sport hatch from, I think, the 2005 season in the British Touring Car Championship. Great to see Roger back out after that accident he had a couple of years ago at Alton Park in his Lotus Cortina. And there, the orange car, that is Rick Kerry, ex-BTCC driver himself in a BMW 1 Series in period. And he's in the ex-Tim Harvey Vic Lee Motorsport Peugeot 406 Coupe from 2002. Teammate to Harvey, Dan Eves, won the Independence title that season. Pre-83s should be rather more open than usual, it has to be said, because the 12 times champion of the Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship, Stephen Primet, and his famous Mark 1 Escort, not here this weekend. So Jonathan Corker in the little Datsun, who we just heard from, will start as the favourite perhaps there. Pre-93 is the preserve of BMW M3s. In fact, the only car breaking the BMW dominance is Mike Seaborn's big Jaguar XJS. Remember him in the wet at Thruxton last year when he spent the all-comers race completely sideways for the whole race. There's the bright orange car there, Harry Hickton, very talented young saloon car racer in the Opel Kadett. Good to see Nick Williamson on the back of the grid in the Rover SD1 as well, the big Rover Vitesse. Jim Pocklington in the Cavalier in the colours of John Cleland from the very early days of Super Touring. In fact, I think that car was one of the very first Super Touring cars to be built back in the 1990 season when the Group A Sierras were still on the grid with them. Big field of, should see around 30 cars out there for this one. It'll be a rolling start. The 4 Super Tourers will lead them off, everybody else battling behind them. Led by Ian Bauer, the former Pre-93 champion in the Castrol liveried BMW M3. Alongside him, Will Davison in the yellow M3. Waiting for the red lights to go out. They do so now. Super Tourers get underway. AJ Owen and Roger Stanford together down towards the first corner. Jim Pocklington up into third place and going for second up the inside. The 2 Vauxhalls of differing generations together. A little bit of a twitch there for Pocklington on his slightly cold tyres. Behind them, Rick Kerry in the Peugeot. And then we'll have the cavalry charge of the rest of the pack coming towards Redgate. Here they come, Ian Bauer, Will Davison, and there's that gorgeous E30 M3 of Michael Cullen coming up on the outside. But he's going to lose out to Jazz Sapra, the man who races the BMW somewhere in the UK just about every weekend in one championship or series or another. Behind Cullen is Kevin Willis. Then we've got the Bastos liveried BMW of Sean Morris, the car made famous in the Spa 24 Hours among other events. Well, the nostalgia trip is underway then, and Roger Stanford staying ahead of the similar Vauxhall. But I think I can see the lights flashing there. The safety car is going to be coming out, and the safety car is going to pick up race leader AJ Owen, the former Pre-03 touring car champion. There's the reason we've got a car stopped on the exhibition straights. I think that's Daniel Gandesha's BMW M3, the orange car there. So that has come to a halt on the rolling start. So the safety car will pick up our race leader, Paul Radicic, aka AJ Owen. Used to race a Matt Neal lookalike Honda Civic in the CTCRC. And this might close everybody up to the back of the Super Tourers. It is Daniel Gandesha, number 114 from Kent, who has come to a halt there. I think this was his first race with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and it hasn't got very far, sadly. Thankfully, everybody able to avoid him. The marshals will recover the M3. Leading the Pre-93s is Ian Bauer, the former champion in his M3, ahead of Will Davison and Jazz Sapra. The Pre-03s led by Joe Dorrington in the grey Honda Civic. The Pre-03s sadly a bit thin on the ground for this season opener. There is Tim Harvey, aka Rick Kerry, former Kumho BMW Championship winner a few years ago, and did a couple of seasons in BTCC with the BMW 1 Series, the diesel-powered car. Very unusual to see him in anything other than a BMW, to be honest, but now out in this very rare Peugeot 406 Coupe. So a few cars that failed to take the start, unfortunately. Jason Hughes, you mentioned. Malcolm Jeffs as well, the VW Golf, didn't take the start. He's got a new livery this year, Imperial, that car sponsored by Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Chewing Gum, painted in their colours, but sadly not making it out for this one. There's Simon Mann in the Cadbury's liveried BMW. Certainly a sweet theme to this race, isn't there? Safety car will be in this lap, I think, and the race will resume. And look, it's allowed the pre-93s, all those BMWs, to close up onto the back of the quartet of Super Touring and BTC cars. Our Beamers can play with the big guns, they're saying. Rick Kerry's backed them up a bit there. You see the Peugeot as the revs begin to rise. We're about to get back underway under green flag racing. Away they go, and AJ Owen sprints away in the Ford Mondeo, and already the BMW's getting past Rick Kerry. Ian Bauer and Will Davison, they want to battle with the Super Tourers. Of course, the BMW E36 M3 was a very famous Super Touring machine. Likes of Joachim Winkelhock, Steve Soper, Tim Harvey as well. Very successful in BTCC with those. But it's AJ Owen that leads the way in the Valvoline 1995 spec Mondeo, ahead of Roger Stanford, Jim Pocklington, Bauer, Davison, then it's Rick Kerry. Behind him, Jasper Sapra, the Warwickshire driver in his M3, ahead of Michael Cullen in the E30 shape version. Down the hill they come. Jake Margulies there, son of David, who used to race that Alfa Romeo, was under pressure there as they came down the hill. I think that was Stuart Kay in the Capri behind him. Will Davison in second place in pre-93, and he's going for the lead on the inside. RV and Bauer in the Castrol liveried car, the CBM team look-alike from the Italian Superturismo Championship. Emanuele Naspetti won a couple of titles in cars in that livery. Through the Roberts chicane, Cullen battling with Sapra behind them for third in championship. Various subclasses as well down the order, we'll pick up those later on. Kevin Willis in the yellow M3 with the black bonnet in behind them, then Sean Morris. Rick Kerry's dropping back in the Peugeot. But now Ian Bauer is taking the fight to the Super Tourers. He's passed Jim Pocklington in the John Cleland look-alike Vauxhall. And now he's tucked under the rear wing of that Astra Sport hatch of Roger Stanford, who used to race an E30 M3. And Will Davison, look at him having a go at Pocklington as well. Bauer's up to second overall, and Davison up into fourth overall, ahead of Jim Pocklington's Cavalier. Now, can they catch AJ Owen for the overall lead? There's the Mondeo. Ford, BMW, Vauxhall, BMW, Vauxhall. Roger Stanford seeing the Bastos livery on Sean Morris's BMW further back. It was Roger who used to race the Bastos E30 M3 in the pre-93 touring cars, along with his son Jack. Jack busy with work these days. Top five well clear into the Robert chicane. Sixth behind them is Michael Cullen. We've already seen him take a win today in his Lotus Cortina. And behind him it is Jazz Sapra, still ahead of Kevin Willis, Sean Morris and Rick Kerry next in the order. And then it's Joe Dorrington who leads the pre-03s. Who's leading the pre-83s? Let's have a look further back. It is Jonathan Corker in the Datsun 510, ahead of Harry Hickton in the Opel Kadett and Tom Harvey in the Mark 1 Escorts. There is Cullen, ahead of the two yellow cars of Sapra and Willis. Jazz Sapra, you named this. If you name the championship, if it's eligible for a BMW to race in it, he's competed in it, along with his running mate Lucky Carer, now a star of British GT. Sean Morris closing on these two in the number 36 car. Then there's a gap back to Dorrington and Corker, leading their respective championships. Fighting back is John Cleland, aka Jim Pocklington, up the inside into Coppice. This is the battle for second, third, and third, fourth, and fifth overall, I should say, with Ian Bauer having already gone through in a second. Now, has Bauer caught it? Well, he's got more than caught AJ Owen. He's taken the lead. Lock up there from Pocklington. Nearly clips the back of Will Davison's BMW. The last thing we want to see is that Vauxhall damaged, the Cavalier, one of the earliest Super Tourers. It was here in, I think it was the 1991 BTCC season, that may have been 92, that a pair of those Vauxhalls in those colours, John Cleland and Jeff Allen, went off on oil exiting McLean's and piled into a car that was in the gravel trap. Safety cars hadn't been invented then. And Jeff Allen's car was well and truly written off as Will Davison goes for the inside on Roger Stanford's Astra Sport hatch in the VXR livery. It's the likes of Fabrizio Giovanardi used to race those cars in period, of course. Now here's a battle further back. Stuart Kay in 17th place in the Capri, the chairman of the CTCRC. Chased by the Auto Reserve Parts Jaguar XJS of Mike Seaborn, the railway worker from Wiltshire. Sharing that car with John Gill this weekend. John will race it in tomorrow's race. And John's here with his Peugeot 205 hot rod in the classic Thunder Saloons. Oh, AJ Owen with problems. And the Mondeo is pulling off. Oh, what a shame for AJ. The Mondeo out of the race, the car that had a win at Brands Hatch last year. And is Roger Stanford slowing there as well? I think he is. Pocklington's up alongside him. Davison and Cullen have gone through. Now, I wonder if Roger Stanford's got a problem there with the Astra Sport hatch. He's up there with Pocklington, who goes round the outside of him. Well, these Super Tourers, they may be spectacular, but they are also fragile. So Ian Bauer leads. This is now the battle for second place. It's BMWs 1, 2 and 3. The E30 M3 in there in third place. It was E30 M3s that won 2 BTCC titles. Frank Sidner in the multi-class era in 1988 and Will Hoy in 1991. The late great Will Hoy. There's Rick Kerry in the Peugeot, the ex-Tim Harvey machine, run by Vic Lee in period. Rick Kerry's dropped down to 13th place now. Just really running this car in. Of course, Peugeot, one of the two original manufacturers when the BTC era arrived in 2001, following the demise of Super Touring, along with Vauxhall, and briefly the Alfa Romeos as well. Well, there's the little Datsun of 85 Jonathan Corker. He's 10th overall and he's leading the Pre-83s, the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship. In the absence of his title rival of the last couple of years, Stephen Primet, this weekend. And behind him is the Opel Kadett of young Harry Hickton. Came into racing in the Junior Saloon Car Championship as a complete novice, not even any karting. And last year won the title in the Mini Challenge Trophy category. Just over 4 minutes of this race still to go. Third in Pre-83 is Tom Harvey with his Mark 1 Escort, the Shell livery machine. Here's a battle further back between the number 14, which is Carl Shreve, in what I think is the ex-Tony Crudgington Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Then Jake Margulies in the Alfa Romeo GTV, and behind him is a car we mentioned at the start of the race, Mitsubishi specialist Neil Philpotts in his stunning Colt Lancer, the black car there. And there's another new car, 122, James Dunkley, the ex-Blue Oval Saloon champion. Mr. Bacon, as he's known, you can see on the back of that beautiful Mark 1 Fiesta XR2. Really is a stunning looking car, that one. Mr. Bacon runs a food business based in Worcestershire, holding off Colin Claxton at the wheel of his Triumph Dolomites. Here's a battle between Jazz Sapra and Kevin Willis. This is for 6th overall. Just behind them, Sean Morris. Battle of the Beamers. So under 3 minutes left. They're lapping Phil Waller at the wheel of his Hillman Avenger. Nick Williamson being lapped as well, the big Rover SD1. Andy Rouse took one of those to a BTCC title in the 80s. Well, Ian Bauer looks like he's heading for overall victory. He's going to defeat the Super Tourers. Michael Cullen now up to second. He's got ahead of Will Davison. Jim Pocklington is the leading Super Tourer in the Vauxhall Cavalier. It's the main battle on track at the moment. Kevin Willis trying to make a move as they lap the Ford Capri of Peter Boldick there on Jazz Sapra. There goes your leader, slapping Claxton and James Dunkley, the first ever race for his new Mark 1 Fiesta XR2. Couple of laps to go for Ian Bauer, the former Pre-93 champion. Relinquished his title to Stuart Waits last year. Stuart not out this weekend. Down the Craners into the old hairpin. Beautiful Castrol livery from the Italian Super Turismo Championship. Emanuele Naspetti and Fabrizio Di Simone were the drivers in period using that livery. Margulies in the Alfa Romeo holding off Jared Knight in the Mark II Escort, and here's a little and large battle. Dick Williamson, the ex-Mod Prod Saloon racer in the Big Vitesse, challenging Phil Waller in the Avenger. Bernard Unit in period won a couple of BTCC titles in Avengers. There's our second place man, Michael Cullen. Now, is he reeling in Ian Bauer? He is slightly. They're into the last lap now, so I think he's going to just run out of time to catch him. They've been waxing lyrical about the cars so much, we haven't really been concentrating on the race action, but with so many awesome cars out there, it's difficult not to. Roger Stanford back on the tail of Jim Pocklington for Super Touring honours, but Ian Bauer's going to win overall and win the Pre-93 touring cars. Gap was 2.23 seconds over Michael Cullen at the end of the last lap. Davison still in third place with his BMW. Lapping Carl Shreve's Dolomite. Another car that Andy Rouse won a BTCC title in the Dolomite and the Alfa Romeo. That shows his legacy. Coming down towards the chicane for the final time then. It is going to be a win for Ian Bauer. Cullen closing, but it's going to be just too late as they come out of the chicane for the final time. There is the checkered flag, and Ian Bauer takes the win ahead of Michael Cullen overall and in the Pre-93s. And the battle for the Super Tourers is going to go right to the line. Roger Stanford almost up alongside Jim Pocklington. They cross the line together. Pocklington gets it by 0.2 of a second. Kevin Willis and Jazz Sapra next home ahead of Sean Morris. Who's going to win the Pre-83s? I think that's going to be Jonathan Corker. Joe Dorrington in the Civic, we hardly saw him, comes out of the final chicane to win the Pre-03 Touring Car Championship, sponsored by Bertie Haulage. And there is Jonathan Corker to win the Shell Oils Pre-83 Group 1 split. And well done Harry Hickton, a fine second place in that division. Tom Harvey power slides home for third in his Escort in that class. Rick Kerry crosses the line, another Escort power sliding. That's Mark Fowler, the ex-Capri man. I wonder if there's some fluid been dropped at the chicane there. The marshal will have to check that. And here comes Mike Seaborn in the big Jaguar over the line to take 16th overall from the back of the grid. You have to feel for AJO in there, battling for the lead until the Mondeo sadly gave up the ghost. Let's have a look at the provisional results then. 11 laps completed by Ian Bauer to take the win, and he wins the Pre-93 category. Pre-93 Class C won by Michael Cullen in second place, Bauer in Pre-93B. Jim Pocklington, the winner of the Super Touring split, in fourth overall, just ahead of Roger Stanford at the line. They win their respective subclasses as well. Then Willis, Sapra, Morris in their BMWs, Joe Dorrington, the Pre-03 winner, and Jonathan Corker takes Pre-83 ahead of Hickton, Harvey and Graham Smith. Graham Smith, incidentally, got a penalty there, 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Rick Kerry just behind him. Other subclass winners including Michael Seaborn, Stuart Kay, James Dunkley and Simon Mann. 27 of the 30 cars that started going the distance in that one. Ian Bauer got the fastest lap, 1:16.107. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé in a second.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. They're not actually using a 1-2-3 board, so I thought they might have done, but what a great drive. Hi Ian, come on, that's how you do that. Well done, how was it?
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, really, really good. I got a safety car helped me a lot with catching up with the Super Tourers.
Yeah.
And then, then I just got in a rhythm, and then Will got stuck behind the Super Tourers, and I kind of slowed down a little bit, and I didn't realise.
A bit of pressure from Michael.
Yeah, I didn't realise until near the end, because I thought he was behind me, and then I saw him, so I had to get some pace on again, and then thankfully I saw the checkered flag. So yeah, great result.
Big smile on your face. First race of the season, first win. How important is it for you to take the checker in first?
Yeah, it's always fun to win. You know, it's always loads of fun to win. So and yeah, fastest I've been around here this weekend as well. So yeah, really, really happy.
Well done, Ian. Congratulations. Well done, mate. It's always so calm, isn't he? So cool, and just it's just cool to win. We're making a bit of a habit of this today, Michael, aren't we? We've got to stop meeting like this, haven't we? But you almost had Ian at the end, isn't it? You almost got Ian at the end.
Yeah, and in the end, it's my first race in that car, and I missed gear a few times at the start, and I lost a bit of time. The car is wonderful. It's absolutely fantastic and capable of winning.
So are we saying tomorrow then you are the man to watch?
Well, you know what, we'll certainly try. I don't know. I think everyone will improve. You know, it's the first race of the season, so everyone will improve. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. The car was wonderful, and it was good getting through the traffic, and we had a lot of fun. It's been a good day.
So, man, well done, Michael. It's great to see you as well. Congratulations. Somebody we've got. I wanted to speak to Stuart, but he's just in the middle of something at the minute, so we'll come back to him very shortly, because Stuart Waite has won the championship before. Let's grab Stuart. Class win for Stuart today as well. Stuart, welcome back. Welcome back.
I'm looking my finest as ever.
You always look fantastic. Look, how good? Well, I don't know. How good does it feel to be back, and with such a massive grid of cars as well?
It's amazing. It's just unreal. I loved it. I had a great race with Jake, and it just reminded me why I come here year in, year out, and do what we do.
It just seems every year, Stuart, the classic touring cars just get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, there was a guy from Motorsport News that interviewed us earlier about it, and he said, like, you guys sort of came from nowhere, and I was like, well, we've been going 50 years, it's just that nobody knew about us. So, yeah, you could see, you watch that back on the screen, you can see how good that racing was. That was amazing. Fantastic. But I'm going to go over there and pass out because I'm fat and old.
All right, go on then, go. Well, look, one thing I will say is they know about you now. There we go. Fantastic racing, the 83s, 93s, 03s, Super Tourers as well. More racing action coming up. But I tell you, look, that looks pretty nasty up there, doesn't it? The clouds. I think we might have a downpour very, very soon. Right, I'm going to hand over to for the next race, Sigma 135 catering graduates take to the track for the first time in 2025. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, cars coming to the grid already for our next race. It is the first race of the season for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. They have two classes this weekend, Sigma 135 and Sigma 150. It's the less powerful Sigma 135s that we're going to see out on track first. A new sponsor for the club this year, P4 Emergency Lighting. Rob Warner is the man behind the sponsorship there, so a big thank you to him for sponsoring the club. He's going to be racing this weekend in the Sigma 150 category as well. We'll explain the cars and the championship in a moment, but first of all, Ian caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, everybody, it's time for the first race of the season for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 135. Now, I've come over here, we've got Mike Munns here, having a little chat, and I've been trying to listen in. I'm hearing about a bit of rubber on the track. What is it we're talking about, chaps?
First corner. How much grip will be in the first corner?
Okay.
Potential moves, maybe.
What's the advice you're giving to Mike here? Lots of grip, or no grip?
No, I'm saying try and get the tyres warm. Hopefully a bit of rubber's been laid down by some of the other racers on today. And, see how it goes.
Mike, you're obviously the one behind the wheel, so you're the one who's actually going to find out what it's like down at Redgate. What are we thinking about this weather as well? We're a little bit nervous.
No, I'm thinking I'll be okay. I think we're doing okay today. I think we're good. We're good. It's going to stay dry for all the race. Maybe for the boys this afternoon it might be a little bit worse, but for us I think it'll be okay.
How good does it feel to be back?
Oh, it's fantastic, yeah. Last year was my first year, and I was saying I was pretty nervous this time last year.
Yeah.
First race for a long time. But yeah, it feels good. It's a track I've been to a few times before, so it feels good.
So you've got a bit of knowledge around here, and you're quite a way up as well. So what are you going to take from last year that you learned that you're going to bring into this year to make a bit of a difference?
Okay, so you'll be able to see it. I got to get a good start. I got an awful start last time, so get away, get a good start, stay amongst the pack up the front here, and you never know what'll happen.
You never know, Mike. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. We will, of course, as ever, we will be watching. Let's just move that. In fact, I know we've got Simon here alongside him as well, so let's just talk about that. Simon, we know how important a good start is in any form of motorsport, but in these caterings it's even more so, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're fairly close to the front here, not quite as far as I'd like to be, but it's a good place to start, and at least I don't have to worry about too many behind me, so yeah, we'll see how we get on.
What is it like when you're all going full-blooded racing in these? Because nobody really gets away, do they?
That bit's all right. It's this bit that's the problem.
Oh, really?
This is when the nerves kick in. Once you get going, it's
red mist comes as soon as the lights go out. Right?
It's not too bad. Look, it depends where you are. I think the trick is to find your place, settle in, try and keep up with the guys in front, and then worry about it a bit later in the race. So.
It's a good way to do it. Simon, best of luck for the race. Thanks. We will be watching. Here we go. First race of the season for Catering Graduate Racing Club. The Sigma 135s. Whenever Caterings go racing, it is always sensational. Sit back, relax, enjoy. And Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. The car's already on their green flag lap. This is going to be a massive grid of Sigma 135s for a 20-minute race, sponsored by P4 Emergency Lighting. Adam Keane, number 188, who's a guest driver from Caterham's factory-supported series this weekend, has taken pole, alongside number 96, Luke Waitman. Second row, Paul Armitage and Tom McEwing. He'll be one to watch here, very successful Caterham racer. Then Adam Waitman on row 3 alongside Stephen Merritt. Neil Warnock and Neville Sykes on the 4th row, then Simon Arnold, and the man we just heard from, Michael Munns, completing the top 10. Giles Derry was in the top 3 of the championship last year. He lines up on row 6 alongside Thomas Gunter. They were 3rd and 2nd, respectively, in last year's championship. Simon Martin and Guy Crossman on row 7. Monty Hind and Mark Soden next. Monty Hind, another guest driver. It's Neil Bell and Andrew Sagar, a club veteran. Chris Griffith and Giles Hansen completing the top 20 on the grid. Then it's Sean Cronin and David Jarvis on row 11, Darren Butler and Kevin Turner on row 12, Alan Bateman and Anthony Nichols on row 13, then Ian Fortescue and Bali Nijar on row 14. Row 15 is David Poulter's purple car alongside Andrew Bergbaum. Row 16, Paul Vokes, who's got 2 cars here, doing both classes this weekend, starts alongside Neil Perry, and Simon White and Simon Nicholas. Stephen Trinder and Russell Gunter, Paul Hawker and Michael Kew, and we should have Alistair Curry, who had some engine trouble in qualifying, starting at the back of the grid. It's getting pretty blustery out here at Donington, so I hope we're not going to have a cloudburst during this race. These cars identical 135 bhp Ford Sigma engine Caterhams, based on the Caterham 270R spec machine. Adam Keane, as we say, a guest driver this weekend on pole position. Now, some of these drivers are championship registered and some for the CGRC Trophy, Caterham Graduates Racing Club Trophy. Now, that's for drivers who are not able to commit to the full championship, so they nominate 3 rounds a season to score points at. It can be any 3 rounds you want, and is designed to encourage more drivers onto the grid, which is certainly done this weekend. We have got potentially 39 cars out there for this one. That's just one short of circuit capacity. The grey car of Adam Keane on pole alongside the black and orange car of Luke Waitman. He's a trophy driver. Red lights coming on already then for this 20-minute race, and away they go. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club season gets underway with a good start for Luke Waitman on the outside the front row. Trying to charge through on the inside. That looks like Adam Waitman coming through on the inside. It's just a solid scrub of cars into Redgate. Look how many of them there are. through Redgate for the first time. Are they all going to make it through? It certainly looks like it. Caterham Racing providing some of the closest motor racing you will see anywhere. Adam Keane from pole position has got the lead. Luke Wakeman in second. And the first championship registered car is Paul Armitage in third in the Silk Cuts livery made famous by Jaguar at Le Mans. So we'll make it round the first half lap A-OK. We'll pick up the numbers as they come towards us. Can be a little tricky to see the numbers on one or two of these cars. 49 Tom McEwing I think has lost a couple of places off the line there. The 98 of Adam Wakeman is there in 5th position, so Luke and Adam Wakeman both up there in the top 5 as they come round towards the conclusion of the opening lap. Now we see them start to do the snake, as we call it, down the exhibition straight as they try and break the toe, prevent other drivers from slipstreaming them. Adam Keane has got the lead. Hopefully they'll all make it through the chicane without running through the gravel. This is exemplary so far. Everybody's made it through with no incidents, or somebody locking up there a little further back in the order just to lock up of the tyres. So it's Adam Keane who leads the way from Luke Wakeman, then Armitage. Neil Warnock is up into 4th place, car number 42. He's had a very quick opening lap, the CTS run car. Through towards the top of the Craner curves we go once again with Adam Keane out front. Luke Wakeman in second, but he's a trophy registered driver, only contesting a part season this year. Paul Armitage in the Silk Cut liveried car is third, then the grey and green car of Neil Warnock in 4th position, Adam Wakeman in 5th, Tom McEwing down to 6th as they sort themselves out around the Donington Park National Circuit. Well, last year it was Paul Goldstein who was champion in the Sigma 135 category, but he's moved up to Sigma 150 this year. We'll see him out later on. Was the Caterham 270R Caterham Motorsport supported series champion last year as well. A couple of cars running a bit wide going through Coppice there. I think that was Monty Hine, the blue car there, number 176. Filter their way down into the chicane once again. Tom McEwing up the inside there takes 5th position away from Adam Wakeman and the number 98. Across the line they come. Adam Wakeman lurking at the back of this group as Adam Keane in the sort of army green car leads the way. Plenty of sort outs further back in the order. There is Monty Hine, we just mentioned, under fire from the number 54, which is Michael Munns. Heard from him pre-race. So Paul Goldstein did the majority of the winning last year. In fact, he was only beaten once in the first 14 races, except for at Castle Combe, which he didn't attend. That was won by Thomas Gunter. He finished second in the points last year. There's a battle between the number 104 of Neville Sykes and car 80 Guy Crossman. See them trying to slipstream each other, classic Caterham style of racing down the straights. Michael Munns coming under fire from the number 95. That is Thomas Gunter, last year's championship runner-up in the silver car. Giles Derry was third in the points and Tom Power fourth. Simon Arnold rounding out the top 5 in last year's points. He's currently 9th in this race. In the Sigma 135 trophy last year, it was Jamie Winrow, number 46, who was on top, ahead of Tom McEwing and Richard Groom. Diving for the inside here, that's Neil Warnock trying to make up a place on Paul Armitage. He's done so. Tom McEwing in the green car slotting in behind him. We see the midfielders come through towards Redgate for the 4th time. Second place man, number 96, Luke Wakeman, has done the fastest lap of the race. Very close nose to tail racing there. The 22 car, that's Neil Bell under fire from Giles Hansen. There is Paul Armitage in the Silk Cut liveried car under fire from number 49 of Tom McEwing. Made a slightly slow start, but now trying to make his way through towards the front of the field. The first 7 or so cars are broken away at the front of the field. It's still Adam Keane who leads the way from Luke Wakeman, who's having a look as they go up towards Coppice. He's got a run here on the inside, maybe, no. Later on the brakes are race leading. So he's lost one of his front wings there, the DPR Motorsport car of Adam Keane. Wakeman continues to put him under pressure. Paul Armitage, Neil Warnock and Tom McEwing battling it out for third, and Armitage has lost out. Up to third now is Neil Warnock. Warnock is a championship registered driver, so is contesting the full season. Tom McEwing behind him is also. Luke Waitman is a trophy driver. These five have pulled clear of Armitage and the treble one, which is Stephen Merritt. He goes up the inside. Yeah, Paul Armitage seems to be having some handling issues. He's dropping back down the order. Adam Waitman going through now as well in the dark green and white car. Paul Armitage does seem to be struggling. He was third. He's now down to 8th position. More battles further back. That's Giles Derry, the green and gold car, number 77, ahead of 51, which is Simon Arnold. 5th in the championship last year. Giles Derry was 3rd. Luke Waitman and Neil Warnock starting to battle, and that's exactly what Adam Keane wants here, because he'll want them to scrap behind him, lose time to each other, and he can pull away. Now here comes Tom McEwing up the inside in a coppice. He's going for P3. Steve Merritt in there as well, the treble one, the black car with the red wheels and roll cage. Up towards the chicane, here comes Merritt to the inside on Tom McEwing. Rest of the pack go charging through towards the chicane. See Luke Waitman weave across towards the pit wall there. Everybody else follows him to take the line for Redgates. The lead gap is 1.3 seconds. That's quite a lot in Caterham Graduate Racing. Caterham Graduates Racing Club formed in the late 1990s by graduates of the old Caterham Scholarship to give them somewhere to race on in their Caterham 7s, built down in Surrey, based on Colin Chapman's famous Lotus 7 design, and one of the true icons of British motorsports. There's Derry and Simon Arnold being caught now by Monty Hind, the second of our guest drivers. So as it stands at the moment, Luke Waitman would take the maximum points, but he's a trophy driver, so Tom McEwing is the leading championship driver, because Neil Warnock's been shuffled back a couple of spots now. There is McEwing, the green car. Out of coppice. Down towards the chicane. Up the inside, Tom McEwing is going to take second place overall into the chicane. He's done so. And Paul Armitage fighting back as well. He's got ahead of Adam Waitman. Slingshot down the inside there into the chicane. So Adam Keane pulling away. 6 of them battling for second place almost now. Luke Waitman and Stephen Merritt going for the outside on Tom McEwing, and Luke Waitman goes round the outside into Redgate. There's a move you don't see very often. Down the Craners. Adam Waitman back ahead of Paul Armitage. Then a gap back to Giles Derry, Simon Arnold, and Monty Hind. Here's a battle further back in the order. That's 174, the purple machine of David Poulter. Poulter's Purple People Eater, as we call it. Just further ahead of them, that's the orange number 8 car of Michael Koo, I think that is. Pick up his number as he comes towards us. There's the Marlborough liveried car. Number 5, Neil Perry. Out of the race, number 45, Bali Nijar. He's stopped on the outside of Redgate, being pushed into the paddock by the marshals. We've also lost car number 4, Ian Fortescue, into the pits. There's the car we mentioned earlier, number 5, Neil Perry, chasing now 174 of David Poulter. They're battling a bit further down the order, quite a way down the order. That's for 31st place, that scrap. Proves there are battles everywhere you look. There's our leader coming down the Craner curves. Adam Keane, number 188, comes from Woodbridge in Suffolk. You can see he's lost one of the front wings there, the left front. He's got this race under control. He's 3 seconds ahead. There's the battle for second place. Luke Waitman has it at the moment, ahead of Tom McEwing, who's going to try and make a move up into McLean's, but will be on the wrong side for the right-hander. Has he made it stick? Yes, he has. Nice work by Tom McEwing up into second. We said he'd be one to watch. Waitman third. Then Steve Merritt's the number treble one. He and Waitman both trophy category drivers, only competing across 3-point scoring rounds this year. Tom McEwing does the snake across the straight there to try and hold off Luke Waitman. He goes round the outside into the chicane. Oh, brilliant! Brilliant move by Luke Waitman, who slingshots his way back into second place. McEwing back to the inside, almost touching wheels there as they come over the grid hash marks. And here comes Steve Merritt as well. Neil Warnock behind there, Adam Waitman and Paul Armitage. McEwing is the leading championship driver. He's up into second place now. 4 of them together and 2 more lurking behind them. Down the Craners. Tom McEwing holding off Stephen Merritt now. The black car with the Dayglow red nose, wheels and cage. Then a gap back to the next group, which is headed up by Giles Derry. We said this might play into the hands of Adam Keane, and it has. He's been able to pull away. He's 5 seconds up the road now on this group of 6. Now Stephen Merritt up the inside through McLean's and into second place. McEwing in third. 4th, it is Luke Waitman. 5th, Neil Warnock. By the time I've called all 6 of them, the order's all changed again. This is brilliant racing from the Caterham Graduate Racing Club Sigma 135 category. McEwing to the outside. He's going to go round the outside into the chicane. So he's got the overlap done before they reach the chicane on Stephen Merritt. Luke Waitman in 4th place. Then side by side for 5th, it's Warnock and Adam Waitman. Impossibly close over the line. Through Redgate they come. Still 7.5 minutes of this to go. Paul Armitage trying to go round the outside at Redgate to take Neil Warnock. Has he done it? He has. Outside passes at Redgate are pretty rare. We've seen 2 in this race so far. Down the Craners into the old hairpin. Tom McEwing bearing up the pressure in the green machine. Next group headed by Giles Derry. He's ahead of the 95. That's Tom Gunter. Simon Arnold in the 51. McEwing side by side with the treble one of Steve Merritt. This is the battle for second place. Merritt comes from Witney in Oxfordshire. Tom McEwing from York. And here comes Luke Waitman back into the equation as well up the inside. Paul Armitage is getting a second wind as well, I think. Look at this, they could go 6 wide here if there was room. Neil Warnock dodges across behind them. It is going to be 3 wide into the chicane. Something's got to give here. Merritt down the outside. Can he get the car stopped? He chops across the nose of Tom McEwing. I thought there was going to be contact there on the way in, but they've all held it together. Adam Waitman running wide onto the grass. This is terrific racing. Adam Keane's missing out. He's missing all the fun. He's nearly 9 seconds up the road. And it's 3 wide behind them as well. Monty Hind on the inside there, we just got a glimpse of. Merritt in second place. Then McEwing third. There's the next group. Giles Derry's lost out to Monty Hind in the blue car, I think. Luke Waitman back to the inside, attacking Tom McEwing. I'm running out of breath here. Paul Armitage in behind them. Drive up towards McLean's. So Adam Keane, our guest driver, is heading for victory. But who's going to be the top in the championship and trophy category? Stephen Merritt is the leading trophy driver in second place. Leading championship registered driver is Tom McEwing. Behind them, Luke Waitman. Then it's Armitage. What's going to happen into the chicane this time? Here they come. McEwing round the outside again. Can he get the move done? Not this time. Stephen Merritt holds him off. Waitman and Armitage next through, then it's Warnock, and Adam Waitman's rather lost the draft, as they say in NASCAR. Look, he's dropped back there into a rather lonely 7th place. He's got nobody to draft with now. Queuing to the inside on Merritt. They're still side by side. Down towards the old hairpin they come once again with Still just over 4.5 minutes of this race to go. 5 of them together now. They've dropped Adam Waitman. Here's a battle further back. That is Paul Vokes, the orange and blue car at the front of this pack, competing in 2 different cars and in both races this weekend. He heads the number 123 car, which is Alan Bateman. Another group a bit further ahead there. The number 117 car at the back of that group is Sean Cronin from the northeast of England. Well, this battle for second is heading down towards the chicane again. And they're going to be 3 wide again. Look at Luke Waitman round the outside. He can't get past both of them, surely. No, he thinks better of it. If he misses breaking point there, he'd have ended up in the hospitality suites. Paul Armitage having a go now. Trying to get round the outside. They do the rattlesnake shake again down the pit straight, the Wheatcroft straights. Paul Armitage closing right up to the back of Luke Waitman. There's the battle for second down the Craners. Now, are they starting to pull away slightly now from Luke Waitman, these two, Tom McEwing and Steve Merritt? I don't think so, because as soon as they get towards the chicane, it'll all concertina up again. There's number 42, Neil Warnock from Leeds. Up the hill they come towards McLean's once again. We've had a tangle, I can tell you, further back in the order between 26 Alex Bergbaum and 17 Giles Hanson, but they have continued. And no, in fact it was 117, sorry, Sean Cronin and the 61 car of Kevin Turner. So that was the incident. I saw Bergbaum and Hansen had dropped back on the timing screen. I thought it was them involved, but I stand corrected. But anyway, here comes this place swapping battle for second place. McEwing and Merritt holding off Luke Waitman still, and Adam Waitman's been drawn back into this as well. It's now Neil Warnock that's been dropped slightly. 2 minutes of the race to go. 13.5 seconds Adam Keane up the road. He doesn't know what's going on behind him. This 6-way fight for second place. I can't wait for the chicane on the last lap. Giles Derry and Tom Gunter trying to close up as well. This 6-way battle, there's 3 trophy drivers and 3 championship. Trophy drivers are Merritt and the Waitmans. The championship drivers McEwing, Armitage and Warnock. Through towards Coppice, what I think will be the penultimate time. And now they start to do the snake again. Merritt to the outside. McEwing trying to force him to go the long way around. Paul Armitage trying to do the same thing. There's 4 square into the chicane and McEwing holds the place, so does Waitman. And now Armitage could come under fire from Adam Waitman. He blocks him coming out of the chicane into their, what I think is their final lap, but tricky to tell with how far ahead Adam Keane is. They weave about again. Drivers enjoying this as much as we are. Luke Waitman up the inside, he takes P3. Steve Merritt left the gap there on the inside. Who is going to be second? Adam Keane, barring any disaster on the last lap, is going to win it. He concentrates on this second place battle up towards McLean's for the last time. Can't take your eyes off this. Adam Keane is way out in front. And he is heading for victory. Tom McEwing holding second place ahead of Luke Waitman in third, then Steve Merritt in fourth. But meantime, our leader's already out of the chicane. Over the line he comes to take the checkered flag. Adam Keane wins it now. Who's going to be second? They're coming down towards the chicane. for the final time. Through they come. It's going to be Tom McEwing who will take second place. Merritt up on the outside of Luke Wakeman. We had a photo finish there for third place. I can tell you the order across the line was McEwing ahead of Merritt, Luke Wakeman, Paul Armitage, and Tom Gunter got through into sixth place and third in championship class. Where did he come from on the last lap there ahead of Adam Wakeman? Well, the big loser on the last lap was Neil Warnock. He dropped to ninth and fifth in class. Championship winner is Tom McEwing. Trophy winner is Steve Merritt ahead of Luke Wakeman at the line. They finished side by side. 0.026 of a second was the gap between those two. And I need a cold shower. I'll believe it or not, that was a typical race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club if you have not seen them before. And the tracks, thankfully, stayed dry all the way through it. I say that quietly. Okay. After a pause for breath, confirming that Adam Keane it was who took the win. The guest driver in car number 188, completing 15 laps in the 20 minutes. And finishing over 15.5 seconds clear of Tom McEwing, who took second place ahead of Stephen Merritt, Luke Wakeman, Paul Armitage, Thomas Gunter and Adam Wakeman as quickly as that. McEwing the top championship driver, Stephen Merritt the top trophy registered driver. Behind them were Giles Derry in 8th position, Neil Warnock slipping to 9th, Monty Hind rounding up the top 10, then Michael Munns, Simon Arnold, Simon Martin and Guy Crossman. Remarkably, 37 of the 39 cars that took the start made it to the checkered flag. The only retirements, Bali Nijar and Ian Fortescue on lap 7. Well, that was quite superb. And we will see the more powerful Sigma 150s out a little bit later on for their first race of the season. But first, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Well, here we are down in Parc Fermé amongst some monstrous clouds overhead, but it didn't rain for the Sigma 135s. Adam's here as well, and I don't think I've ever seen such a big winning margin in Caterham's before. I'll let you get your helmet off, Adam, but it's never easy. Nothing's ever easy, but dare I say it looked comfortable.
I don't think there's ever an easy Caterham race. It started raining in the back section and halfway through. Yeah, it's just in the bottom section, and that obviously throws your mind out. You're running a dry setup, and yeah, there's no such thing as an easy race, and it was getting dark. But yeah, once I broke the toe, I seemed to make a bit of headway. But yeah, it's still dicey. You don't know. You know, when it starts spitting and you can feel it on the visor, you have no idea whether or not.
We can feel it now, actually, can't we? It's spitting again. Are you kind of glad that it's done now?
Yeah, I'm glad it's done. Yeah, because the clouds are so dark. You know, it looks like it might suddenly just. Yeah. You know, the heavens open. Yeah.
Just not for you. You're all right. Well done. Congratulations. A perfect way to start the season. We got Tom McEwing here. Let's just grab a chat with Tom as the DHL plane goes overhead and makes a right racket. Could barely hear anything, Tom. Congratulations. That was a tight finish between you guys there, wasn't it?
That race was mega. That was so much fun. Honestly, the racing was so clean and fair, but really tough. That was one of my best ever races. Really enjoyed it.
What does it mean to you to get the season off to such a good start?
Oh, it's really important. I'm doing full championship this year, so to get a good start of the season, full championship points, really important. And yeah, really happy with that today.
You could be the man to watch this season, eh, Tom? Good luck, Tom, man. Right, let's move around a little bit as well. We've got Steve Merritt here. It was close, wasn't it? It really was, Steve. That was close. Your red face there.
I am absolutely spent. That was a battle and a half. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Really close racing, no contact. It was fantastic. It must have only been the tiniest of margins across the
0.02.
Perfect, I'll take that. Excellent. No, I mean, I made a great start off the line and then went from 3rd to 5th and then lost a load of places at the start and then made it difficult for myself, so I had to fight back. But yeah, all credit to these guys. Rapid and nice and clean as well, which is just what we want. So yeah,
top man, great way to start the season. Well done indeed. Look at this plethora of catering. So 135 first race of the season is done. Adam Keane lifting the trophy. The next race coming up very, very quick indeed. Cracking turnover, isn't it? I caught up a couple of drivers for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Thunder Series right up there at the assembly area. So I'm going to hand over to myself. Over to you, Ian. Go. What's that I can hear? Yes, it's Thunder, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Thunder is about to get underway, and boy oh boy, Ricky, just before you disappear there, we just missed it on camera actually, but you were firing this beast up. Thunder is well and truly here at Donington, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to clear her throat at the moment. She's a little bit of a winter cough on it at the moment.
Well, if you want to fire it up and do it right here, we've got no problem
with
with
that.
Let's do it, let's do it. Here we go, this is going to be loud. If you've got the volume turned on max, you might want to turn it down a little bit, but let's get the exhaust as well. Here we go, you ready? It's going to fire this one up. What a fine looking machine. I could just listen to that all day. Ricky, I could listen to that all day. Thanks so much. What are you expecting from this race? Hopefully dry?
I think there's going to be a little bit of rain later on in the race, so we've gone for intermediate tyre. I just hope they're going to be the right choice. It's a bit of a lottery, isn't it?
It's,
the flags are showing it all coming from over there, which is rather dark. Stair rod's coming down.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Good luck. Thanks for talking to us. Thanks for doing that as well. I appreciate that big time. Let's just very quickly. I know we haven't got much time. Let's grab Ross. Great to see you, mate. How you doing? All right?
Not bad, yourself?
How you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, it's alright. We're in a bit of a higher position here for a little 2 litre Honda. So yeah, qualifying was mega. Car was on rails. Dad's right behind me as well. So yeah, it's phenomenal. Brilliant.
Family's back. Are you happy to be back?
Yeah, absolutely buzzing. You know, we're here with the family, so yeah, what could be better?
Top man, better let you crack on anyway. Time to go racing. Yes, the classic and historic Thunder Saloon is about to get underway here at Donington Park. Let's go racing.
Oh yes, we are about to be thunderstruck. The PRG Trailers Classic Thunder and Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialist Historic Thunder Championships on their rolling lap. It is Andy Robinson in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar from Australia who is on pole. Doesn't get much more thunderous than that, alongside the reigning historic Thunder champion Colin Voice in his Ford Escort Mark 1. Second row, Ian Bauer. We've already seen him take a win today in his BMW, alongside Mike Manning in his Sierra Cosworth RS500, the Steve Soper lookalike. Row 3, David Jefferson's BMW M3 and Ross Craig, great effort up there with his Honda Civic Type R on row 3. His father Ian on row 4 in his BMW, alongside Ricky Can, who we just heard from, and heard from the car as well, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Sean Morris and John Cockerton's BMWs round out the top 10. Then we've got Tommy Grout's BMW on row 6 alongside Paul Eaton. Number 50, father of Abby Eaton, of course, in the Holden Commodore. Row 7, Mike Cutt in his E36 M3 alongside Sam Daffin's rear-wheel drive Ford Fiesta. That'll be a handful if it rains. Row 8, Anton Martin's BMW. Melvin Hooker's gorgeous Group 44 XJS. Row 9, Phil Wright's Honda Civic alongside Daniel Gandesha. Hope he's there after some problems in the pre-93 race with his BMW. Row 10, Jonathan Gill in his stunning Peugeot 205, effectively a national hot rod of old, that car, alongside Neil Wade. A warm welcome back to him after a few years away in his BMW Mini Cooper S with a Saab turbo engine in it. Takes all sorts, this championship. Row 11 is Kevin Denwood's BMW Compact, and great to see Clive Hainsford's Mazda RX-8 out there. There isn't time to go through the last couple of rows because we are about to go racing. Andy Robinson and Colin Voice in two very different Fords lead them up towards the red lights. This will be a 15-minute race, and we are quite literally ready to rumble here at Donington Park. You will be thunderstruck over the next 15 minutes. Here we go! And Andy Robinson, those mean-looking yellow headlights on the Shell Helix Dick Johnson Racing Ford Falcon V8 supercar from pole position. He may have to give best to Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort into the first corner. Yes, the Escort leads them away. Look at the variety. Listen to the different engine notes as they head down the Craner curves for the first time. The lead is with Colin Voice. Mike Manning in the Sierra Cosworth up into second place, and Ian Bauer zipping through into third. Andy Robinson in the big Aussie beast goes down into fourth position. There's so many amazing cars, I could wax lyrical about them all race long. Really is some very special machinery out there. Lead is with Colin Voice. There is Robinson. There's the group for fifth, headed up by Mike Cutt in his red M3, and there's Ricky Can, series sponsor this year of the historic Thunder. Split under fire from Ian Craig in his BMW. His son Ross Craig in the Honda Civic in behind him. Andy Robinson so intimidating with those bright yellow headlamps on the Aussie V8 supercar, the Ford Falcon in the Shell Helix colours, racing period by the likes of Stephen Ellery and Paul Radicic. You mentioned him earlier in the Super Touring race, of course, but Colin Voice has taken off at the front of the field in his Mark 1 Escorts. He and Mike Manning both in the historic Thunder split, so classic Thunder is being led by Ian Bowers Beamer. Ricky Can under fire from the Craigs. Also in there is David Jefferson's BMW. There's Paul Eaton's Holden Commodore and Sam Daffin's rear-wheel drive Fiesta. Very special machine indeed, that one. Holding off Tommy Grout's Vorsteiner liveried BMW. It's getting very dark here at Donington Park. I think we're about to have a cloudburst and maybe some thunder of a different kind. Jefferson up the inside. I can see his wipers going, so maybe the rain has started coming down already. Let's hope it doesn't drench the track and anybody on slicks isn't sent spinning off. Leaders up through the top section of the circuit under the flight path of East Midlands Airport. Listen to the V8 in Ricky Can's awesome Aston Martin. Absolutely brilliant. Ross Craig making a move on David Jefferson's BMW. There's definitely wipers going on a couple of these cars. The rain is starting to come down. That's a great shame after it held off for so long here at Donington Park. Paul Eaton trying to make a move there in the background. The lead is with Colin Voice by over 5 seconds ahead of Mike Manning. I can tell you Mike Cutt has got past Andy Robinson up into 4th position. One car coming through nicely from the back, the yellow and white Escort in the background. That's Martin Reynolds. We didn't quite get as far as him on the grid call over. He started from the back. Classic Ford Collector from Norfolk. Down the hill they come. Ian Craig all over the back of that massive Aston Martin. The reigning Classic Thunder champion, incidentally, Josh Lawton, in his very modified, almost time attack spec Honda Civic Type R, not here this weekend. There's Ricky Can with BMW swarming all over the back of him. And there's Paul Eaton, the Holden Commodore VH. Tommy Grout in the Vorsteiner car, Sam Daffin behind him, Anton Martin. Used to see him race classic Fords, now in a BMW. It's under 11 minutes to go. There is Andy Robinson. Said before on BARC TV, it's not until you stand next to an Aussie V8 supercar you realise just how huge they are, and he's starting to make his way back up the order here. He's got ahead of Ian Bauer, who's dropped back in the BMW to 5th position. Back up the inside comes the Beamer. Effectively V8 touring car against Super Tourer, isn't it? Also remember the Bathurst 1000 in the late 90s. Well, Voice leads from Manning by nearly 7.5 seconds now. Colin Voice has checked out at the front in the Mark 1 Escort, the man from Essex. Ian Craig has now got past the Aston Martin. There's a whole phalanx of cars behind. David Jefferson is one of them, being chased by Ross Craig in the little Honda. Ross driving superbly. He used to run this car in the pre-03 touring cars, and now it's taking on far more powerful machinery. Down the inside. It's going to take David Jefferson's BMW. There are certainly a few drops of rain in the air now. All 25 starters still running at the moment though, and look at this. Very busy back in the pack. We've got Paul Eaton, David Jefferson, behind them John Cockerton in his BMW, then Sean Morris, the car with its headlights ablaze there. I think he's Tommy Grouse, who's caught up to the back of this group, indeed it is. Behind him Anton Martin, then Sam Daffin's Fiesta. Very modified Fiesta, has to be said. Martin Reynolds behind him, then Phil Wright. It's good to have Phil back out in the Castrol Honda Civic. We've seen him for a couple of years. Coming up towards halfway. Paul Eaton's got the wipers going in the Australian Holden Commodore. Oh, a bit twitch there for David Jefferson. Yes, the weather is starting to affect the condition. Now you can see the track is glistening. It's raining up at McLean's and Coppice, certainly, at the top of the circuit. This is going to get very interesting, very treacherous, very quickly. Colin Voice still has the lead. Sean Morris, nearly a collision there, and he's almost lost it. Look out, Sam Daffin. Oh, he really got a snake on there, Sean Morris, in his BMW. Now it is starting to get really wet in the second half of the lap, especially here at Donington Park. Look at Martin Reynolds coming up in the Escort. Anton Martin on the tail of Tommy Grout in the Battle of the Beamers. Well, there's our leader. We've hardly seen him all race. Spitting flame, Colin Voice. He's away and gone. They're enough ahead of Mike Manning. Fords 1 and 2. He's got to take it carefully into the chicane this time, though, as the rain starts to come down. His best lap of 1:14.626. He won't be anywhere near that now. Now, last lap of 1:21.2. Oh, Andy Robinson spun it. We can see in the background there. Andy Robinson has spun the big Ford Falcon. Well, that's a difficult enough car to handle in the dry. But the man from the northeast of England gets it going again. And where's he gone down to? 5th position. Only lost 1 place there to Ian Bauer. It's Mike Cutt in 3rd place in the BMW, and he leads the Classic Thunder division. It's Historic Thunder, the 2 Fords 1 and 2. And as I say that, who's that's gone off? I thought it was Mike Cutt for a second. I don't think it is. It's Alan Breck. He was running at the tail of the field in his M3. Alan Breck, who we also see out in the Ford Capri V8s later on, and it's getting really treacherous now. Ross Craig almost off there at Redgates. I think it's raining around the full lap now. And lap speeds are dropping away dramatically. They've got to take it very steady. 6 minutes of the race to go. We've already seen Alan Breck go off. Ross Craig nearly binned it as well. Sean Morris had a half spin. Andy Robinson as well. Well, Sean Morris is not slowing him down, look. There he is on the tail of Sam Daffin. And there's the Peugeot 205, the orange and white car there we mentioned. John Gill. Here's a replay of Andy Robinson's spin at the chicane. No contact there, just too much power for a damp track. There's somebody rejoining as well. Who's that? It's a BMW, I can tell you that. It's Daniel Gandesha. So he made it out for this race. He got to the start line at least, but a spin there coming out of the old hairpin by the look of it. Alan Breck keeping out of the way to the right. He's coming into the pits, in fact, to retire. So he's given up the struggle. Having a look up the inside is Paul Eaton on the back of the Aston Martin of Ricky Cann. He's sliding about all over the place. Paul Eaton, ex-Eurocar racer, of course. He's the man who infamously ended up in the lake at Mallory Park in the 90s, following a rollover. See how much they've slowed down. it's such a shame the rain arrived just when our most powerful cars were out on track. They just cannot put the power down in these conditions. There's a challenge on meanwhile for second place. Ian Bauer around the outside of Mike Manning in the Sierra RS500. Mike cut in behind him in his M3. Sierra, of course, the Texaco Eggenberger livery, made famous in the European Touring Car Championship in the 80s. Occasional interloper in the BTCC as well with Steve Soper and Gianfranco Brancatelli. Mainly because Eggenberger wants to put one over on Andy Rouse and his self-prepared cars. Look how sideways they are. This is like James Ibbotson in his Hillman Imp a couple of years ago, except with about 10 times the power. Through the old hairpin. Wonderful to look at, isn't it, Mike Manning's Sierra? He's raced everything over the years, the Welsh-born driver. Fighting back onto the tail of the BMW of Mike Cutts. There's the number 44, that's Melvin Hooker's Bob Tullius replica XJS. Look, they just cannot put the power down. That rear-wheel drive BMW is snapping around all over the place. And Mike Manning closing back up. 3 minutes, over 3 minutes of this race to go. And this guy is missing all the entertainment behind him and driving a very controlled race indeed. Colin Voice from Billericay in the Escorts. Now, what's his lead going to be? It was 9.1 seconds. But here comes Ian Bauer. And the gap is down to 2.8 seconds this time through. Bauer's taken over 6 seconds out of him on that last lap. Ian Bauer saying, hey Colin Voice, there's other cars chasing you, remember us. And can he take his second win of the day? Bauer leads the classic Thunder split. Colin Voice the historic Thunder for the older cars. Yeah, Bauer's last lap was a 1:24.6. He's by far the fastest man on track at the moment. And Colin Voice did a 1:30.9. And he's about to be taken. Here comes Bauer, he's caught him. Up towards McLean's. He's surely going to go through. The BMW handling much better in these wet conditions, but Voice holds him off. It's only going to be a matter of time though. Up the inside towards Coppice, but Voice not giving way. Flash of flame from the exhaust. Bauer's got the inside and takes the lead. Well, proof that no matter the lead you build, it can all change. Now, I'm not sure if I saw a yellow light flashing at Coppice there. Was there a yellow flag outside? I only saw it for a split second, so I'm not certain. But with 1 minute 20 on the clock, I think this will possibly be the last lap. We have this opener for the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons and Ricky Can Aston Martin Specialists Historic Thunder Saloons. Season opener. There's Cutt and Manning, third and fourth. Mike Cutt, the former Northern Saloon and Sports Car regular from Yorkshire. Mike Manning from the southwest. It's going to be Ian Bauer from Southampton for his second win of the day. Those conditions sadly take a turn for the worse here at Donington. Oh, we've got a tangle in the middle of the chicane. Tommy Grout and Ricky Can. And they're stuck right in the middle of the track going into the chicane. Thankfully nobody's hit them. Phil Wright goes between the two of them in his Honda Civic. Look at the difficulty to get any power down at all out of that huge V8 in that massive Aston Martin. There goes John Gill in the Peugeot. Ross Craig in the Honda Civic. Andy Robinson up until he was pulled into the pits. He's given up the struggle. But here comes Ian Bauer. Is he going to be checkered flag this time? There's only 2 seconds left on the clock as he comes up towards the line. Checkered flag does go out. Ian Bauer makes it 2 wins out of 2 today. And Colin Voice, who led for so long, has to settle for second, but he does win the historic Thunder split. And third, it's going to be Mike Cutt in his BMW, just ahead of Mike Manning's Sierra. They lap Adrian Bradley's BMW there over the line. Didn't see much of him. He's normally a front runner, but struggling today. So well done Ian Bauer in his BMW M3. He won the combined race earlier on in the pre-93 touring cars and now wins the Classic Thunder Saloons race. Melvin Hooker across the line just ahead of Kevin Denwood's Beamer. But thankfully, despite the changing conditions, there were only a couple of spins there and no major incidents. So well done to all the drivers there for racing with their heads and showing very good control indeed. I'll confirm the results then in a moment. As Ian Bauer completes a lap of honour effectively. He drove very well indeed there. So Bauer it is who takes the win. Oh, Paul Eaton's gone off at the end of the race into the gravel in the Holden. He did take 15th place though. So Ian Bauer the winner. The gap was just under 4 seconds over Colin Voice, who wins the historic Thunder Split. Mike Cutt and Mike Manning also win their classes. Next home Ian Craig. Martin Reynolds from the back of the grid up to 6. That was a quiet achiever of a race for him. Brilliant in his Escort. Then John Cockerton, Sean Morris, Anton Martin in their BMW. Sam Daffin's Fiesta, Phil Wright's Civic. Tommy Grout in his BMW, Jonathan Gill wins his class in the Peugeot 205, and Ricky Can, despite that incident with Tommy Grout, takes a class win as well. Other class winners, Ross Craig's Honda, Andy Robinson would have run his class as well, but he was a retirement. Well, despite the conditions, everyone racing very well indeed there. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Yeah, everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé. Very wet Parc Fermé, but somebody who doesn't mind the rain. Is it about Ian? Whoever wins today, you're making this motorsport thing look easy.
I was really lucky today. There was gravel in qualifying, so I was up the front. And everyone's on slick, so I was doing my rain dance at the start. And I just wanted it not to rain at the start. And then when everyone's out on slicks for it to rain, and then it just came to me after that. I'm on treaded tyres, so all the fast boys just couldn't get the power down.
Listen, you've got everything right today, so one quick question for you. What are the lottery numbers for tonight?
Oh, that's a good question.
You would tell me anyway, would you?
Oh, I would.
Well done, congratulations, mate. Fantastic day. Let's grab Colin Voice, shall we, as well. We'll come here very shortly, but I definitely want to speak to Colin. Colin, come on, out you get. Look, you've got to put your reef on. You've got to collect your bottle of, I call it bubbly, I'm not sure what it is. Berry, I think. We'll grab a chat with Colin as well. All right, Colin.
What a son you're doing.
Yeah. Look at this. You got enough hands there, Colin. Colin.
I ain't kissing you, Colin. You are.
I think, unfortunately, the rain just did you.
Yeah, I don't want to end up off the track and on its roof, so I just backed off. And if it had stayed dry, I would have been.
Well, you're in the lead, yeah. You had it under control, didn't you? Oh,
yeah, it's been with me nearly 20 years, and I don't want to wreck it just for a bit of rain.
Yeah.
But it's been fantastic.
You also want to tell me about these guys, don't you?
It's fantastic. The Newbridge group, body repairers. You know, first sponsor I've ever had in 50 years, and I'm really grateful of them. Fantastic.
Yeah.
But obviously now I've come back, I wish I'd have pushed harder.
Well done, mate.
Because I had such a gap. But as soon as it gets wet with this, it needs softening off, and it just become a live wire.
Well, you got the first hat because obviously you got the class win, didn't you? Second on track overall, you got the class win, so that was why. Just not worth the risk, was it?
Oh no, it's not. And this circuit, you can quite easily spit it off, especially up the top there. As soon as you was putting your foot down, it was just away. The front, back was going. And I don't know, the older you get, you just get a bit wobbly then. I haven't got the young things in between my legs no more.
Thanks for that, Colin. Thanks for that thought as well. That image in my head's going to be stuck there now. Right, there we go. What a great race that was. Of course, the rain throwing a real curveball into proceedings. Big shout out. Mike Cup, by the way, started down in 13th, finished third on track. Something quite special indeed. Yes, the rain, the great leveller, as they say, largely dependent on tyres, of course. But there we go. It's the top three, actually. 3 class winners as well. So fantastic stuff indeed. The rain's coming down. There's still time for a few more races this afternoon. It is time for the Junior Saloon Car Championship up next. And I tell you, with this rain coming down, that is not to be missed. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the rain unfortunately arriving at the worst possible time for our youngsters in the Junior Saloon cars. They will be racing in identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, drivers aged 14 to 16 years of age. The touring car stars of the future, potentially. Last season, it was Harry Smith who took the title in a rather chaotic end to the season over Jonathan Moore. But those two have moved on to pastures new for 2025. The man who was in third in the points last year, Josh Salvadori, is back, and he has set pole position for the opening race of the year. Grid reading as follows. Salvadori on pole alongside number 19, Lewis Stannard. He was 13th in last year's point standings. Second row, number 70, Wolf Butler, alongside treble 2, Ollie Kerr in the Simpson Race Exhausts car. Row 3 is number 80, Ollie Smith, and 46, Luca Maserati, Rookie of the Year last year. Row 4, 448, Kyle Wells, alongside 26, Louis Austin. Completing the top 10, 87, Leon Holly, and number 14, Martin Wright, winner of the JSCC Scholarship over the winter. Second half of the grid is headed up by 23, Max Scharfegger, alongside 27, Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Racing car. Number 7, Joe Wood, alongside 42 of Sherry Ann Powell. At the final row, 35, Tom Algar, and treble 3, Lexi Powell rounds out the grid. Lexi Powell at the back, the daughter of Stephen Powell, the British truck racer. They kick off their season on Easter weekend, of course, here on BARC TV. But Lexi gets her season underway here. So it'll be Josh Salvadori and the Lightning McQueen lookalike car to lead the field away. Starting on the pole, he was third in the points last year, ahead of Luca Maserati, fourth, the Rookie of the Year. Speaking to his father earlier on, he said that Luca was having some handling issues with his car in qualifying, so hopefully he's cured those here. Other returnees from last year include Kyle Wells, Ollie Kerr, Lewis Stannard, Wilf Butler as well from further down the points chart. Sherry Ann Powell was with the championship last year. And Ollie Smith, so making a big move up the order. The car's getting an extra green flag lap here because, of course, they qualified in the dry. So with the change in wet conditions, an extra acclimatisation lap for the drivers to get used to the wet conditions. In some cases, some of these drivers in their first ever car race after moving up from karting. So a chance for them to get acclimatised to the conditions. Josh Salvadori in the red car leads them round. Lewis Stannard alongside him. Second season in the championship, he was 13th in the points last year. Driving for Musketeer Motorsports, Lewis Stannard. Josh Salvadori run by MRM, man from Chelmsford in Essex. Wilf Butler on the second row. He was 14th in the points last year. Independently run car for him, alongside treble 2 Ollie Kerr. Of course, Simpson Race Exhaust, his sponsor, run by Matt Simpson, the ex-British touring car race winner, now busy with his son Ben's racing exploits on the short ovals and in karting as well. Look out for Kyle Wells, also an ex-short oval man, began his career in Ninja Karts on the short ovals. Luca Maserati from row 3, Father Piers, a former British GT champion. Despite the name Maserati, the family famous for racing Porsches. Starting alongside Ollie Smith, number 80. Be able to recognise that car. Green and blue livery, and I think green headlights as well. Cars starting to form up on the grid then. Salvadori, the red car. Stannard in Dayglow red, white and grey. Butler in black and white. Ollie Kerr in the red, white and black of Simpson race exhausts. Smith in blue, green and white. Maserati green, black and white. Similar colours to the Vinasport car of Kyle Wells, who starts on row 4 alongside the number 26 car of Louis Austin. This will be a 15-minute race. The green flag waves at the back of the grid. Time for the young guns to go for it here at Donington Park. The red lights are on. They go out now, and the Junior Saloon Car Championship season is underway. One car quite slow away there, a little further down the grid. I think that was Martin Wright, possibly the scholarship winner in the black and red car. Josh Salvadori has the lead as they go into red gates for the first time, side by side for second. Good starts by Wilf Butler from the second row there up into second position. Luca Maserati runs out a bit wide onto the curb. Not something you want to do onto the painted tarmac there in wet conditions like this. It can easily spin you around. Down the hill they come, down the Craner curves towards the old hairpin. Salvadori leads, Wilf Butler second, Lewis Stannard is in third, side by side for fourth between, it looks like Maserati coming through on the inside, indeed it is, and a bit of pushing and shoving there on the exit of the old hairpin. Hope everybody has survived that, it looks like they have. I thought number 80 of Ollie Smith was going to run wide onto the grass there. It's very busy in the midfield indeed. There's Maserati, he's got away from that melee into fourth position. The main battle is for fifth. Ollie Kerr ahead of Kyle Wells in the 448. Then behind them it is the grey car, which I think is Max Scharfegger, the 23. He's made a good start. The rest of them go filtering through. Ollie Smith lost out there, running wide onto the curbs at the old hairpin. He's dropped back. Through Coppice they come. Down towards the chicane. You can see how wet it's become in a very short space of time. The wipers flailing at the windscreens. First four have broken away slightly. Salvadori leads from Wilf Butler second. Lewis Stannard third, and Luca Maserati trying to hang on to the coattails of the leaders. Then everybody else trying to be fifth as they complete the opening lap of the Junior Saloon Car Championship season. Identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs, these cars. Lewis Stannard side by side there. Maserati trying to go around the outside. Carl Wells has a look at Ollie Kerr as well. Josh Salvadori, with third in the championship last year, surely has to be the title favourite for this season. Battle is joined for third. Luca Maserati, very tenacious young racer. All over the back of Lewis Stannard for third position through the old hairpin. Look how much water there is down there. Out of the old hairpin they go. Side by side for fifth there. That's Kyle Wells alongside Ollie Kerr. And behind them is Scharfegger. And up to eighth now is number 87 Leon Holly, the blue car. Through towards McLean's. There's Holly. In behind him, that's I think the number 80 of Ollie Smith, the blue and green car. And in between the two of them is the number 26, which is Louis Austin. Down to the chicane for the second time. It was even wetter than this for the season opener last year at Brands Hatch, and I remember Kyle Wells was involved in a big shunt with Jude Cooper, number 4. Thankfully both were okay. And it looks like Kyle Wells has lost out there to Scharfegger. Indeed he has. Leon Holly up behind him in the number 87. Side by side for third, Maserati and Stannard. Can he get round the outside there down to Redgate? Well, the caterers proved they could do it earlier on. Luca Maserati attacks Lewis Stannard. Can he drive all the way round the outside of him? He's trying his hardest, keeps his foot in. Yes, he's got him. Good move by Luca Maserati up to P3 ahead of Lewis Stannard. Down the crane as they come. And Went sideways there a little. Max Scharfegger getting the tail hung out. There's a little bit of damage on the front of Kyle Wells' car there, the left front corner, the Vinner Sport car. And he's tagged Scharfegger, they're going off! Off they go into the gravel on the outside of the bridge section up towards Schwantz Curve. They've kept it going. Nice bit of rallycross there. Oh, I thought that was going to end in disaster and in the tyre wall there, particularly for Max Scharfegger, the man who's family race in the Citroen C1 Endurance Championship. And have raced Caterhams in the past as well. I think it was Max's sister Caitlin who raced in this championship as well a year or two ago. Here's a battle between Leon Holley, Louis Austin and Ollie Smith. This is for 8th place. Leon Holley, one of the newcomers. He comes from Cullompton in Devon. Chased by Louis Austin in the number 26 car from Oxfordshire. Ollie Smith behind them from Maidenhead in Berkshire, driving for Musketeer Motorsport, teammate of Lewis Stannard. Still Josh Salvadori controlling the pace out in front. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 137.038. His last lap was a 137.075, so he's lapping consistently as well as quickly. Leon Holley with his wing mirror hanging off. See, he's got the, he and Louis Austin have got the black cross on the yellow background, meaning novice. You wear that on your car for your first 6 motor races in the UK. Sideways for Leon Holley through the old hairpin. He's gone a bit wide. Nine minutes of this race just over to go then. The season opener for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Our scholarship winner Martin Wright is starting to make his way back up the order after a very slow start. He's in 13th place. He's got ahead of Lexi Powell, Joe Wood and Tom Algar. Now Ollie Smith having a look at the back of Louis Austin here, who's from one side to the other. I do like those green headlights on that car. Similar to Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon, aren't they, with the yellow ones? Can't find a way past Austin there through the chicane. Nice little scrap going on further back as well. That's Kyle Wells fighting back after his moment with Max Scharfegger coming out of the old hairpin. He's on the tail of the number 42 car driven by Sherry Ann Powell, the Londoner. See a bit of damage on the front bumper of Kyle Wells' car. He goes through though at Redgate, up into P10. Sherry Ann fights back though in the Orex car. Back up the inside down the Craner curves. Almost door handle together. They're absolutely together, and back ahead goes Wells down the Craners. That's a brave move. Just behind them the number 27, Matthew Swatton. His first car race, making the move up from karting with the Kersley Motorsport team. It's Matthew Swatton from Buckingham, a regular competitor at the Daytona Milton Keynes kart track over the last couple of years. Side by side through McLean's, and Ollie Smith drives round the outside of Louis Austin. Good move by the number 80 there. Meanwhile up front, Salvadori still leads ahead of Butler, but Butler's just done the fastest lap of the race, 137.017. Salvadori did a personal best as well. It was only a few thousandths of a second slower. Let's see what the lap times are for Maserati and Stannard. They're nose to tail through the chicane. They're a little slower because they've been battling each other. And Wilf Butler is closing. He said he'd done the fastest lap, 136.712 that time through. Another quicker lap. He's in the 136s now for Wilf Butler. And he is attacking Roy Salvadori. Go back to the 50s there. Josh Salvadori for the lead. No relation, those two, incidentally, spelt slightly differently. Through the old hairpin they go. The Lightning McQueen lookalike of Josh Salvadori. chased by Wolf Butler. They're well clear now of Maserati and Stannard, the battle for third. They're 4.2 seconds apart, these two pairings. And Wolf Butler's really going for it now, up on the outside, through the right-hander at McLean's. Keeps his foot in, he's out on the curbs. He keeps his foot in down the straight. Look at this, all the way round the outside. Now, overtaking on the outside at Coppice is very rare indeed. Doesn't quite manage it. He's going to get the cut back though on the exit. Here comes Wolf Butler. Can he get the overlap into the chicane to take the lead? They're side by side on the run down towards the Robert chicane. And I think Wolf Butler's going to do it. That was a great cut back out of Coppice. Who's going to be late on the brakes? Can Salvadori defend? He's wiggling about a little bit there. Butler onto the curb. No, you don't, says Salvadori. Oh, yes, I do, says Butler. Drives up on the outside on the curb. And he's done it. Fantastic. Well, we've said that these are the touring car stars of the future. This is like watching Jason Plato and Matt Neal out in front. There was a black and white flag shown there. Who did that go to? Was it one of the leaders? Yes, number 110. Josh Salvadori has been given a warning for exceeding track limits. If he transgresses again, he may be penalised. You can see there's a slight dry line emerging, possibly at the top of the Craners. But nowhere else. As Salvadori back to the inside into the old hairpin. He's going for a long way back. That's a bit of a banzai dive. But Butler holds him off. 4.5 minutes to go. This is a terrific scrap for the front. But all the time they're being reeled in by Maserati and Stannard. There they are. The gap has come down on that last lap. They were so busy battling each other, they've lost over 2 seconds to the third place fight. But they're having their own fight because Stannard up the inside at McLean's. Well, if you can go side by side for half a lap, so can we, say the third and fourth place drivers. Luca Maserati holding off Lewis Stannard's attack there through McLean's. Now the gap between second and third was 4.2 seconds. It's now 2 seconds. Look out, Lexi Powell. The leaders are bearing down on you. Here they come. Into the chicane. Over the line they go. Lexi Powell sensibly slows down, keeps to the right to let the leaders through. So Wolf Butler has opened up a lead now of 1.5 seconds over Josh Salvadori. Luca Maserati still holding off Lewis Stannard. There's the 333 Motorsport car of Lexi Powell. See her father Stephen here at Donington in August at Convoy in the Park in his racing truck. The other truck run by his team, of course, Neil Yates. They opened their season at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. Oh, Luca Maserati sideways coming through the old hairpin. Saxo handling like his father's Porsche 911s. That's allowed Lewis Stannard to close up a little. Further back, 5th is Ollie Kerr, 6th is Ollie Smith. He's going well. Kerr rather on his own. He's nearly 4 seconds behind this battle. And the fight for 7th behind him, well 6th I should say, is nearly 6 seconds back. Maserati's got to decide whether he's going to go after Josh Salvadori for second place or whether he's going to work to hold Lewis Stannard's threat back. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go. This season opener for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Oh, we've just had the notification on the timing screen. Josh Salvadori is to be given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits one too many times. So Salvadori is going to be given a penalty, and that's going to drop him potentially off the podium. Well, we might lose places anyway, because here comes Luca Maserati up on the outside. I wonder if Josh Salvadori's tyres are going off. Maybe he's pushed a bit too hard, because Maserati round the outside of him at Redgate. He's done this once, and he's done it again up into second place. Well, Luca's clearly cured his handling issues from qualifying. What about Lewis Stannard? Can he take third place? This is much the wettest part of the circuit, and it shows Maserati wrestling for control again. Snapping oversteer to understeer there. Well, Wilf Butler's gone away, and he's heading for his first Junior Saloon Car Championship victory. 1 minute on the clock. There'll be one more lap to go, I think. Up the hill towards Coppice. Can Lewis Stannard get into third on the track? It'll be third on corrected time because Salvadori's going to get that 5-second penalty. But Josh Salvadori determined to hold him off on the track. They're well ahead of 5th place Ollie Kerr, 5.5 seconds ahead of him. Here comes Stannard, switches to the inside, into the chicane. He has a go at the inside, they almost touch. Salvadori holds him off. He's got that move nailed down to a T, hasn't he? Into the last lap we go then. Wilf Butler leads by almost 3 seconds now over Luca Maserati in second place. Luca on to equal his best ever result in the championship here. They still lead on each other. Lewis Stannard, he's seen Luca Maserati pull this move off and he's going to have a go at it now. And he's made it work as well at the top of the Craners, up into third place. Now, can he catch Maserati? Had a couple of second places last year at Castle Combe and Thruxton and at Anglesey as well. Didn't quite manage his maiden win. But Wilf Butler's going to take his maiden win. A great drive. Still side by side, Salvadori back. It's all been round the outside in this race, hasn't it? Salvadori again. Needs to be careful there. He could get a further penalty for track limits if he keeps running wide over the curbs like that. Lewis Stannard says, no you're not. Moves across on him through Coppice. Well, Wilf Butler's heading for the checkered flag. The number 70 car, the man from Tadley down in Hampshire, is going to take the win. And his first win in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Coming into the chicane for the final time. We wait to see who's going to be third on the track. It's Academic, of course, with the penalty, but the checkered flag is at the ready, and Wilf Butler takes his maiden victory in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Luca Maserati, a great drive for second, and Lewis Stannard holds off Josh Salvadori for third. Now, where is Ollie Kerr? Is that him there, the Treble 2 car over the line? Yes, it is, and he will move up into fourth place. Salvadori on corrected time will take fifth. Then it's Ollie Smith, Max Scharfegger, Kyle Wells, good recovery by him after he's off, and Scharfegger for that matter for 7th and 8th. And Louis Austin and Leon Holly round out the top 10. Well, congratulations to number 70, Wilf Butler, on his maiden victory. Last couple of finishers coming in. There is the number 7 of Joe Wood. He's got a head late on of Tom Algar. They've been battling at the back of the field in this one. Martin Wright on his debut takes 13th. And Lexi Powell, of course, finishes a lap down. All 16 cars go the distance, and that's after the rather fraught season opener 12 months ago at Brands Hatch. That is great news for this championship. So Wilf Butler takes his maiden victory. 3 3/4 seconds clear of Luca Maserati. He'll be overjoyed with second place, and Lewis Stannard a fine third. Josh Salvadori dropped to fifth by his penalty behind Ollie Kerr. Then Ollie Smith in sixth ahead of Max Scharfegger and Carl Wells, who recovered well after their off at the old hairpin mid-race. Louis Austin ninth ahead of Leon Holly. Then Sherry-Ann Powell, Matthew Swatton on his debut, Martin Wright, Joe Wood, Tom Algar and Lexi Powell. And Wilf Butler set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, 1:36.559. So that wraps up the season opener for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They'll have 2 more races coming up tomorrow. They open tomorrow's programme at 9:30 a.m. We await the cars to come in to Park Ferme to have a chat to Ian. Next up, our penultimate race of the day, which will be the Sigma 150 class of the Caterham Graduates Racing Championship. Thanks to all of you for your comments so far. There have been too many and not much time to read them out today, but we can go down to Ian in Park Ferme.
Right, everybody, here we are in Park Ferme. Here is the man of the moment. Very, very happy indeed. He just can't quite get out. Luca Maserati's parked quite close to him, actually, as well, but we'll get a word of him as he gets out. So great racing by all of them in these outrageously difficult conditions. Lewis Stannard absolutely was a prime example of how to get the job done.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, of course, qualifying, I don't think you were overly joyed with it, but you've made amends in that race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at Josh, working with Josh, following his lines, trying to keep up with him, and then yeah, I just started gaining on him, and yeah, made an overtake around the outside, got a switch back, and yeah, just stayed stable from there.
How slippy was it out there?
Pardon?
How slippy was it out there?
Oh, really, really slippery. Probably one of the slipperiest circuits in the UK.
Well done, mate. Look, perfect way to start the season. Congratulations. Let's grab a chat with Luca over here as well. Top rookie last season. I think he took about 21 out of 23 poles. Luca, this is the season you're going to go for the outright title. A top rookie last season, but you've started off very well indeed.
Yeah, it was a really good race, you know, to have that after struggling all weekend in the dry and not being too confident in the wet. But I did fancy my chances. You know, we struggled in the dry, so I thought maybe turn of fortunes in the wet.
Just say you're not that confident in the wet.
No.
Basically, what we've just seen, that can't be true. But have you gained a lot of confidence now? You've got the belief to know whatever the conditions are, I can handle it.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to say a massive thank you to the MRM team. They've given me a brilliant car in these wet. I mean, it was bang on pretty much. You know, we've been struggling to find that perfect setup in the dry, but to have it in the wet, it's just ideal. Especially tomorrow could be wet as well, so that's brilliant.
Yeah, let's hope not. But anyway, well done, Luca. Congratulations, mate. Indeed. Let's grab a couple of other drivers, shall we? We've got I don't know where Lewis has gone, but we've got Sherry Ann and Lexi Powell over here. Both of you. No, you can't disappear, either of you. Sherry, we'll grab you for a quick chat if we can. We will grab Lexi. I'm going to go talk to her in a minute anyway. How slippy and difficult was it out there?
At the start it was really slippery, but towards the end it started to get a lot grippier.
Yeah. How are you finding things in your car? Are you getting more confident?
Yeah, getting a lot more confident as we did change it only yesterday, the cars.
Yeah.
So,
fantastic. But well done. I'm going to go grab Lexi. Don't tell her I'm coming. Nobody tell her I'm coming. So yeah, we're not on air anymore, or are we? Lexi, you've got to come talk to me. How was it out there? You gaining confidence in the car?
No.
Is it just the conditions?
Yeah.
Do you want it to be dry tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, look, we'll catch up tomorrow as well. Right, there we go. Great racing from the junior Saloon. Lexi Powell, a woman of few words indeed, but growing in confidence, I think, in the car. Was due to race actually at Pembrey last year. Did have an accident there, so it's great to see her back out and gaining confidence. So we've got two more races still to come this afternoon. The Sigma 150s for Caterhams, they're out next, and then we end the day with Boss. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take through the next race. I'll see you soon.
Thanks so much to Ian. Drivers developing their interview skills as well as their racing skills in Junior Saloon Car Championship. Next we go back to Caterham Racing, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 category, the more powerful class on offer from the CGRC. Earlier today, Ian caught up with a few of the drivers.
Right, well, I didn't pack a raincoat, I didn't pack a hat, I don't have an umbrella, so I've managed to find a cone to try and keep myself as dry as possible. It is absolutely soaking down here. Somebody who's a little bit more sensible than me is our pole sitter for the Caterham Graduates 150s. Will, congratulations. Bringing in Brawley was a good idea as well. Look, qualifying obviously went exceptionally well for you, but completely different conditions now.
Yeah, it's a little bit unexpected actually. I came in into the pits halfway through the session thinking I was nowhere really, and then Jamie, one of my mechanics, said get back out there, stick a lap in, and found some good traffic, and I was quite fortunate with a strong lap. So, but I've been doing a rain dance all day.
So you wanted the rain, you've wanted wet weather, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We did a test day here in February and it was soaking wet. That's the only time I've driven the car since then, so apart from this morning obviously. So really looking forward to the wet conditions. Hopefully it stays and should make for an exciting race.
I have to warn you though, every time I've been at a meeting and that man Paul Goldstein has been here, he usually gets to the checkered flag in first. But well, could be your day, mate. The conditions are for you.
Yeah, it should be a good race. Thanks very much.
Top man. Best of luck out there. Just very quickly grab a word with Paul. He's turned up at a perfect time. It's good to see you, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Right, of course things went well last year, but a new challenge this year.
New challenge, faster car, upgraded car, 150 championship instead of the 135s.
Not a lot of changes. It's still on the front row.
Yeah. I'm P1 tomorrow, so yeah, no, on the front row, it's good.
Like the rain?
I don't dislike it.
Alright, okay. Well, Will likes it, so...
Will did a lot of karting when he was younger,
Yeah.
so Will likes wet. I'm not too shabby, so he's not going to drive off.
Top man, Paul, best of luck for the race, mate. Probably see you after. There you go. That's your headline. Will likes wet. Dave, over to you. Let's go racing. Come on.
I'm not quite sure what to say in response to that, Ian, but thanks anyway. Getting ready for another 20 minutes of Caterham racing. Again, there's two categories here, the full championship drivers and the trophy drivers as well, registered for 3 rounds of the season only. And on the grid it is Will Stillwell, who's the reigning trophy champion in the Sigma 150 category, who's on the pole. Alongside him, number 150, Paul Goldstein, the defending Sigma 135 champion. He swept all before him in Caterham racing last season, and he's on the outside of the front row here. Second row, Harry Kramer. Last season, I remember, had a bit of a shunt here at Donington. It was either last year or the year before. My memory's not what it used to be, so apologies there if I've got it wrong. Harry Kramer starts alongside number 30, Stuart Bell, who is one of our guest drivers here. Say 3 guest drivers with the pink numbers next to their names in this race. Number 3, Stephen Clark on row 3, alongside 99, Max Haynes. Very quick sim racer is Max. The 4th row, number 50, James McCall, and 35, Ben Lopez Appleton. On the 5th row, 149, Stephen Lancaster, alongside 175, James Sibbett. The 6th row is Andrew Whitton, number 112, in the strawberry liveried car, alongside 24, Ben Winrow. Row 7 is Rob Warner, the championship sponsor through his company P4 Emergency Lighting. Alongside him, number 16, Peter Hughes. Then we've got David Reed and Stefan O'Mara. Row 9, Bren Maud and Kim Raymond. Bren Maud was 3rd in the Sigma 150 Championship last year, so he'll be disappointed to be that far back in the race. Completing the top 20, 66, Barry White, former champion, alongside 62, David Hewitt. Row 11 is Paul Vokes. He's already raced today in the Sigma 135s alongside Charles Elliott. Then Ed Benton and Miles Clarkson, Jonathan Alpine and Graham Ewings. And finally, John Evans and Rob Appleton round out the grid. Very close, only a few thousandths of a second between Will Stillwell and Paul Goldstein in qualifying. They, along with Harry Kramer, the only drivers to dip under the 1 minute 18 bracket in the qualifying session earlier on, but it's a lot more slippery than that now. I would suspect that these cars are going to get 2 green flag laps in order to get used to the wet conditions. Will Stillwell on the pole from Stoke-on-Trent, so a fairly local man to Donington. The black car with the yellow cage. Paul Goldstein in the gold car, living up to his name. Phenomenal season last year, the Caterham 270R champion. Won the Sigma 135 title as well. It was only a couple of years ago he scored his first ever win at Brands Hatch. Harry Kramer on the 2nd row, the all-red car. Starting alongside Stuart Bell, the grey liveried car with the bright orange roll cage. And on row 3 we've got number 3, which is Stephen Clark in the blue and red liveried car alongside 99 Max Haynes. Now Max Haynes could be one to watch here. He's been a sim racing champion in the Caterham Online series in the past, as well as his real life racing exploits. Well, Paul Goldstein, everything gold. We've said his car, his race suit, And apparently, I've just been told that the Caterham Graduates Awards evening in the winter, even there he wore a gold suit. Let's nickname him Goldfinger. On 18, Will Stillwell. Works as a quality planning manager, was responsible for some of the earliest battery electric vehicles of recent times. He's been a national schools karting champion and works as a part-time mechanic for DPR Motorsports before beginning racing himself. Paul Goldstein comes from Billingshurst down in Kent. Runs an air conditioning company. Doing some air conditioning in my commentary box today. It's been fairly warm in here. Cars heading on to their second green flag lap. As we say, we've got trophy and championship cars. Will Stillwell is only registered for trophy, so a limited programme for him this year. He won the Sigma 150 trophy category last year. It was Jamie Elwood who took the 150 championship. We're told that him and runner-up Matthew Willoughby are only doing 3 rounds this year for trophy classification. There's Ben Lopez Appleton, one of our guest drivers from the Caterham Motorsport Factory Supported Series, number 35. So who's going to be in with a chance of the championship this year? The top qualifying championship runner is Harry Kramer, number 121. He only contested the early part of the season last year. The all-red number 121 car. He could be a favourite if he contests the full year. Some great battles with Harry Senior over the last few years, the two Harrys. Harry Kramer comes from Northwich, up in North Cheshire. Runs a director of an occupational health company. Alongside him starts Stuart Bell, one of our guest drivers in the RS racing car, lives near Silverstone. Stephen Clark, also from Northants, in the number 3 car. He works as a designer and an ex-supercar champion. Our hardy marshals out there in the wet. Full credit to them once again. Thank you to the Orange family, as we call them. This is going to be very slip and slide indeed. P4 emergency lighting, Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150, round 1. Stillwell, Goldstein, Kramer, and I would say Max Haynes is another possible contender for victory here, the 99 car. 4th row, James McCall in the turquoise car. Starts alongside 35 in the grey car, Ben Lopez Appleton. 149, look out for the Dutch Barn vodka colours, the turquoise and white for Stephen Lancaster. Alongside him is the number 175 James Sibbett, he's in purple and green. I think we've got a gap possibly where Ben Winrose should have been, number 24. I don't think he's on the grid. Alongside Andrew Whitton, number 112 in the strawberry liveried car, red car with the green cage. But anyway, we're about to get underway then. Green flag is shown at the back of the grid. The red lights come on almost simultaneously and go out very quickly. That was a rapid starting procedure. We're underway and it's a rapid start by Will Stillwell down towards the first corner. Harry Kramer trying to go through the middle for second place. It's another great start as I expected by Max Haynes. Running wide there, the 2 front row men. Haynes could get the lead here with a bit of luck. Not quite. Couple of cars run out wide over the curbing, just avoid the gravel. But I think they've all got round okay, and it is the black car with the yellow cage. Will Stillwell has held his lead. Goldstein in second place. Third is Harry Kramer. Max Haynes is into fourth position ahead of the number 30 of Stuart Bell. Through the spray come the rest of them. Not the best of starts by Rob Warner, the blue and orange number 7, the championship sponsor, the boss of P4 Emergency Lighting. They climb up towards McLean's for the first time. Already Will Stillwell starting to increase his lead slightly. There's Rob Warner, the blue and orange machine. A couple of cars bottled up behind him, including the number 100 of Bren Maud. He's lost a place there. A bit of wheel banging through Coppice. Who was that coming through on the inside? I didn't quite see. It's already Stillwell with a clear lead over Goldstein. Side by side for third. Up the inside comes Max Haynes to take third place. 3 wide further back in the pack. That's Ben Lopez Appleton making a move. Yes, the 30 car of Stuart Bell loses 2 places because 149 Stephen Lancaster has come through as well. So it's Stillwell who leads the first lap. The big winner on the opening lap, Max Haynes, has gained 3 places up into third place. Gaining 4 places is Civic, the number 175. He's up to 6 with the green nose there. He's in P6 ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton. They splash their way into Redgate, the number 66 car. That's Barry White's former champion back in the 2010s. Max Haynes, we said he'd be one to watch out for. He's pushing hard here on the back of Paul Goldstein, the new star of the Caterham scene over the last 2 years, both in the graduates and in the factory supported championships. Haynes all over the back of him here. 4th place is Steve Clark. Then a gap back to 5th, which is now the 175 of James Sibbett. He's going well, the Herefordshire driver. Goldstein pushing a little bit too hard. He runs wide through McLean's. This is allowing Will Stillwell to get away in front, the reigning Sigma 150 trophy champion. He's a trophy driver again this year. Goldstein, the leading full championship driver. Haynes, a trophy driver too. And then Clark and Kramer next in the order, they're full championship drivers. Sibbett could be the one to watch. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the fastest lap this time through, as Haynes has a think about passing Goldstein, but thinks better of it. Over the line they come. The lead gap is up to 2.8 seconds. This is Stillwell, who's still got the fastest lap, 128.501. Haynes up the inside, he's taken second from Goldstein. So Max Haynes are expected in a second place, but Goldstein fighting back as they come through to Hollywood, up to the top of the Craners, and he's through back into second place. This is allowing Stephen Clark to close up in 4th place as well, the blue and red machine. 3 of them line astern now, and a little bit of a twitch there from Max Haynes as they head down into the old hairpin. Goldstein taking the wider line, but it seems to be working for him on that very wet second part of the lap. Up the hill towards McLean's. Can Max Haynes make a move here? Rest of them go through. Here's a battle further back in the order. That's the number 100. That's Bren Maud, who's not pleased with his lowly qualifying position. 3rd in the championship last year, trying to hold off the number 162. That's David Reed. Max Haynes back up into second place ahead of Paul Goldstein. Good little scrap going on here for P2, 3 and 4. In this P4 emergency lighting Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 Championship season opener. There's Ben Lopez Appleton. He's up to 5th ahead of James Sibbett now. 7th is Lancaster, 8th McCall, then Bren Maud up to 9th, and Reed rounding out the top 10. So Bren Maud is charging his way through the field in this one. Started down on the 9th row of the grid, and he's up to 9th place. Stephen Clark has taken 3rd position from Paul Goldstein. So is the Gold Man struggling here? There goes James McCall through the old hub, and there's Maud, there's David Reed. And there's the number 30 car, which is Stuart Bell, who's dropped right back after starting from the 2nd row. He's now 11th and under pressure from the championship sponsor Rob Warner. Up the hill towards Coppice. James Sibbett in the green and purple car. Closing on a rather twitchy handling Ben Lopez Appleton there, the number 35, the man from Yorkshire. Bren Maud runs out wide. Also a Yorkshireman from Halifax. Another fastest lap of the race from Will Stillwell out in front, 127.716 for the man in the Spinwell Racing car, as it's called. It's going to be Winwell Racing if he stays in front today. Look at Rob Warner power sliding almost through the chicane there, superb. Won't help his lap times though. Stillwell is just charging off in front. He's over 4 seconds ahead now as the 149 of Stephen Lancaster spins. That's the Dutch Barn Vodka car. He was 7th, but he won't be now. He's got to rejoin over this very wet grass without bogging down. So Stephen Lancaster struggles back into the race. He's lost a huge number of places. He may need a quick glass of Dutch Barn Vodka, his sponsor's product, when he gets back to the pits. Not if he's driving home, of course. Please don't drink and drive. Still just under 13 minutes of this race to go, and this is the man who is dominating it. 118, Will Stillwell out in front. Swings his way into the chicane. Hardly anybody else within sight of him. His lead was 4.2 seconds at the end of the previous lap. We'll see what it's going to be this time. Is he going to do another fastest lap? He is, 127.568. Oh, and a bit of a mistake there for the number 3 of Stephen Clark. Leads up to 5.3 seconds now. He's pulled away by over a second on that lap Stillwell. Goldstein still 4th, then Lopez Appleton, Sibbett. Up to 7th is James McCall after Lancaster's spin. Then it's Bren Maud in the 100. Then 162 David Reed and Rob Warner now rounding out the top 10. Down the crane as we go once again. This is the battle for 5th place. Ben Lopez Appleton ahead of James Sibbett. Sibbett's a trophy driver. Ben Lopez Appleton a guest driver this weekend. You know, the guest drivers being Stuart Bell, who's dropped down the order into 11th place, and the 101, which is John Evans. He's running towards the tail of the field. Here's the battle for 3rd place. Goldstein trying to close back up on Stephen Clark, the ex-Supercar champion. There's the fight for 5th. They've split into pairings here, haven't they? Here's the fight for 7th. This is James McCall coming under fire from Bren Maud. And Maud goes through, making up for his disappointing qualifying. He's charging through the field. Second back to 8th in a single shot there. And Will Stillwell's lead is up to nearly 6 seconds now. He didn't quite do a new fastest lap on that previous lap. 127.58 was his time that time through. Personal bests for both Max Haynes and Paul Goldstein. Oh, Max Haynes has been given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. So Max Haynes either didn't line up properly at the start of the race, or he may have moved off early, so he's been given a 10-second penalty. Now, where will that drop him down to? That'll drop him to about 8th or 9th position, I think. Now, didn't believe me when I said we had a strawberry in this race? Well, there it is. 112 Andrew Whitten in 13th place. There is 99 Max Haynes. So he will be given that 10-second penalty. We're just trying to work out. I think it'll drop into at least 8th position as things stand at the moment. That'll be a blow to his hopes of landing the trophy this year. He's got Steve Clark on his tail there. They're pulling away from Paul Goldstein. So what Max Haynes has got to do now is push as hard as he can to try and open up a gap so he loses as little ground to his rivals as possible when the penalty's applied. Although the man behind him, who's just about to take second place, Stephen Clark, has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:27.091. Running wide onto the curb there, the 100 of Bren Maud. And there is Clark up to second now in the number 3. But over 6 seconds off. Race leader Will Stillwell now. There's a battle further down the order, coming down the Craner curves. Stuart Bell under fire from Miles Clarkson, number 13. Number 16, meanwhile, is Peter Hughes. Stuart Bell understeering a bit wide there through McLean's. Miles Clarkson trying to make a move to the inside in the yellow and green machine. I think Stuart Bell is pushing a little too hard there. There's 144. That's certainly one of my favourite liveries of the weekend. Charles Elliott in the Rothmans colours. Stephen Clark a little bit wide through Redgate that time. I think he'll have settled for second by now, because with about 7.5 minutes to go, he's 7.25 seconds behind Will Stillwell. But we said that about Colin Voice and Ian Bauer earlier on in the touring cars, didn't we? And look what happened there. It ain't over till that checkered flag drops. James Civic knows that. That's why he's all over the back of Ben Lopez Appleton for 5th place. Here's a battle further back in the order. That's the number 181 car, which is Edward Benton for the Alpha 7 team. Chased by Rob Appleton, who started from the back of the grid. These two are fighting over 22nd place at the moment, so there's scraps all the way down the field. Well, there's your leader. We've not seen much of Will Stillwell in the last few laps, as he's so far ahead of everybody else, making it look easy. No motor race is easy, though, especially not in rain like this. Well, in 2024 it rained at just about every motorsport event in the UK at some point during its duration, so I hope 2025 is not going to be the same. Down the Craners comes our leader. There's a scrap further back. Still Stuart Bell is being shuffled back down the other. That's Kim Raymond coming through in the number 15, the very bright acid green car. Miles Clarkson battling with Stefano Mara in number 94, the London-based Italian. If you look closely, he's got the Italian tricolour running down the centre of the car. And again, Stuart Bell, number 30, understeers. That car is understeering everywhere. No wonder he's tumbling down the order. He nearly took a couple of cars with him there. Another car that's struggling badly, we saw just behind that group, is Harry Kramer, number 121. And who's that going off? Oh, that's Lancaster again in the 149 over the gravel. Oh, he needs to be careful here. He hope he doesn't T-bone anybody. Oh, goodness me. That was scary. I thought that car was going to T-bone someone as it came back onto the tarmac there. That was a lucky escape indeed. If any of those cars make a pit stop in the next lap or so, we know why. I think a few changes of underwear are needed there. Yes, Stephen, yes, we make jokes about that, but in all seriousness, that was a very lucky escape there, as Stephen Lancaster slid down the grass at the Craner curves and was very, very lucky not to either T-bone somebody or be T-boned as he came back onto the tarmac. I remember seeing an out-of-control motorcycle do that once, and the result was spectacular but not nice. Meantime, Stefan O'Mara side by side with Miles Clarkson. That's further down the order for 13th place. Well, there is Stephen Lancaster. He's still going after his second big moment of the race. He's 20th. Running wide again. He's on the grass again. He's going to go straight on here at the old hairpin. Now this could be race ending. He's into the gravel. No, he's kept it going. And he rejoins again. Now that's bravery from Stephen Lancaster. Here's the battle for second place. Max Haynes still all over the back of Steve Clark. They're now 8.69 seconds behind Will Stillwell. There he is. Down the craners. He's got a back marker ahead of him. Back marker moves to one side, lets him through. That's the 105 of Jonathan Alpine, I think. The Scotsman. Here's Rob Warner, the championship sponsor, under fire from Barry White in the 66. Behind them is the Strawberry, 112, Andrew Whitten. It's Clarkson, Mara, Raymond in the 50. Been racing Caterhams with the graduates for many, many years now. That's an acid green liveried car. Somebody into the gravel. I think that's Harry Kramer. It has not been a happy race for the 1-2-1. He's lost a wing there. There it is in the gravel. That's a souvenir for the Marshals. That's at Redgate. And Harry Kramer, normally a contender for race wins, but not liking the conditions today, as Max Haynes retakes Steve Clark for second place into the chicane. Over the line they go. Clark ready to attack back again. Just over 2 minutes of the race to go. And Will Stillwell, barring any mechanical malady, has got this sewn up, and that's Rob Appleton, number 2, off. That's at the top of the craners again. They're all going off there. You can see how slippery it is. You see the car snap sideways as he tries to put the power down. Rob Appleton from Market Drayton in Shropshire gets it going again. I think he's down to last place as a result of that. Well, we're in the closing stages now. This is the battle for the lower reaches of the top 10. Barry White, Andrew Whitten, Clarkson, Tim Raymond and Stefan O'Mara, who's lost a few places. Behind them is Peter Hughes ahead of Stuart Bell. Then we've got the 144, that's Charles Elliott, the Rothmans livery car, and the 62 behind them, which is David Hewitt. Here comes Will Stillwell up to start his final lap. He started from pole position, he has led all the way. Sideways there out of the chicane. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks because a spin would drop him back into the clutches at the very least of Max Haynes and Stephen Clark, and it would give Clark the advantage if he had a spin, because of course Haynes has got that penalty. It's the DPR Motorsport car, the reigning trophy champion in the Sigma 150 category, who is heading for the spoils. There's a couple of our back markers just ahead of our leader. That's Ed Benton and John Evans. And somebody running wide into the gravel, that's James McCall in the number 50. Now he was 7th, he may not be now. Clock has counted down to 0. Through to Coppice. Just the chicane to negotiate now for the man from Stoke-on-Trent, Will Stillwell. Down the exhibition straight for the last time. Well, His team is jokingly named Spinwell Racing, but today he can rename it Winwell Racing, because Will Stillwell comes out of the final chicane to take the checkered flag and win the season opener for the Caterham Sigma 150s by a very clear margin. Who is going to be second? It's going to be side by side across the line between Clark and Haynes. Clark gets there, but of course Haynes has that penalty, so he will drop down the order. Goldstein therefore will take third place. Next home is Ben Lopez Appleton, just ahead of James Sibbett. James McCall will make his home despite his off earlier on. In 7th place, so Max Haynes dropped to 6th as a result of that penalty for a false start. Will Stillwell gives the marshals and spectators a wave. He'll be very pleased with that. Started from pole position, he led every lap. The only thing he didn't add was the fastest lap. That went to Steve Clark in 2nd place. Some big name sitting problems in that one. Saw several in a spin. Stuart Bell dropped back. Harry Kramer only 20th. Stephen Lancaster does manage to make the finish, I think, yes, in 19th place after a couple of scary moments.
We're going to go down to the lock-off now. So doing this next
I think Rob Warner had a spin on that last lap. He's dropped well down the order as well. So Will Stillwell the winner by over 11 seconds in the end, ahead of Steve Clark, who gets the fastest lap. Paul Goldstein completes the podium ahead of our guest driver Ben Lopez Appleton in 4th. Max Haynes dropped to 6th by his penalty behind Clark, Goldstein, Lopez Appleton and James Sibbett. James McCall 7th despite a late moments. Then Bren Ward, David Reed and Barry White round out the top 10. Andrew Whitten 11th ahead of Miles Clarkson, Kim Raymond and Peter Hughes. And despite the conditions and a few spins, everybody went the distance, which is great to see. Couple of drivers with late moments there. Stefano Mara and Rob Warner, I think, had offs on the final lap. It was so wet out there, it's hardly surprising, but they did manage to finish the race. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé to hear from some of the drivers.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome to a very, very wet Parc Fermé indeed. We've got Stephen Clark here, we're just waiting for Will to come in. Steve's here already. Wow, that was eventful.
Yeah, that was eventful. Yeah.
Are you happy with your P2?
Oh, was it definitely P2?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, it was pretty close.
It was close.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy. Great conditions. Oh.
How slippy was it out there? Was it like treacherous? Because it looks it on the screens.
Yeah, I mean, can't stop, can't turn, can't go is a good description, to be honest with you. And it was brilliant. Great conditions to race in. Great driving from these guys, like unreal. Me and Max were going at it basically from lap 4.
Yeah.
Well,
actually, I think Max has been given a penalty as well, which has dropped him down the order a bit. Not confirmed, but
okay.
Yeah. So definitely P2 for you. In fact, I think Paul's been promoted to 3rd as well. So.
Oh well done, Paul.
I like to be the bearer of good news for you, not so much for Max. I told somebody else to tell him, not me. Well done, anyway. Great stuff. Let's grab Will for a chat, shall we? He said a little bit earlier, about 22 minutes ago, he said, I like the rain, and you proved that.
That's it. Wow, I can't believe it, to be honest. It's I'm not sure how far the others were behind me. I kept looking in my mirrors throughout the race, but they just kept getting further and further back.
It's about 9 seconds over the
9 seconds, wow. Okay, fantastic. The guy set the car up really well. Can I give a few shout outs?
Please
do. Right, yeah, so
go ahead, mate.
This
is your moment. You want to race, do whatever you want, mate.
First of all, my beautiful wife Annie, who supported me. She comes and cooks for all the lads and stuff, and we have a great time. So. Who have we got? We've got Joe, who is the aesthetics lead of the team, Monge, chief engineer. We've got Jamie. I can't really remember what Jamie does, to be honest. He just has a few beers and enjoys it. Meg, of course.
I'll be good at that job.
Meg's the CEO. So don't misbehave in front of Meg. Ben, he's just turned up, which is a really big result for us today, so good to see Ben here. I'm sorry if I've forgotten everyone, and hello to everyone at home who's watching. Thanks for your support.
Well done, perfect start to the season. Congratulations, mate. Let's just grab Paul, shall we, as well, because I've got you coming over as third there in the end, Paul, according to the classifications. How was it out there? Pretty greasy?
Yeah, as I said at the start, I don't mind the wet, but the standing water I didn't like. So no, it was difficult, and I just dropped back and lost confidence because I was hitting standing water.
Well, look, it's a step up, as we said, from the 135s last year, 150s. What's obviously the power's the difference? Are you pleased though that you're able to compete at the front?
Absolutely, yeah, I couldn't be more delighted. I didn't think I got the podium until I just come in here, so we're happy with that. The aim was to be fighting at the front of this lot, and I'm at the fighting at the front of this lot, so can't complain.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. I'm going to go. Let's go grab Max for a chat, actually, shall we, as well? He came in and parked at the third bay. I do believe a penalty has dropped him down. Let's just tentatively go over and have a quick chat. Max, I think you found out now, haven't you? What happened out there? Do you know why?
I think I've been hard done by, but I lined up exactly where they told me to line up. But so we'll see what happens. But first and foremost, that was really fun. I love battling with Stephen. That's what it's all about. So yeah, shout out to everyone watching, all my friends. Love you guys.
Oh, man, you've got a smile on your face, Max. You know though, this one. Anyway,
it could change.
Well, there you go. I've got a sneaky feeling this result might go to the stewards' room. One more race still to go. It is Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Boss, the Blue Ovals. They're in action very, very shortly. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Ready for our final race of the day on day one of the season here at Donington Park. It is the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. As the name suggests, it's for everything Ford. Let's find out who's racing our Fords with Ian a little earlier on.
Right, everybody, it's that time of the day where we get ready for the final race of the day. Don't use that. No. That was what we call in the industry, AJ, pile of shit. That was. Okay, we'll go again. Take two in 3, 2. Right, everybody, it's time for the final race of the day, and the honour goes to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Boss Series, the Blue Oval Saloons. And here we've got Craig Owen, actually. Let's quickly grab a word of him. He's behind the wheel of the car at the minute. How you doing, mate? You all right? You good? Yeah, I just wanted to... So I'm just going to jump in and grab Clive for a very quick chat. Clive, today hasn't quite gone to plan, but there's a chance to rectify it here now.
Oh, another Donington disaster for the Mondeo, but never mind. It's what it is, I'm afraid.
Well, look, let's focus on this race now, okay? You've got a chance to put the right and wrong here. What can you do from this position?
Hopefully, we've got wets. If I don't fall off, make a good job of it and try and get us a bit further forwards. That's all I can do. You know, I was quite happy with qualifying. I was quite relaxed, and I haven't been out in the car since Snet last year, so a little bit rusty, but we'll see what we can do.
See what we can do. Good man, ever the optimist. Clive, top man. Let's grab, but where is AJ? Where's AJ gone? Let's grab him actually, because it's not to do with Boss, but let's just talk Super Tourist very quickly. AJ, sorry to bring it up. Yeah, we do, I'm afraid, because a lot of people, myself, were looking forward to seeing him one day, but what happened?
The timing chain snapped whilst leading and whilst enjoying myself thoroughly. So yeah, just nothing that I've done. I've not buzzed it, I've not over revved it. Just it looks like just a component failure, unfortunately. So yeah, a bit disappointing, but I think we're a little bit cursed to that car at the minute. But
I was just chatting to the old man there. He says the curse of Donington, a Donington disaster, I think he called it.
Yeah, we had an oil pipe fall off last year, so and obviously now this year. So yeah, it's these things are sent to try us, but we'll get it repaired. We've already been on phone to the engine man, so it's not something he's ever seen, so just my luck, unfortunately. But there we are.
If this race doesn't go your way, I'm just going to stay away from you.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us. Anyway, the rain's still coming down here, but first, one final dance this afternoon here at Donington, and it's the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Dave, over to you.
Apologies for any choice language you may have heard during that segment as we get ready for our last race of the day. the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series in very wet and slippery conditions. The front row of the grid will be a familiar car, a couple of familiar names, and one familiar car that we've seen out already today. It is Andy Robinson in his Ford Falcon V8 supercar. That's going to be a handful in these conditions, alongside Piers Grange, the former multiple champion, who's got out of his Mustang. He's now in his Escort. Row 2, it's Mike Manning in his Ford Sierra Cosworth, alongside Martin Reynolds in one of his collection of classic Fords. I think it's the Mark II Escort he's in rather than the Anglia. Row 3 is Ollie Allen in his very modified Fiesta, alongside the similarly modified machine of Sam Daffin, the rear-wheel drive car. Fourth row is Craig Owen with his Sierra Cosworth, alongside the reigning champion Tim Mizzen in his Fiesta. On the fifth row, Tom Smith's Fiesta ST, alongside Cliff Pellin in his fairly late model Fiesta. Sixth row of the grid, we 141 Rob Taylor. He's also Fiesta powered, alongside 75 Michael Rudge in the older model Mark II Fiesta XR2. I missed somebody out there. I missed out Alan Breck, apologies there, in the Capri, the V8 engine Capri. Sorry about that. So Alan Breck will start alongside Rob Taylor. Mike Rudge will be alongside Stuart Kay in the Ford Capri, and Colin Claxton's Mark I Escort at the back of the grid. Making sure everybody is present and correct. There's Alan Breck, the orange Capri, the Jägermeister liveried car. I don't think Stuart Kay is there. I didn't see the Capri go through. As we get ready for this final 15 minutes race of the day. This is going to be interesting with Andy Robinson in pole position in that monster V8 engined Ford Falcon, the ex-Steve Ellery machine. Are they going to do another lap here behind the pace car? Indeed they are. It's great to see that the Blue Oval Saloons have been given a standalone grid here at Donington Park there as a reward for an increase in their entries. And if you like your classic Fords, you're going to love this. Andy Robinson leads Piers Grange in the Mark II Escort, very, very modified Mark II Escort, almost a Thunder Saloon he's got there. And full credit to the champion, Tim Mizzen, number 1. You'll notice he hasn't got any headlights on his car. How can he see where he's going in these conditions? With great difficulty, I'm sure. First championship for him last year. So it's Andy Robinson, the engineer from the northeast of England, alongside the owner of PRG Trailers, Piers Grange from Cheshire. Martin Reynolds, the classic Ford collector from Norfolk, in his Escort. He's got the Escort, the Anglia, he's got a Mach 1 Mustang, a Ford Taunus from Germany, you name it, if it's a Ford, he's got it. Mike Manning back out there, the West Countryman in his Sierra Cosworth once again, the Texaco car. Look out for Ollie Allen, the former champion, the man from Grantham in Lincolnshire, in his highly modified Mark VI Fiesta. Should be green flag racing this time. The clock hasn't started yet. Next to Ollie Allen, we've got Sam Daffin. Had a lot of technical issues with that modified rear-wheel drive Fiesta last year. From Pershaw in Worcestershire. Craig Owen in the second of the Sierra Cosworth, the blue and yellow car. So one or two cars missing from the back. As we said, we don't have Stuart Kay in his Capri. We've got Alan Breck's modified Capri though, as watch for the red lights. They go out and we're underway. And the charge of the classic Fords down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Andy Robinson and Piers Grange lead into it. Grange will lead around the outside. Now hopefully they're all going to get round. They just about managed to do so, I think. A lot of them hitting in the spray, and Grange has spun it. Round goes Piers Grange. Are they all going to miss him? Yes, he gets it pointing straight again. Good recovery by Piers Grange. He'll be towards the back of the field when he gets going again. 2.6 litre Mark II Escort he's got to cope with there. Also struggling is Alan Breck in the Ford Capri, the 5 litre V8 engine in the Jägermeister livery car, and Martin Reynolds is off. He spins coming through Schwantz Curve, again a good recovery, not a good race for the Mark II Escorts unfortunately. Although Martin Reynolds would probably have been struggling a lot more if he brought his Mach 1 Mustang along. Establish the order as they come down to the chicane for the first time. Reynolds hasn't lost too much ground, and Andy Robinson somehow has kept it on the island to keep the lead in the number 18 car. Mike Manning in the Sierra Cosworth in second place. So what he's effectively got here is Dick Johnson or John Bow or Paul Radisich ahead of Steve Soper. Listen to the wheel spin as Robinson tries to put the power down. Incredible. These two well clear. Looks like it's Ollie Allen in third place in the Fiesta. You can just see his headlights there. Then there's a long gap back to Craig Owens. Sierra Cosworth in fourth place, father of AJ Owen, who didn't have much luck sadly with his Mondeo. Then it's Sam Daffin, Tim Mizzen the reigning champion. Then we've got Rob Taylor's Fiesta, I think that is. No, it's not, sorry, it's Cliff Pellin. There's Piers Grange, he's recovered and is in ninth place. And Martin Reynolds has pulled into the pits in his Escort. There's Alan Breck, 5 litres of V8 power to contend with. There's Cliff Pellin, up until the last couple of years, done most of his racing at Brands Hatch with his Fiesta. He's running a bit wide there through the Craner curves. Being chased by Piers Grange. There's Rob Taylor, then Breck, Michael Rudge in the Mark II Fiesta there. Number 75 being chased by Tom Smith, local man from Colville in Leicestershire with his Fiesta. It's just a case of survival for the 15 minutes, I would think, in this race, especially for the more powerful cars. Robinson leads. Now the man to watch could well be Ollie Allen. He's on course to record the fastest lap this time through. Let's see what time he does as he comes over the line, the Fiesta. 125.3 compared to 128s for the two leaders. Now, that's the power of front-wheel drive in these conditions for Ollie Allen, the ORA Motor Services Ford Fiesta. There he is. Ollie Allen, not to be confused with the former Speedway rider of the same name. Chasing down Mike Manning's Sierra Cosworth for second place. Proof that rain can be a great leveller. Well, there's Piers Grange, only one headlight working on the Escort. He's back up to 7th in the PRG Trailers car. Just over 11 minutes of the race to go then for the BARC Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. That's Colin Claxton into the pits with his Mark 1 Escort. From the back of the field, there's a yellow flag out at the chicane as well, so possibly, whether that's for Claxton or someone else has gone off, I'm not sure. It's Rob Taylor, number 141's Fiesta. He's gone straight on onto the Grand Prix loop. He rejoins. And I think he's coming into the pits as well. Yeah, there's just no grip out there. As in comes Rob Taylor. But Andy Robinson continues to lead. Now, what's the gap to Ollie Allen? Allen this time does a 125.9, but the two ahead of him in the 126s. So they've quickened up a little by a couple of seconds on that last lap. But Allen's almost with Mike Manning now. Well ahead of AJ Owen, Craig Owens Fiesta. I'll start that again. It's his first day back this season, I do apologise. Well ahead of Craig Owens Sierra Cosworth in 4th place. He's about 20 seconds back on the top 3. And he's got Sam Daffin behind him in his rear-wheel drive Fiesta. Lanes they come. Can Ollie Allen cause an upset? Can he beat the more powerful cars for victory? He's in the same class as Manning, Class S. Robinson leading Class A for the bigger engine cars. Sam Daffin is leading Class C and Tim Mizzen Class D. Through the chicane, Andy Robinson spun out of the Classic Thunder race as the rain started to come down earlier on. And here's his only class rival in this race, the incredible Capri V8 of Alan Breck. Comes from Herne Bay in Kent with his huge 5-litre V8. Andy Robinson has 7 litres under his right foot. Michael Rudge being pursued by Tom Smith there, that's for 10th place. This is for 2nd and 3rd in Class D, which is being led by the reigning champion Tim Mizzen. Tom Smith in the more modern Fiesta. The lovely Mark II Fiesta ahead of him there. Of course, a couple of years ago it was a Mark II Fiesta that won the Blue Oval Saloon Series with James Dunkley at the wheel. He's now in Pre 83. So we're coming up towards half distance. 8 minutes of this season opener for the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series to go. Splash their way into Redgate once again. Breck, Rudge and Smith at the back of the field. Smith running wide. The Track Addicts Fiesta. Still with the Novice Cross on the back, a relative newcomer to racing. Andy Robinson leads by just over 2 seconds, and Ollie Allen had now caught. He just caught a glimpse of him catching Mike Manning there. He's almost with him. Meanwhile, Sam Daffin under pressure from Tim Mizzen's headlightless Fiesta, and they're being caught by Piers Grange. Meantime, here's the battle for second. Mike Manning hasn't got any headlights on either in the Sierra. It was a Texaco Sierra that starred in the first motor race I remember watching in my life, Brands Hatch 1988. Soper against Andy Rouse in the British Touring Car Championship. I was just 2 years old. A phenomenal fight that was. But now, Mike Manning in the Soper lookalike car has got to contend with this impressive little Fiesta of Ollie Allen. They're still behind Andy Robinson. And Robinson's catching the two Fiestas. Tom Smith has now got ahead of Michael Rudge, but Robinson's just going to blast past them down into the chicane. They stay out of his way there. Oh, Tom Smith's gone straight on. Tom Smith's disappeared. He got onto the deep water on the outside there and he couldn't turn the car in, so Tom Smith has disappeared off onto the Grand Prix loop, I think. Is that him in the background? Has he rejoined? I can't tell. I think it is. Blue flag being shown to the black markers. Michael Rudge has been lapped. Second to Tim Mizzen in Class D for the smaller engine cars. Tim up in 6th overall. Now there's Piers Grange, and he's got ahead of Sam Daffin now, and Tim Mizzen has dropped back, so whether he had a moment on that last lap. Yeah, his last lap was about 5 seconds slower than his personal best for this race, so whether Tim's had a moment somewhere, possibly at the chicane, but Piers Grange is past him and Sam Daffin up into 5th position. There is Craig Owen. And also, you may notice that a lot of the classic touring cars today, while we have a quiet moment we'll mention this, have Scalextric stickers on them. Yep, the club has taken on Scalextric as a sponsor. And you never know, someday you might be racing replicas of these cars around your living room on your Scalextric set. How cool does that sound? What's sounding cool for Mike Manning at the moment, though, is he's responded to the pressure from Ollie Allen. He's just done the fastest lap of the race and he's catching Andy Robinson. A European Ford closing down an Australian Ford for the lead, with just under 5 minutes to go. Out of the old head. Sierra gets a little bit sideways. It's pulled away again from Ollie Allen. It's 4 seconds back on these two now. It's fastest lap of 1:24.536 for Mike Manning. Vastly experienced racer from the southwest. He's competed in saloon car racing, rallycross, grass track racing, Euro car in the 90s, and many more besides. As they come to lap one of the Fiestas, that's Cliff Pellin, and now he sits in the spray of Andy Robinson there. Maybe Robinson can't see him, there's so much spray there, because of course Mike Manning's got no headlights on. The power of the V8 tells and takes him clear into the chicane. What are the lap times going to be this time through? Robinson responds with the fastest lap of his own, 1:24.445. Great duel between these two. No, Allen responds with the fastest lap. That's just come in, 1:24.356. So Ollie Allen's pushing on to catch these two again. A great cerebral battle between these three. Racing with their heads. Robinson a little bit wide there at Hollywood onto the Craners. Flashes of flame from the side exit exhausts on the Falcon. I wonder if Dick Johnson's watching back in Australia. He'd be loving this. There's Ollie Allen trying to catch back up again on the back of the two big machines out in front. They're way ahead of everybody else. They're about 48 seconds up on Piers Grange, who's now fourth. He's got ahead of Craig Owen. Oh, Tim Mizzen, we said he'd lost time. He's pulled into the pits, so the reigning champion had a problem. Alan Breck still rumbles on in his Capri. And here come your leaders. To the chicane and out of it. Across the line they go, another fastest lap for Robinson, 1:23.629. What can Allen do in response? He does a 1:28 that time through. We should get one more lap out of this. Can Andy Robinson hold on? Oh, that's Ollie Allen slowing, he's out of it. I thought he'd drop back. Oh, what a disappointment, the Fiesta's let him down. Pulls up at Redgate, so problems for Ollie Allen, and he is out of the race. So that puts Piers Grange, this man, up into third overall. What a recovery after his early spin. Craig Owen will go back up into fourth, Sam Daff in fifth, it'll be Cliff Pell in sixth. They're coming up to lap Tom Smith's Fiesta. He won't be able to go through here because there'll be yellow flags out at Redgate for Ollie Allen's car. Here come the leaders. Mike Manning. Oh, Mike Manning made a mistake there on the way to the chicane. He's run wide. So that could have sealed it in favour of the wheel spinning Andy Robinson. Yes, he's pulled away there. 2.5 seconds clear now. So the Sierra dropped just over a second by doing that at the chicane. He just ran out wide. And Andy Robinson, in one of a couple of Aussie V8 supercars he owns, he's got the silver liveried Craig Lowndes replica as well. Is heading for victory. Displaying the names of Stephen Ellery and Paul Radicic. Memories of Bathurst. Sometimes it can be as wet as this at Bathurst as well. I don't think Mike Manning's going to catch him. Clock is down to 0. It'll be checkered flag this time. Andy Robinson spins up the rear wheels as he spits flame from his exhaust pipes. The yellow lights shining through the darkness. Such a spectacular car and a spectacular drive by the experienced Andy Robinson. He makes up for spinning out of the Classic Thunder race earlier on. He's going to win the Blue Oval Saloon Series opener sponsored by Burton Power here at Donington Park. Up towards the checkered flag, Robinson wins. Mike Manning in second, and they're way ahead of everybody else. And Mike Manning did the fastest lap of the race on the final lap with a 1:23.5 dead. Piers Grange, meanwhile, was charged back up after his spin on the first lap, and he's going to finish third. Manning and Robinson both win their classes. Still waiting for anyone else to cross the line. These two were so far in front. Ah, here they come. And, oh, it may not be Piers Grange for third because he's got Craig Owen on his tail. Still a battle going on. They were nearly a lap behind the two leaders, these two. Lapping Alan Breck's Capri. If Grange gets through the chicane, he should be okay. Flames coming from the exhaust of Craig Owen's Sierra as well. Piers Grange charging back through the field to complete the podium after spinning on the opening lap. Craig Owen is fourth. And Sam Daffin's Fiesta is fifth and wins Class C. Michael Rudge comes over the line, and with Tim Mizzen having retired into the pits, he'll win Class D ahead of Tom Smith. Just 9 cars go the distance, unfortunately. So we'll confirm the results now of the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series opener. Andy Robinson taking the win by just under 2 seconds over Mike Manning. And they were over a minute ahead of Piers Grange, who recovered through to third place ahead of Craig Owen. Sam Daffin, a class win in fifth ahead of Cliff Pellin. Alan Breck in seventh, and Mike Rudge, a lap down in eighth, wins Class D ahead of Tom Smith. We lost Ollie Allen from third overall. He pulled off. We also lost Tim Mizzen into the pits along with Colin Claxton. Rob Taylor was a retirement, and Martin Reynolds also an early casualty after a spin. So that does wrap up today's racing. Let's head down to Ian in a very wet Parc Ferme.
Right, everybody, welcome back down to Parc Ferme. We had a final time today. Well, actually, yeah, if you want, you can. Oh, he's nice and warm in there, isn't it? Look, Andy, great race. Look at that, you see that? I saw Colin Claxton come in here. Retired. Colin Claxton came in. He retired from the race because he couldn't see, and I can see actually it's pretty difficult for you as well. So your makeshift little squeegee there worked.
Well, it's you cannot drive flat out and do that, so that's why I was slowing up a little bit because I've given the window a good clean. Then after that, when he was right behind us, I was just wiping it by hand and praying. So there was a few corners there. I was unsighted because this side of the windscreen I couldn't see out of at all. So when you're going down the corner curves, the left hand, I was having to guess where the turn in was every lap. So I got it wrong a few times.
Well, you did amazingly well. It's good to see you back as well.
The car was just sliding the whole time. It was understeer and oversteer for 15 minutes, catching it all the time. And only using part throttle most of the time. Yeah.
I was going to say, too much power in it could easily spin out, right?
Not the car for this conditions, but it shone through.
Right,
so.
Yeah, well done. Anyway, it's good to see you again. It really, really is. Let's grab Mike, shall we, as well, for a quick chat, because good performance. In fact, he was Mike. You were keeping Andy honest there, weren't you?
Yeah, that was a good one. Thoroughly enjoyed.
You've got a big smile on your face. You like these conditions?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Rallycross practice racing comes in handy for this in the wet. Yeah, no, brilliant.
A little bit more fun for tomorrow, yeah?
No, because we've lost fourth gear and the alternator's gone, so I think...
That's that.
Unless it's going to rain, we chance it just first, second, third, fifth.
Yeah.
See?
Okay, well, thanks for talking to us. Well done in your race anyway, really do appreciate it. Right, I just want to say very quickly, you might have realised at the start of this race, we did make a little bit of an error. So I can only apologise if you heard a bit of bad language from my good self. So really sorry about that, slap on the wrist for me. I can confirm as well, the FIA have fined me $1 million for that one as well, but we are only human. Right, that is it for today. So we're back tomorrow. We've got TCR, we've got so much coming up. We've got Civic Cups are in action as well. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Make sure you tune in nice and early from about 9:15ish. We're going to be going racing from. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to hand back to Dave to probably tell you what is coming up tomorrow. See you later. Bye bye.
Yep, thanks to Ian and to all the rest of the team today. Full credit to our camera operators being out there in the wet conditions today, along with our marshals, recovery crews, medical staff and everybody else here at Donington Park here on day one. They're going to head off and dry out and hope for some drier conditions for tomorrow. We kick off at the earlier time of 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning with the second race of the weekend for the junior saloon cars. That's followed by our second race for the pre-66 touring cars. We'll then have the first of two races for the TCR UK Championship. We've got more racing from everything we've seen today, and we're joined by two new categories as well. We've got the Milltek Civic Cup and also the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. They've got a grid of over 30 cars for tomorrow. That's double what they were getting last season, more than double. It's going to be an absolute belter. I'm pleased to be joined once again by Andy McEwen for TCR and Civic Cup action tomorrow, and also somebody called Paul O'Neill as well. Yep. The ever-entertaining Paul O'Neill, former touring car star himself, is going to join us tomorrow. So be online with us for the first race at 9:30. But that's about all for day one here at Donington on BARC TV. And we'll see you tomorrow for day two.